No, I was not alive then.
Okay, that's great. That's hilarious. But
Wait, so you dispute it because it happened that long ago?
Well, yeah, I'm just like I can only. I was alive during 9/11. I was old or whatever, and I remember it.
So you're like, so were you also there when they
and
wrote the Constitution?
I couldn't. Well, I couldn't like 23 years ago. I wouldn't be able to say like what I had for breakfast and what my teacher scolded me for. I remember I got pulled out of school because my dad thought the world was ending. But I don't remember. Like she remembers. So these therapy notes. How'd they get these therapy notes?
Wait, so you remember everything, right, Jerry?
No, because nobody does. I don't know. Are you familiar with the McMartin preschool scandal?
No, I have no clue.
You should be. You should be. It's the longest. It's the longest trial. Is the lawyer in here?
Yeah,
he must have learned that in school.
Jerry, I have a question. Are you familiar with
everything?
Really, everything?
Yes. Okay, so give me it. I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, so the Unova region. Can you tell me? Can you tell me all 8 badges, like the cities they're located in? Push the rock star. Thank you so much.
No, unfortunately, I'm just familiar with that. I couldn't.
Can you name me one Pokemon in the Unova region?
Oh my gosh, it's a Pokemon reference. Well, that's at Gen 3. I'm too old for that. That's probably what, Sapphire?
Anything after Kanto's
Yeah, he knows everything,
honestly.
right? He knows everything.
Well, I know a little bit. I know Johto, and I know some things. I know up to Mewtwo.
I know
Mewtwo,
that's like nothing, bro. That's like
150. Well, that's 8 to 20% of it.
Okay, give me one Pokemon in the Sinnoh region.
Pokemon
I'm gonna
was
go
trash
with-
after the first one. Who cares?
I'm gonna go with Pichu. Let's look it up. If I'm right, you gotta vote for Trump.
No, what the fuck?
Come on. That's how the game works.
No, I'm not.
That's how this works.
That's
okay. No, but do you not want to? You just don't want to watch Trump. You just don't want to watch the Trump Netanyahu thing.
What's up?
You don't want to watch the Trump Netanyahu video I mentioned. I mean, it's
dude. I've been
8 times and posted in the comments
what
20
was the
times.
Title?
Oh gosh, dude.
Did anyone
Trump and Netanyahu have. I don't know if it kills my voice.
Have what? Yeah, it does kill your voice. That's why I couldn't hear you.
Have the awkward exchange over West Bank. It's from 7 years ago. I just typed in Netanyahu,
wait. So
Trump.
this is way before. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much.
Yes,
it's an old
this is
clip.
when he. Yeah, then he should be president now, and he would be taking care of it.
Wait. No,
then
dude.
he lost.
This has
exactly.
no relevance. This has no relevance at all.
It has relevance
6
in the
years
future.
ago?
It has relevance of. Has Kamala ever been in the same room as
Jesus Christ,
Netanyahu?
dude! What relevance does that have? Tell me, please.
A lot. Well, more than bringing up Obama, dude. You're bringing up.
Oh, come on.
Come
dude,
on.
I gave you like the actual
man.
reasoning. Thank you. I appreciate the hit there, pause. Thank you so much. I gave you like actual reasoning.
Well, is there actual footage of Kamala talking to Netanyahu in the same room? There's not.
Yes. Yes, there is. People on the left got mad that they shook hands, even though she literally would when he showed up to Congress. She literally didn't show up to the speech.
She did a speech. Well, but she talked. Like she talked with him right next to her.
Yeah, they shook hands and they talk. I'm pretty sure they took.
Well, no, like I mean, we're weak at here, Park. Come on, man.
Yeah, I've literally.
There's not. No, there's not. You would have seen it, but the video I'm talking about is something Kamala, like if it was like a script and Kamala was doing the Trump words, she would not do because it would be wrong casting. It wouldn't make sense that this lady would be, because she's not a strong woman. Sorry, and there's strong women. Kamala ain't one of them. My mama's one, Michelle Obama's one, and my wife's one.
Yeah, what makes Kamala Harris not a strong woman?
Her demeanor. How about her demeanor?
That mustache. Thank you so much. What about her demeanor?
Well, look up the definition demeanor, and then everything that's wrong about Kamala is due to her demeanor.
No, tell me what do you mean, like in specific?
Well, she's a little too goofy. She's just like she's why Tim Walz is a terrible choice. She's too goofy and silly. Yeah.
So Donald Trump isn't goofy and silly.
He is. He's hilarious. He's hilarious. Just how
what a fucking hypocrite.
Accidentally silly he is.
You're such a
Kamala
hypocrite.
is annoyingly goofy. Like there's a complete difference. Like and it's unfortunate, but male leaders around the country.
Do you want to see something from Kamala Harris? Look at this. Harris tells Netanyahu it's time to end the war in Gaza and bring the hostages home.
I can't wait to see that footage.
You want me to show you? I gave you the article. Look it up yourself.
Well, she didn't actually say it.
She did. She literally told him.
Parker, can we please? It would be amazing content. Go
Did
play that 40
quote?
second.
It's quote.
Play the 40
no,
second
I'm going to tell
Trump
you to
video.
look it up. You look it up.
But you don't want
That's
to play
from
the
6
Trump
years ago.
Netanyahu
It's from
video.
6 years ago. I don't give a shit.
Yes, but you care about it from 2008. Barack
What do you
Obama
mean?
and I voted for him.
Wait. 2008, he wasn't even in office, genius.
Well, he was January 2009.
Wait. Yeah, he was. There you go.
Yeah, but he got
I
voted
thought
in
you were
in
around for
2008.
so long. You forgot when he was inaugurated. Like, dude,
Well,
come
he
on,
was voted
Jerry.
in-
Jerry, you're so intelligent. You're so smart.
I
You're
know.
so much
I know.
smarter
You want
than
to
me.
keep not watching the video because you know.
No,
it's gonna show-
Jerry, you literally like we're bragging. I'm so much smarter than you. I'm so much smarter than you.
it's off the charts.
No, it's not, dude. You actually
Yes,
have
it is.
gotten like almost
well,
everything
that's your
wrong.
ego. That's what we call your ego, and that's unfortunate. You'll learn one day.
My
you're not
ego.
smart.
You're the one that had the ego, and I just proved that your ego was ridiculous.
But you brought up something from 2008 because you brought.
What did I bring? What did I bring up? What did I bring up?
Well, I guess. Well, you brought up Obama being elected, which happened in 2008. He got signed in.
I asked
or whatever.
you. No, I asked you. Would you think it is a bad reason to not vote for Obama because there were racist people? Right?
That's
because
from
again,
16
you were
years
saying
ago. I don't
because
care.
you were saying that you wouldn't vote
That's
for
from
Kamala
16 years ago.
because you were saying you wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman and there are misogynists. Okay, now that is terrible. That is a terrible reasoning.
And Jerry, you said that a woman couldn't earn the trust of the Israeli people to lead.
Dean, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much.
No, I would think just being because we're the greatest country in the world. Sorry, Israel and Palestine.
Wait. Based on what characteristics?
Gold medals, silver medals, bronze medals, everything. I mean,
Dude,
everything.
How are you going to judge it on the Olympics?
Based on that racist guy who was just in earlier talking about Somalis driving, they're coming to a better country.
Appreciate the little crown. Hey, you understand there are like also is migration to Europe and there's migration to Asian countries.
I was
there's
part of that.
migration to plenty of countries. So
I
then,
know,
why are you, Dean? Thank you so much for the raid. Why are you
We're the
specifically
greatest.
focusing on that? So what makes us the greatest?
I know. Bring up that thing of Jeff Daniels
just
saying
tell
why
me.
we're not the greatest.
Tell me
Every
what makes
reason.
us the greatest?
Everybody comes to us when they need help. That's why we're the greatest. You go to your favorite parent. You go to your favorite parent because they're the better one.
People come to us. That does not. That does not
Everybody.
mean. No, it doesn't. It just means that you're willing to give up the help more, right? Come
So
on,
we're the
bro.
greatest. That's Christ-like.
You know,
That's Jesus.
you understand. You understand that people also Christ-like.
Yes, peace be upon him. If you're attacked,
Okay,
if
wait.
you're
So I have a
attacked-
question, Jerry. Would you vote
Yes.
for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child? Appreciate the hand heart.
How can you be civilly? Yeah, what does that even mean that you can't be put in jail for it?
Victims of the Catholic Church were able to hold their abusers accountable in civil court, but not in criminal court due to statute of limitations in New York. There were over, I'm pretty sure it's over 2,500 cases that were tried within the context of the change in statute of limitations under the civil courts in New York, other than E. Jean Carroll. Okay? So it applies to plenty of people.
Why is it not a bad enough crime? Like if you get punched in the face, Trump could go to jail, but not for this kind of attack.
Again, because
seems
of
kind of
statute,
crazy.
because of statute of limitations. Again, I think that that statute of limitations shouldn't exist. So I agree with you.
Because it took her 60 years to come
wait,
forward.
Trump. It seems like we agree here. Trump for prison 2024. Trump for prison 2024.
I'm okay with that.
Okay,
lock up
I am
Hillary,
too.
lock up Trump, lock up Obama,
Okay.
lock up George W. Bush.
Wait. So I mean, we have
I'm
better
all with
reason
it.
to lock up Donald Trump.
And then
but-
Michelle Obama's single, and I can talk to her.
What? That is so cringe for you to say that. What the fuck is we?
Ew.
Whoa.
Well, lock up Barack, Bush.
Whoa. What? Why is this guy like that?
Don't talk about kissing Michelle Obama.
Ew. Cringe.
Come
Just like
on.
weird. Just like
Can
horny.
you just stop being weird? You're just really
Like,
weird.
that's like
Please.
ew.
stop.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Like MAGA's never gonna get past the allegations of being weird.
For
And
real.
Jerry, you're really not helping them with that.
Thank you. Okay, I'll try better.
Jerry, I'm sorry, but everyone's got the ick. If you just got an ick from that, type of one in the comment section real quick, everyone.
So
Let's
real.
spam ones. Let's boot this Jerry fella.
No, I said if you
Let's
got an
boot
ick.
this guy. Spam
look at
ones, everybody.
Dude, there was a most sent you before I said the one.
Nice. We got 3. You got 7,000 people in here and 3 ones. All right.
There's a lot more than 3.
Yeah, they're coming in now that you're baiting them. Come on, man. You don't know. I know neurolinguistic programming, and I think you're a student of it because I can see you're brainwashing your following. NLP. You know you're doing it.
What does
You know
that
you're
even
doing
mean?
it. I know you're doing it.
I don't even know what that means. Oscar,
I
thank
know
you so
you
much
don't.
for the $11.11 for
Yeah.
Jerry is the dirt
You're-
between Michelle Obama's toes. Yo!
So real, Jerry. I have a question.
She doesn't have that. You're calling Michelle Obama's feet dirty? That's
No,
that's
wait.
so racist. I've never even heard anything more
What?
racist than that.
Bro,
I've never had
I
dirt
read
in my
off
feet.
I read off of Venmo. You never have dirt in your feet? That's the dumbest thing
Ever.
I've ever heard.
Ever.
have a
That's
question.
the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So this guy
Jerry.
that is your follower thinks that Michelle Obama always has dirt in her
Autumn,
toes.
thank you for the
what did she
$5.
say?
Thank you so much. No,
That's like
bro.
the worst thing I've ever heard.
Jerry,
and that's your follower. That's somebody who likes you. Is a
Jerry,
racist.
Jerry,
a racist. Oh God,
Jerry,
I'm glad
all
I don't
they're
have any
saying-
racist followers. I have zero.
Shut the fuck up. All they're saying is that you're
You
beneath
shut
her.
the fuck up, Parker. I'm
All
also
they're saying is they're beneath you, and you're so mad. Can we get some baby bottles for
Debate
Jerry?
muffin.
Can we get some baby bottles for Jerry in the comment section? I wouldn't
I
even
need
get
some
around
baby
you. You're
bottles.
weird. You're weird as fuck. Why would I go
Just boot
around you
me.
in
Don't
IRL?
stop.
Why would I
don't-
go around you?
just-
I barely want to be around you when I
Just
have the
boot.
ability to mute you. Why would I want to be around you where I don't have a mute button? That
Hey,
would
Jerry,
be
can I-
literal hell. Okay.
Jerry,
That would be heck.
can I ask you a question?
Yes, Deanie.
You okay?
And Autumn, thank you for the $5 for Jerry is
Sorry,
weird.
Dean Smiley Face. Sorry about that.
Can
I
we
meant
get
Dean Smiley Face.
can we get a Jerry is weird in the comment section, everyone?
Yeah. So, would you vote for Trump if you knew he, if for a fact, had raped an adult woman?
Christine, thank you for the $10.
No,
Thank you
of
so much
course
for the
not.
Jerry Baby
no, if he
Bottle
was in
Fund.
jail or going to jail, I'm not going to vote for that kind of guy. But if
Okay,
it's a
okay,
lady who
Wait. So if he
Yes.
gets sentenced here in September, would you vote for him?
correct, not a chance.
Oh,
I don't-
okay.
I don't-
Okay, I would like to follow that question up. So you said that if you knew for a fact that Trump was a rapist, you wouldn't vote for him. So yeah, over the course of 2 years in the civil court that like Parker's probably been describing to you for a while, right? E. Jean Carroll proved, via the evidence she submitted to the court that Trump had
Right.
raped her. I'd say, right, that she submitted sufficient evidence to prove that had occurred to her beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, the same standard of evidence that they'd uphold in the courts that send people to jail. So my question for you would be, if you disagree with me here, what reasonable doubt do you have to the evidence she submitted?
Anna, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
When
And
did she
Ashley,
submit?
thank you
It
for
happened in
$10 for Jerry is the
1986?
reason
When
I
did
picked
it
the bear.
happen? Oh, that's very sweet.
1996, and rape is proved all the time, like 20 to 30
Okay,
years after
but then
the fact
can
in
we
criminal
change the
courts.
law about the statute of limitations? Because it shouldn't,
Yes,
shouldn't
I hope
somebody?
we can. I hope we could.
But
Robin,
why-
thank
why
you so much for
couldn't
the
Hillary-
$20
why
for
couldn't
Jerry
anybody
needs a
know that?
diaper
So much
change.
for money, guys.
Thank you so much, Robin, for the $20. Jerry needs
Robin,
a
you
diaper
are so
change.
right. I poop my pants.
Is it possible that
Just-
you could
just
respond
like
to my
Trump.
question, though, Jerry?
What's up, Danny?
Is it possible you could respond to my question? Right now, you're not.
Well, sorry. Your friend is talking over me, and you actually, which is
You're
actually
so
rude of your friend.
insufferable, bro. Kenna, thank you so much for the $5.
Deanie,
He's
what'd you
going
say?
worse than Trump did in the debate.
Yeah, sure. I'll repeat my question again. So
Please.
I'd say, right, that the evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted to the court to prove that Trump had raped her, right, had proved that it occurred beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. The same,
Yeah.
the same standard of evidence that they uphold in the courts that send and sentence people to jail. Right. So if you disagree with me here, can you provide me the reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted?
Well, I'm wondering why. I'm just curious. Is nobody just curious? I know, like, it's okay. It took her 10 years to come forward and be super brave, but why did it take her 10 years? Why
That
didn't she
happens-
go
that
right
happens-
next door to the
That
cops?
happens with victims all the time, right?
I know. I was one of them.
She actually spoke to this too. She had indicated two major reasons. One, she was
Nice.
still working as a journalist and was worried that this was going to end her career, which it actually ended up happening anyway. But she was ready to retire at that point. But two is her parents and step parents. She felt like that they would be disappointed in her if she didn't come forward. She didn't come forward with the story in her book until after her parents and step parents had passed away.
Those are good reasons for me to put in my tool belt to use later. So those are like just great lies. I mean, like, come on, let's be
What?
honest.
How
I
are they
don't want my
lies?
stepmommy to think I'm a bad. She's so. What for coming forward and saying that what? I don't understand how that could possibly make your family. Your
Okay, so
family.
62% of women who get raped. Hey Mel, I really appreciate you for the meteor shower. So 62%
People are afraid to
of
come out
women-
because of people like you. I hope you know that.
Yeah,
I know, I was
62% of women
born
who
a
get
woman,
raped. 62%
Dude,
of
you're
women who
such a
get raped
fucking-
never come forward about it in the entirety of their lives. I don't understand what gives you the right to turn around and victim blame one that waited 20 years. All right, Jerry, it is fucking
No, I love it.
despicable.
I
and
wish
as
you would've
Parker
waited
said,
23.
you are the reason. You are the
Nice.
reason. Stand alone alongside other men like you that women don't come out about these things, because when they do come out, they know that inevitably there will be piece of shit misogynists like Jerry down here that demean
see,
them,
this
that
is
belittle
wrong.
them, that reduce their value and dehumanize them, even though
So
they
what
were
was
the
the
experience
attack?
of one of the most morally atrocious things that can happen to a human.
What happened? What happened
What
to
happened?
her?
Valeroy,
Yeah.
thank you so
Yes.
much for the $5. Thank you so much. Jerry sounds like he smells
Vividly.
sour. Johan, thank you so much for the $5. Jerry needs a nap. He does. SB, thank you so much for the $2. Thank
Yeah,
you so much.
let's- yeah.
Matthew, thank you for the
While we're talking
$5. Trump
serious
for
stuff.
prison. Thank you so much, Matthew. Kenna, thank you
While
for the
we're talking
$5.
serious
Thank you so
stuff,
much.
let's do
I appreciate it,
jokes.
Kenna. He's going
so
worse than
fun.
Trump did in the debate.
This is so much
And
fun. We're
Anthony-
doing
He's
jokes.
crashing out, chat. He's crashing out.
No,
Anthony,
I
thank you
wanna-
so much for the $10 on Venmo for Jerry Needs a Diaper. Let's get some W's for Anthony in that chat. Thank you,
God.
man.
I hear Jerry burning one in the background. I would expect him to be a little bit chiller.
No, hey, I don't burn.
Okay,
We got,
You can't say anything. You can't say anything else. You can't say. You
No,
can't
I
describe
know.
it at all.
That's where I ended the sentence.
Yeah.
But can we, so what did Donald J. Trump do in that dressing room that nobody else heard when she was attacked?
He forcefully penetrated her against her will, and you're completely okay with completely denying the fact that this happened. Would you do the same thing if your daughter said this?
No, we would have I would assume my daughter would come to me right away and we would take care
If she
of it.
didn't,
in
if
1986.
she told you, like 20 years later, would you believe her?
I would
Care
believe
anything
my
of the
daughter. My daughter told me yes,
Why?
because I trained her and taught her and brainwashed her to be a good person.
Trained her.
What do you
Yeah,
mean
she's
you
a-
trained your daughter?
Whoops.
Jessica, think of the $2.
Brainwashed?
Jerry scares me as a woman. Yeah, I totally feel
Oh.
that.
Well, hey, it's I promise I'm good.
Oh, Jerry scares me as a man. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
like dude,
Well, that's just I'm
some
alpha.
crazy
That's unfortunate
shit.
for you.
alpha.
The fuck
What do
did
you
you just
fucking
say?
mean by alpha? That was the
What
most.
does it
I
mean
said
to be
I'm
an
alpha.
alpha
That's
male?
why I scare you.
Wait,
What
what
does
is
that mean to
what
be
do you
an
mean by
alpha
alpha?
Well, what do you mean by you scale, Deanie? What do you mean by I scale you? Answer that
because-
first, and I'll answer what alpha means.
Oh, of course, yeah. I don't mind detailing to you exactly why you're scary, right? With the de-evolution, right, of functioning members of our society, right, to become like these corpses of functioning humans that uphold anti-intellectualism and prejudice against everyone around them, and literally self-orientates around causing.
Can we
more
get some
harm through
Jerry
demeaning-
as betas in the chat, everyone? Can we get some
Can
Can we
Jerry
get
as
some
betas in
talking
the
over
chat?
Deanie
Demeaning
more?
and
Can we just keep
regressive
talking over
beliefs.
Dean?
Right, of course. Like the idea of more people being like you in society regressing to a point.
We
right,
know
where
we
there
need that
are
I'm
more
for
people
that
like you
nobody else is
terribly
for.
scary.
Cameras everywhere. I know there weren't 1986. That's unfortunate. Payoff. Like that's also why it was easier for cops to be terrible people. It was easier for women to accuse rich guys of penetrating them against their will silently in a dressing room.
Dude,
Can't
you
happen.
just have like such nefarious reasons for why you want things. Like it's just so ridiculous.
But I don't know. You guys just don't live in the
Mackenzie,
real
thank
world.
you for the $5 on Venmo. Alphas, don't
guys
say
have-
that they're alphas. Matthew,
guys have
thank you for
not
the
been to
$3
dressing
on
rooms?
Venmo for Jerry's snores. I
I just
agree
bought a
with you.
pair of
Thank you,
thanks.
Mackenzie.
Oh, that's a great one. That's a great comment. W's in the chat. So I was
good,
just gonna,
man?
I just bought some new Levi's.
Jerry, are you crashing out, bro? Are you okay?
No, I couldn't be closer to being on the road.
Did you
So-
drink
what?
like a couple Mountain Dews?
No, I no caffeine, no alcohol for me. I'm a Muslim and a Mormon.
What?
That's
But-
contradictory.
That's wait,
Well,
that can't
it's
be
a
the
hyphenate.
case.
It's a hyphenate.
Well,
is
you
what
cannot.
it is.
You cannot be.
You can't be the two.
Muslim and Mormon.
Jessica, thank you for the
simultaneously.
$3. Thank you so much.
Are you familiar with the Baha'i faith? I'm kind of inventing another religion of I'm bringing the best parts of all the religions, and one of them
It's,
is
it's
no
guy's
Baha'i.
got me trolling.
It's Baha'i, not Baja. It's not a Mountain Dew
crud.
flavor.
Thank you. I thought it was a
Literally.
blast.
Johan,
Adam,
thank you for the dollar. Thank you so
dollar.
much. Mo, thank you for
That's
the
why I
$5.
don't believe
Thank
them.
you
I think
so
they're
much.
part right. I'm changing it.
What the
But
fuck is going on?
this
here?
is not about my personal beliefs. Yeah, I'm Mormon and Muslim. Let's move on from that. It doesn't matter. This is about
That's
this is about-
that's completely incoherent. I hope you know
Yeah,
that.
that's the most incoherent shit I've ever heard.
I don't.
Also, can you name one
Second
Right.
Testament of Jesus Christ. That's what they call it.
Peace be upon him. I say.
Wait, what is the church called?
Church of Latter-day Saints, which I'm not a part of. I'm a part of a separate. I guess it's an
So then
offshoot.
you're,
In a couple
so you're
hundred
not
years.
a Mormon.
No, just as
Now
a
if you think of the
Catholic
dollar.
isn't considered a Christian. We still yeah,
think of the
I'm
manifesting.
I'm an offshoot of
Catholics
Mormonism.
are considered Christian.
Yes.
Well, then I guess I'm considered Mormon. Oh.
No, you're not.
Yeah. Well, thankfully you don't know me, but.
Xylem, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much.
But
Can you name
Dean, have you seen that video? Oh, thanks for the galaxy. Oh, that's the same one he just said. So, Dean, have you seen the video of Trump talking about to Netanyahu, like right in the room, saying you got to hold back on those
Carol,
settlements,
thank you
like
so much
stuff
for the
like
$10. Thank
kind
you
of
so much.
starting the negotiations.
Xylem, thank you so much for the galaxy.
ending something.
Aisha,
And then,
thank you
of
for the
course,
$10 on
No.
PayPal because Jerry is a
No.
weirdo and a creep. Thank
No,
you so much for the
he's-
$10 on PayPal.
It's a 40.
Aisha.
It's a 40-second video. and
Edward,
Parker
thank you for
refuses to
$3.
watch
Thank
it.
you so much. It's from 6 years ago. Thank you for the handout.
From
Thank you so much.
it's
This
from
is-
6 years ago, but then he
Yes,
brings up
this is
something
well-
from 15 years ago. It's valid.
Dude,
And
yeah,
then,
you
but
understand
there-
that it's
there
not
should be-
relevant to the. It's not relevant to what's happening today. That's what I'm saying.
But if I took 20
Thank
years,
you
it'd
for
be
shiny
okay.
airplane. Thank you so much, Xylem. Thank you so much. Well, if we're calling out SA, yes, absolutely.
All right. But at what point, Trump could have went to prison in 1986? Like if she would have come forward?
Jerry. 60
No, is that
percent
true?
of women.
Oh, then that's crazy. I mean, then shame on her. Like,
No,
shame on her.
Are you literally saying that we should shame the victim?
Only her.
disgusting.
Only her.
Oh my
She's a
God,
victim, so you're
gross.
saying shame the victim.
You- he's
I'm
liter-
also a victim, so
he's
I'm shaming
literally-
a fellow victim.
He's literally
Yes,
saying
you
That
come
doesn't
forward.
make it okay.
When a powerful
By the
person
way,
does something
victim
to
shaming
you,
is never okay.
well, in 1986 it was. I was me in the past.
Okay, so that's disgusting as fuck. I don't. Who cares, right? Wait, does that mean you should engage in that today, just because other people in the past did?
No, there should be camera footage and evidence everywhere where you could immediately. You don't want to go to your stepdaddy because your stepdad will make fun of you for coming forward about Donald J. Trump. That's a complete lie.
Brooke,
Like,
thank
come
you
on.
for $2. Thank you so much. You understand that there's like prevalent in society grape culture, like in people because of people like you don't come out.
Yeah.
Robert, thank you so much.
Like,
I appreciate
I also-
that.
Yeah,
Roberto, thank you for the
it took
$1.
a lot
Thank
for me
you.
to come out.
There's like societal like influences here that I don't think that you're really recognizing can be in play, right? And I think that what the fuck are you?
What are
doing?
you doing?
Me?
Yeah. Thank you for the
Nothing. What
elephant.
would you hear?
Dude, this guy's like doing some weird shit.
What? What's weird? No, I'm doing what? You heard noises? Sorry, I'm
Yes.
I'm walking through Burbank, California right now. I don't know. There's should be no noises. There's cameras all around me, as there should be. Always
the
have cameras
fuck?
around.
What?
I'm
the
for cameras. So is E. Jean Carroll for cameras being
Is this
everywhere
guy
like I am?
okay?
Is this dude?
I don't think this guy's okay.
I like what the fuck is going on?
I don't know.
Yeah, let's
Jerry,
deflect. Oh my God, let's just totally deflect when he brings up
Brady,
a really
thank
good
you for
point.
the $1.
You don't want cameras
Brian,
everywhere. You guys are
thank you.
both
Thank you.
rapists. Both
Brian,
you guys are
thank you for the
rapists. And you know
$5
cameras
on
everywhere
Venmo.
would show
I
you're
really appreciate
rapists.
you for the love. Let's get
What?
some W's in the chat.
We
for
never
Brian.
said that we just what, dude? You're fucking weird.
But you don't want cameras everywhere for some reason.
Wait, yeah, I don't want cameras inside of my house that the government
crazy.
can see. Like what?
No, only there's a crime.
What? What do you mean only if there's a
So
crime?
okay, if I break into your house
Amy,
in
thank
Los
you for
Angeles
$10.
tonight,
Thank you so much.
If I break into your house in Los Angeles tonight and I take off your shoes, or I take a pair of your shoes, you would have video evidence that you could say, hey cops, this guy
Why
named
can't I
Jerry.
just do it myself if I want? Why do they need to have it?
Why are they gonna? Do you have cameras?
I'm not telling you what I have.
Well, you don't, because you just said you don't. You don't want cameras in your house.
Lil, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Not the
You
not
should
the
put
government
cameras
has.
in your house.
Wait,
What the hell?
you think I want the government to have a camera over my bed seeing what I'm doing?
Only if Jerry
I'm good.
Weinfeld.
Pratik, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I'm
Only-
good. I don't want people in the government to be able to like literally watch me.
They can't.
yeah,
they
that-
can't.
nah,
I know. They can't. They can only if somebody breaks in and you need some evidence proven. That's the only time it can be shown. What are you talking about?
Okay, Jerry, dude? I actually think you're not okay right now. What is going
I'm bringing
on?
up so many good points. You just have no way to answer me because you're not smart. That's unfortunate for you.
You
I
just
hope
told
you get
Parker
brighter.
to put cameras in his house. How the fuck are you
Yes.
supposed to respond to that?
Well,
Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Are you like?
Well, success.
Diana, thank
every
you for the
successful
$5
person has
on
cameras in
Venmo.
their house.
What the fuck are you, dude? Listen,
I don't.
Linda,
You guys
think
need
of
to
the
talk to
$5
you
for
guys,
Kick Jerry.
You guys live in Los Angeles. I also live in Los Angeles. I have
I
some
am
of the
not
most
telling
powerful
you where I
famous
live.
friends. Well, you already said it
wait,
earlier.
who are your
you already
famous
said
friends?
it.
Who are your
I'm
famous
not,
friends?
yeah, I'm not going to be saying.
Tell
I'm
me
not gonna be saying.
who's your famous friends?
Well, I live in Los Angeles. You have famous friends too, I'm sure. Before you started TikTok, like you just run into people, you go to school
No, I
with
did.
them.
I did not have any famous friends. North
Whoops.
members,
Well,
thank you for the
that's-
subscription.
Well, that's unfortunate for you. So you never really been around super rich, successful people
Spencer,
who
thank you
have
for the
cameras
$5
everywhere.
on
Sean,
Venmo.
thank
I
you for
really
the $5.
appreciate you
Thank
for
you
the
so
love.
much.
Jerry, I actually have a question. What's
Lo,
your
thank you for the $5 for schooling this baby
Was it
back
me?
beta boy.
What's your relation with 4chan?
No, I've actually never used it because I thought I'd get addicted to it. I never wanted to try it. Reddit, I've never really messed with.
Bethany,
I'm
thank you
on
for the
there.
$5 for
But
how
I've
much to
used-
kick
done
Jerry.
a
I'll
couple
send it right
posts on
now.
Reddit.
I would do a pay to kick right now. Yeah.
I'm more of a TikToker.
How much? Give me a number, Dean. What should we do? Pratik, thank you for the $5.
30 cents.
30. That's
30.
crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Oh, you could say, yeah. That was a joke. That was a joke. This Jerry.
Yeah, Linz, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much, Katie.
So I
Thank you
just-
so
I
much
really
for the
hope at some
$20 for
point-
kick Jerry.
You guys watch that video of Trump and Netanyahu.
Yo,
and just see
Zylan,
what
thank you so much for the
kind of
sports
leader
card. Thank you
Kamala
so
would
much.
be
I
able to
appreciate
be.
it.
Dean, I guess that's what we were talking about. I don't know if you were
Harry,
watching
thank you
from
for
the
the
chat.
$1.
Wait,
Was
wait,
that,
guys.
30 cents. No,
I have.
actually, no.
Hey, Brian, thank you for the 30 cents on Venmo to kick
$5.
Jerry.
Bro, I think I do.
Thank you, everybody else giving me money. Huh? I'm wealthy as well.
Brittany, thank you for the $1.
Well,
Yeah, he's just weird.
I also
Did
have
Lala leave?
mod powers.
Nice.
I also have mod. I
Wait,
like.
let me ask him one question before we move on. Okay. Yeah, Jerry, can I ask you a question?
Oh, I would love for you to, and I'll answer it thoroughly.
Do you think violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns?
Here's the thing about
Actually,
I know,
everyone, you'd have to send 5150. There you go.
because I
Chase,
got a
thank you
big
for
thing
the-
with guns.
the
I have a sister
$5.
who was murdered by a
I have
gun
mod
guy.
powers
So
too. 5150.
yeah, guns are unfortunate. It's just it's too late. No, I'm anti-guns, but now it's too late. So now you're pro-guns. So it's unfortunate. So no, to your question, no, I think a violent criminal should be in prison for life. I'm against literally all forms of violence.
do you think violent sexual offenders should be not allowed to have guns? Autumn, think of the $1. For
A
Jerry's
violent
therapy
sex
fund.
offender should be in prison for life.
Paula, think of the $5. Thank you so much. So, yo, Daniel, thank you so much for the $51.50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Daniel. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Beautiful. What did I walk into? Bobby?
That was a good way to end it.
What the fuck did I walk into? I just strolled
I don't
in here.
know. I don't know, man.
Like my numbers were dropping. I was like, oh, Parker's probably alive. I'm gonna raid him. Then I walk into this shit.
Yo, it's a how old are you? I'm sorry for that, by the way. Yeah, how old are you, Brayton? Yeah, thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much. If you see anyone you want to bring up, go for it.
But if you guys are MAGA, just listen in the chat. We had a good stream today. We had a good stream today, though, huh, chat? Let's get some W's in that chat for the good stream.
That was
today.
that guest was wild.
Yeah, for real.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Apple user, I did invite you. Apple user, hi. You said that both me and
Kim, think of the hand heart.
Hi, Apple
Yo,
user.
Apple user, you said we're paid by the DNC?
Yeah, you
Yo.
said that. Why do you think me and Parker are paid
Michelle,
for
thank you for the
DNC?
9-month subscription.
I'm gonna make y'all some money right now. Listen, y'all are smart. Y'all are smart because trust me, I've been watching y'all for a minute now. And when people say you paid by the DNC, you don't hesitate to bring them up because you know that. I see you smiling. Look. I see. Hold on,
the
hold on,
DNC.
hold on.
Did you
Hold
know
on.
actually the DNC gives me extra checks for each time someone says
No,
DNC
hold
in the
on.
live.
So you like
So I have to get them to say DNC more times
Listen,
because then
reverse
it runs
psychology.
up the check, dude.
There's a reverse psychology. When somebody say you paid by the DNC, you know that the people watching gonna start sending out money. That's why you like it.
No, I just think it's funny that you guys are conspiracy
Anyways,
nuts.
Trump 2024, you're
Like you
So
gotta
why?
understand from our perspective, like the reason we think it's absolutely hilarious when people say that we're paid for by the DNC.
The Dean
and
NC.
and bring up those conversations a lot is because we know that we're not, because we are us.
Yeah, like I know, like it's the one conspiracy I'm 100% certain of that's not true. Like that's why it's
Yeah.
so funny to me. Thank you for the handouts.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, Michelle. And he ran away. The PNC.
The
Yo, it's a
PNC.
how old are you?
I'm 40. Hey, it's pallet management. That's who pays you.
Brandon.
Oh, okay. So what's our affiliation to pallet management?
Great question.
I don't know. You get paid by them.
We don't.
What's our affiliation? We have no affiliation with the
I-
pallet management.
Well, I know they sign checks.
We didn't sign anything with Palette Man.
Yeah, we're
know
not
you did.
associated. Brandon, we're just gonna go and clear this up. Listen, you might be able to say
Well,
that other creators in the space are associated with like palette management, like Harry and Chris, whatever. We're not.
Like we're literally not, dude. Like
I know, and it kind of like
we don't even have a management
Dean,
company.
you're right. Dean,
Kenna, thank you for the $5 from
you're
Palette
not.
Management. Thank you so much, Kenna.
And Kenna with a $5
Dean,
from Venmo on Venmo from the DNC as well. Double W's for Kenna.
Basically, Dean, see what you do is you pretty much ride Parker's balls, so you're not actually hired by him.
Well, that's also not true. I don't ride Parker's.
Yeah,
balls. Crazy thing, though.
I employ Dean. That's totally real.
You know what? That's what our old buddy QB used to say. You know who QB is?
What's up, guys? You know, I'm voting Trump. Why?
So
Yeah,
again,
I know
like,
what.
so why do you think that we're paid by Palette Management?
Bro, I'm just fucking with y'all.
Okay.
I was just fucking with y'all. Yeah, that's
Wait,
why.
are you
Yeah,
voting
I was just
Trump?
laughing about it. Yeah,
Why so?
I am. Yeah. Yes. What's that?
Why so? Jade, thank you so much for the subscription.
Well,
Christopher, thank you
I
for the
know
$5
this,
from the
man.
DNC.
I know that in the 90s, when we created NATO,
Jennifer, thank you for the $5 thanks for kicking Jerry.
Putin displayed his distaste for it, and told us don't move to the east, don't move 1 inch to the east, and we had
Betsy,
Kamala
thank you for the
Harris
$5 from
in
Project
her
2025.
wise thinking. Go
Wait,
to Ukraine and say, yeah, we'd love for you to have.
Oh my gosh.
We'd love for you to join NATO.
You know, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia joined NATO in the early 2000s, and that's on the border of Russia. And there was nothing.
I understand that. I do understand that. Yes, but see, they weren't hostile towards Russia like Ukraine.
What do you mean? So again, it's NATO.
Well-
You said NATO encroaching upon the border would lead to them invading a country.
Ukraine
That didn't
is the
happen.
nation. Yes, Ukraine. Listen, Ukraine is the nation. It's the corrupt nation that can be used by us like it has been. Putin's not stupid, bro. He's not stupid.
You are.
I mean, you guys might.
Chris Littlecrown, thank you so
No,
much.
I'm not. No, I'm not. Absolutely not. Why?
No,
why
so
did we
you're
send,
believing his propaganda.
Why did we? What do you mean? No.
Yeah, so-
there's nothing to- yeah, go ahead. I was in his propaganda. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's funny because the last Democrat president actually legalized propaganda.
Can you give me any source
Against
on
us.
that?
Yeah, Bill H414 or Executive H414, something like that. It's the Munson and something,
that has no. What is that?
Brandon, how many times have we spoke?
No, sorry, it's not Munson. Sorry, no, it's not Munson. It's well, yeah, but keep going.
It has nothing to do with this.
How many times have
1
we
second.
talked to one another, Brandon? I've talked to Brandon so much. He's a
okay.
frequent in my life.
Yeah, is he just like crazy?
Yeah, I usually don't have that much fun talking to him.
Okay,
I'm not
all
gonna
right.
lie.
All right. Oh, here, I've talked to this person before. Norma, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. I want you to talk to them, Dean.
All right, bet. What's up, Remy? How old are you? Oh, you're old enough. Okay, are you voting for Trump? Oh, okay, you're voting for Trump. You've talked to Parker. Okay, why are you voting for
Jack, thank you for the $15 as a conspiracy theorist who thinks both sides are horrible. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I love yours and Dean's podcast. Shows to get knowledgeable about Trump. That's the way I can unprogram people in my life. Base.
No, they ran.
From that suffer from Trump cult syndrome. Okay, yeah. All right, let's get another person. Yo, thank you so much, KTP. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Oh wait,
Friend, how are you?
What's up?
I said, how are you doing today, my friend?
Appreciate the play. Thank you
Frog,
so
have
much.
we talked before?
Yeah, I got booted for some reason. I can't remember what it was for.
Fun.
You all asked me what DNC was, and I couldn't remember. Now I know.
Oh, you're trolling. I forgot. This is a troll.
Everybody follow me. Everybody follow Anthony.
Oh, fuck you, Anthony. Fuck Anthony. He came up on my stream and he told everyone to follow him and he said Trump 2024. So then I was like, defend your view, buddy.
And you
And he
left.
just got it. Fuck you, Anthony.
Yeah, crazy. You know what's up, how old are you?
Hey, what's up? I want to use your platform to get rich like you guys. Fuck, I'm broke.
What?
Me and Parker are not rich. Maybe one day.
What? Dean, is that you typing?
That is not me typing. There's someone glitching to the live.
Jesus Christ.
Hi guys.
What's up, how old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump, yes. I'm from Massachusetts, and I've been listening to you guys for like the last hour or so. And I think that you guys have some really good points that you make. The only reason why I feel like I can't vote for Kamala, and I'm a woman, and I've been assaulted myself, is that I feel like she really she's just a puppet at this point.
Of whom?
And it's killing me because
Puppet of whom?
you know what? Not a puppet. I'm sorry. I feel like she's just a placeholder. Like she's just the person that.
Kelly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So we'll take the subscription. She's a placeholder? What makes you think she's a placeholder?
Well, I mean, I think that what ended up happening was, Joe Biden was doing so terrible, and then everything happened with Trump on July 13th. And then Biden said he wasn't going to run, and here comes Kamala. Kamala had nothing going for her. She was one of the first dropouts, in 2020. And now she's
been
here.
vice president. She influenced a lot of policy in Congress, like the
Okay, can you tell me-
infrastructure
can
bill,
you
the
do me a
Chips and
favor?
Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, also,
Can
do you
I-
know why she dropped out in 2020? To get a spot on Biden's campaign.
That's why she did. You know that 100%?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a question for you guys. Why is she flipping now to some of Trump's policy-esque, not his exact policies, but why is she now?
Great. Can I answer that?
Please do, and please do it, but not like I'm not being an asshole to you guys. So please don't be an asshole to me. Like I'm.
Yeah, you're talking about no tax on tips. So be per.
No, I'm not talking about no tax on tips. I'm talking about the border. Let's have that conversation.
So
What?
they actually tried to get something done with the border, and Trump undermined that.
No,
There was
but her recent comments as of the last 2 days, you guys must be up on this. Why is she now changing her script?
What is she saying now that she hasn't been saying prior?
Are you guys paying attention?
What do you think she's saying? I just want to hear.
Yeah.
No, I want to hear what you guys think she's
No.
not saying.
We
You think
asked
she's
you.
keeping the
We asked
same
you.
narrative?
Like I don't know what you're asking about.
I'm asking you guys, like, why?
Because
all
like
of a
we
sudden
asked
she-
about tax on tips.
I
We
don't
asked
care. I don't care
things
about tax on
immigration
tips.
that you're referencing.
Tax on tips has it's absolutely zero to me whatsoever. Is tax on
Really?
tips.
Nothing?
Are you like talking about like the TV ad that she's been running about how like she like supports like more funding to the border and like Trump doesn't?
Did you guys just not like watch the last couple of things that came up about her?
Well,
Like the things that she's
I
saying
think
that sound
is this what you're
exactly like
referencing?
Trump's narrative?
I'm like, oh, and please stop the guessing game and just inform us about what
Well,
statements.
no,
you're
because
referring
she's
to.
your candidate. So I want to understand from you. You must know exactly what it is that she's.
Listen. I'm trying to ask you questions to gauge what
Yeah,
you're
we
referencing
just want you to be specific.
Well, she's definitely been 100% switching to thinking that we need stronger border control, which is not what she said previously.
She's been doing that for a while.
No.
The border
No,
bill
no,
that
no,
they were
no.
trying to influence in
when was
Congress.
the last time that she
The
said
border
she
bill they were
wanted
the border
more
bill
control?
the border bill they were trying to influence in Congress. That specifically was a conservative border bill. Right, that was literally made by a conservative.
That was
Langford?
Trump endorsed. And he was
Andre,
one of
think of the $3.
And by the way, another fun fact about Langford, he was one of the 11 Republican senators that actually supported Trump's attempted coup to overthrow the government. Fun fact. So he's like very pro-Trump.
Okay. I just, honest to God, I just feel like I really want to know from you guys.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, please do.
Why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist and has a terrible track record of treatment towards women, including the sexualization of little girls and violent sexual abuse and rape of an adult woman.
Okay. All right. Am I going to be able to answer it without being interrupted, or are you guys going to jump all over me while I speak?
I'm going to get into that. I won't interrupt you.
Why are you so angry?
I'm not
No,
angry at all. I've listened to you guys over the last couple people, and I feel like they haven't been able to get what they want to say out there. So if you're going to interrupt me and jump all over me, then I'm not going to say anything.
Would you
Alright,
prefer a Kleenex?
Crazy.
Oh, really? There you go. So why, if you can't be mature about it?
That's pretty funny. Do you want to answer the question though?
I'm happy to answer the question. So I don't feel in any way, shape, or form that Donald Trump is a good person, nor do I feel like he portrays himself or America in the way that he should. I think it's terrible the way that he talks to people and talks about people.
Okay, so why are you voting for him?
I'm voting for him because I cannot go with how left this administration has become. Like, look at
what's one policy that they influenced to get passed that you thought was too left?
Andre, thank you for $3. Giles, thank you for the 3-month subscription.
What do you mean, what policy have they passed? Look at all the things that are
I like how they say they're too left, but then also agree with Trump too much, and they're stealing his policies. So are Trump's policies socialist?
No. So, do you guys pay bills? Like actual bills?
Dear God. Yes, we pay actual bills, man.
You do like you guys pay bills, like you don't just live in your parents' basement or anything like that?
Yep.
Oh, so someone's fucking pissed. Someone is terribly mad, but no.
I'm not mad.
Should I say that I live in my parents' basement just so you get more mad at me?
Yeah.
No, I just want to know, like, do you guys actually pay bills?
Yes, Samantha, we
not
pay
a
bills.
single bill do I pay.
That's hilarious.
Okay.
Not at all.
Figures. That makes sense, Parker. Anyway.
I have 10 kids and I pay no bills.
You can't even be serious. All I'm saying.
What are you talking about? I have 10 children.
He's being
so here's
dead
something
serious,
recently
bro.
that's happened in Massachusetts. Okay?
Dina's met my 10 kids.
I've met them all.
Are you guys going to shut the fuck up and let me answer the question?
Are you going to try to
thank you for the
track with the debate? Are you going to track with the debate, or are you going to keep talking about how young we are and how we don't pay bills? Like, bro.
Anyway,
please.
so recently I want to know from you, okay? And Massachusetts is a very left state. So I live in the western part of the state, right? And this month, just throwing it out there, this month
Matthew,
on
thank you for
my
the $5. Thank you so much. Kenna, thank you for the $5 for child support. What's up?
All right, you guys can just drop me, honestly. If you can't like just talk, if you can't just listen, like just drop me. Go.
We're listening. Go for it.
Go
for it. It's fine. It's okay.
No, go ahead. I'm good. You can just drop me from it. It's fine.
No, we're waiting.
Okay, so for instance, this month alone, right? In the last 2 months, my electric bill here in Massachusetts has charges on it. Do you want to know what those charges are?
What is that?
So right now, my supply that I get is less than what I get for delivery. I have charges on it for EV charging stations in Massachusetts, right? I don't know.
Jessica,
vehicle, so why am I paying for that? And then today
That's in the infrastructure bill, ma'am.
Okay, and who passed that?
That was passed by the Biden-Harris administration.
And so why should I have to pay if I don't own a EV vehicle?
Because this is how we engage with infrastructure. Like, for example, Samantha. Wait. Why do I have to? Wait, listen. Why do I have to pay for the firefighters in a different state? Why do I have to pay for? Why do I have to pay for
a different state?
Listen. Why do I
explain? No, explain yourself. Where are you paying?
Ryan, thank you for the $25. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo, Ryan.
Federal
income chat for the $25.
The entire country.
Yes. Wait. Yes. You understand? Federal grants go to pay for firefighting, right?
That's grants.
Yeah, that federal grants come from the federal government. Listen,
you're not paying that.
Ma'am, can you chill for a second?
No, because
federal
you're saying
grants,
that you're paying for something
ma'am,
that
listen to what I'm saying.
Not.
Listen, ma'am, listen. Right, federal grants come from the federal government. I pay federal income tax. Right, so that's what pays. That's what pays the stuff for other people in other states. Listen, Samantha, please. I'm gonna mute you, Samantha. You are a child. Listen to what I'm saying, okay? Stop interrupting, please. Right? Again, the money that I'm referencing doesn't just come from the air. It comes from federal income tax. Again, we pay for these types of things. That's totally fine. I don't care. There is infrastructure that I'm paying for in Massachusetts. There's infrastructure that all of us are paying for, right, in Wyoming. There's infrastructure all around the country that we don't specifically see. Again, that helps the entirety of the country, not just me specifically. That's what we're advocating for. Danielle, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I live in Massachusetts, and she's lying. Oh, that's okay. That's crazy.
Another.
Bethany, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Beth, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Beth. Can we get some W's for Beth in the comment section right now? Colin, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Donovan, thank you so much for the $10 just to piss her off. Thank you so much. And Jessica, thank you for the $5.
And another point that I'd like to bring up here, I think it's funny that you're uncomfortable with wanting to pay into the infrastructure bill that help build up local communities and stimulate the economy to create more jobs, but then you'll turn around and vote for Donald Trump,
Who wanted the infrastructure bill.
who made you pay 1.6, who made the country pay $1.6 trillion for tax cuts for rich people making over $400,000 a year. So are you comfortable with your taxes paying into debt-related spending surrounding tax cuts for rich people?
Samantha, you can unmute your mic. Click on the profile picture in the bottom right, and then click on the microphone. Samantha?
What's better? $1 trillion for local communities across the U.S. to stimulate their economies to make
click
construction
your
jobs?
profile picture, Samantha, and then click the microphone, Samantha.
Or $1.6 trillion for tax cuts for the ultra wealthy?
Oh no, I
Which
don't
one?
think she knows how to do it. Marco, thank you so much for the $25 daily 50-50. Thank you so much for the $25. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. Follow me here if you haven't already, everyone. We got the main account back. You can also check out the video that I just posted, the rally video. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Wulia. Thank you so much
Samantha,
for the subscription.
do you
She figured it out.
Do you want to respond to my question there, Samantha?
So my question to you is...
No. I asked you a question.
Well, I tried to listen to what you were saying, but this guy over here is accepting donations left and right, so I can't hear what both of you guys are saying.
Listen,
so...
Parker will hold off reading them. I'll repeat my question. Parker will hold off reading
I just want to make one comment. You're
No,
comparing
one
life-saving measurement.
Danny, thank you for the subscription.
I will gladly pay any grant, any tax,
Martin, thank you for the
anything like
$5.
that.
Thank you so much, Martin.
Okay, all right, there you go.
They wanted me to interrupt you.
Thank you so much.
Samantha, listen. Parker will not read off his donations for like 30 seconds.
I'm
so
just
now
trying
you're
to say,
interrupting.
like,
Now you're interrupting.
No, because you fucking muted me or whatever. So now I'm responding and I'm saying that the difference between a EV tax that I have to pay versus a tax that has to do or whatever, a fucking grant that you guys are talking about, firefighters. I will gladly pay that grant. I will gladly pay
Exactly.
and that way it does. And it's how there's ever a fire in either of you guys' basements. The firefighters can come down and make sure that you guys are all safe when they get out all your stuffed animals.
Exactly.
Okay, so you're fucking pissed. Anyways, so the infrastructure bill invested $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to spur economic development, stimulus, and to create new jobs. Meanwhile,
oh yeah, how'd that go? How'd that work out? All of it went to the migrants. All of it went to housing migrants.
Name one federally funded program to house undocumented migrants.
No money left. All of that money.
Samantha, name one federally funded program to house undocumented migrants.
You want me to name one? I can tell you.
Sierra, thank you for the $2. Sierra, Lou, thank you for the $6.68.
Let me just pull that fucking name of that bill and that fucking.
Because it doesn't exist. Because it doesn't exist, silly Samantha.
What are you talking about? It doesn't exist. You're telling me that there's no federally granted money here in the state of Massachusetts to Maura Healey and everybody else around here that isn't being used to house migrants? Fuck you. You're full of shit. How about that?
Actually, he's right.
He's not right.
Samantha, that's your state policy.
No. So now you guys are so funny. Listen to you guys. You're talking about how you pay federal
Can we get some baby bottles for Samantha in the chat?
Yes, please do. You know why? Because
Jay, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo to interrupt Samantha. I really appreciate you. Oh, you're crashing out. Jay, though, seriously, thank you for the $10. W's for Jay. Guys, please show some love to Jay. He deserves justice.
It's so funny to me listening to you two guys. Anyway, listen,
do you want to give us like an argument? Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Beautiful.
You know what? You guys have convinced me so much this last 5 minutes that I've been chatting with you.
Gail, thank you for the $6.66.
I'm so excited to go and cast my fucking ballot.
Rapture.
She can't even get it through. MAGA Mobile.
After I cast my ballot for Kamala, I'm going to go and I'm going to move into my fucking parents' basement just like you guys. So I don't have to pay any of my own fucking bills. And then I'm going to start a little fucking TikTok bullshit.
Thomas with the $10 on PayPal to call her a Karen. Thank you so much for the $10, Thomas.
Thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much, Christy.
W's for Thomas and Christy. Shut up, Samantha.
She's so mad. She's so mad.
Come on, guys.
She's so mad.
Nelly with the $5 on Venmo as well to shut Samantha up. Thank you for the love, Nelly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes,
I'm so happy for you guys. Listen, can I tell you something?
Samantha's crashing out.
I seriously wish that. I seriously wish
You're
that
like
when
actually
I was your
crashing.
age,
Did you just drop a cup in your house?
I seriously wish that when I was your
You
age,
like
I
actually
figured out
like
or I had
literally
the
like not
access-
even metaphorically. She literally just crashed out.
I didn't crash out. I'm right here.
Lauren, thank you for the $4.80. Thank you so much, Lauren.
Can you hear me?
Kenichi, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for voices like nails on a chalkboard.
I'm right here.
Christine,
not
thank you
rough.
so much for the $10 for crashing out. Samantha, I appreciate you for the love.
Samantha, what were you saying?
W's for Christine. And Martin, thank you for the $5 on
I
Venmo.
gotta
Can I
give
get a
you
woo
guys
for the
some
crash
props,
out?
though.
Thank you for the love, Martin and Christine.
I honestly feel like, hello?
Yeah, what's
Can
up?
I say
you
something?
gotta do what?
I gotta give you guys some props, okay? Seriously, because you guys are younger. You're doing your thing. You're making your money, and you're.
Vanessa, thank you for the $5. Noberto, thank you so much for the $10.
And
Thank
I think
you.
it's great.
Emily, thank you so much for the
Anthony,
$10
thank you
on
for the
Venmo for
$5.
Samantha's temper tantrum. W's for Emily in the chat for Samantha's.
Amber, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Amber.
Thank you, Emily.
I'm really not having a.
She's literally complimenting me.
I'm really not having a
Live on air.
temper.
Thank you so much.
I just think it's funny just listening to you guys.
Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much.
I have a question for you guys. Do you guys also, outside of this, you have like full-time, like actual jobs?
No,
Wait,
we only have
this
one
is
job.
this is an actual job. This is my job.
Yeah, we
Okay,
only have
and-
one job. This is our one actual job. Crazy, like just, like the average American, we only work one job. We don't work two. This is our only one job.
Brenda, thank you for the $1.30. Thank you so much.
Wow.
And
Courtney, thank you
do-
so much for the $30. They said that you're white and privileged. Yeah, thank you so much, Courtney. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So what's the issue with the one actual job that we work? I have a lot
I'm
of
not
fun.
saying that there's any issue with it. I just didn't know like what your.
Melanie,
What-
thank you for the
what your
$25 for the
actual life
basement
really
bills.
like.
Thank you so much. Emily, thank you for the $10 for my boss. Thank you so much. Wait, are you mad that we like live in the basement, get paid by the Illuminati and DNC, and get checks from Taylor Swift?
Yeah, Taylor Swift. Don't forget about Taylor Swift. Thank you, Parker.
Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Sarah. Son, thank you for the mirror bloom. Thank you so much.
Yo, Milady, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for the basement bills. Let's get at least 100 billion trillion W's for Milady in the chat for the $25 for the basement bills.
Lindsay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. They said you're jealous. Jakari, thank you for the $5 for the employee of the month bonus. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm expecting at least 100 billion trillion W's down below, guys. Where are we at?
Samantha, you okay? Thank you for that.
Samantha, I just want to double check on you.
I'm just listening and I'm reading all the comments. They're fucking great.
Yeah, what's so great about them?
It's just funny. I want to read. Like
Thank you
it's
for the
interesting
compliment.
to read what people have to say and what people think. Like I've
Courtney,
never really.
thank you
been
for
in-
the $60. Thank you so
Holy
much.
shit.
Can we get some W's for
It's like
for
bingo
Courtney
for
in the
you
comment section right now? Thank you so much, Courtney,
Holy
for the $60 for
Holy cow,
Uncle
dude.
Samantha. Thank you so much.
dude, W's for Courtney chat.
It's funny. Like I
Finn,
feel
thank
like
you for the $5 on
I've
Venmo for the
told enough
basement
at
bills.
least
That is
over,
going
like-
to go straight to the posters. And Sarah with a $1 on Venmo saying, "I'm from Massachusetts. My vote will cancel hers out." W for Sarah. What
Yeah,
was
let's
that,
go.
Samantha?
Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much.
I
Wait, so
apologize for
Samantha,
interrupting
you're
you.
voting Kamala Harris, right?
Yes, I am. You guys convinced me. I'm super pumped.
Yes, you should do it.
Absolutely.
Adam,
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
I'm in
Samantha,
Massachusetts.
you
It
go.
doesn't really matter.
Yeah, don't vote for like the person who's held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for complete total shutdown Muslims entering the country, literally has a history of misogyny, racism, right? Denied science, literally said that climate change isn't caused by humans, right? So many fantastic, tremendous, incredible, bigly winning things.
Yeah,
Salty,
Samantha,
thank
I
you so
agree.
much. Appreciate it.
Samantha, are you a
I'm not
Christian?
Olivia,
voting
thank you for the
for that
$5 for Samantha's new baby bottle.
Samantha, are you
I'm
a
not
Christian?
voting for that guy.
Are you a Christian?
Am I a Christian?
Yeah.
Samantha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I'm ashamed of my name now. Yeah.
Yo, Samantha, are you a Christian?
I'm not answering that.
Okay, so the answer
Yeah,
is yes.
she definitely is.
Remember what God said. See, God's gonna save America, not a man. What you need to do is don't vote, but pray. Right? Pray to God to save this country. Don't vote. Right? It's all rigged
Pray.
anyways. I need you to pray.
Leave it in God's hands. Okay.
Yeah, leave it in God's hands.
Leave it in God's hands.
Brad, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo to keep Samantha out of the basement. Thank you so much for the $20, Brad. And Emma, thank you for the $7 and the 77 cents on PayPal saying make sure to tell the tax man that this is not a real job. Thank you so much, Alex
it's so real.
and Brad. I appreciate you, Alex and Brad.
You tax man, this is not a real job. Not a real job. So can I not pay taxes now?
Not a real job. Not a real job.
I didn't say you guys didn't pay taxes or anything like that.
Your birthday, thank you for the $10 on Venmo from God. Thank you for
Samantha,
the $10.
can you define to me what a real job is?
That's funny. From God.
I didn't ask you. I just asked if you guys worked like
what's
a
a real job?
income job.
Yeah, this is a real income paying
what you're
job.
doing is a real job. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So then you saw it. Kate, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much.
Why is it that every single thing that I've said, you guys think I'm meaning to take a shot at you just because I felt like I wanted to say what I wanted to say about
Why are you changing the script now?
Yeah, earlier, didn't you literally tell us to shut the fuck up and you told us that we lived in our parents' basements?
Well, I mean, you guys still, I mean, I get it. Like, it's okay that you live in your parents'
Joshua, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
And I'm
There
fine
we
with
go.
that, and I think
There
it's
we
good.
go.
Courtney, thank you so much for the
You guys
$30 for
know
Trump
you
supporters smelling fish.
neither
Thank you
of you
so
guys
much.
have
Give me some
like
W's for
something
Courtney in the comment section. Thank you so much.
There we go.
I'm just
It all
asking.
comes out. What
What'd you say, Samantha?
What?
What'd you say, Samantha?
Joshua, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, and Alex, thank you for the $1 and the 20 cents. Let's get some W's for Joshua and Alex. I really appreciate you guys.
Oh, she left. She
left.
ran away. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Liza, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. All right. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Yo, thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. If you see anyone, add them up, Dean, by the way. Yo, what's
Dude.
up? How old are you?
I got you, dude.
I know, right? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. Morgan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah,
if
thank you for
you
the
guys
hat
are
mustache.
MAGA,
Thank you so
let
much,
us know in the
Hiker.
chat. If you guys are MAGA, let us know in the chat. We're going to be inviting y'all up. Lisa, please join. I got you with an invite.
Someone
Let
said there's
me
feedback.
in.
Dean, do you hear any feedback? Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much.
I actually do. I do hear a little bit of feedback. It's
Is it
not
better
that
now?
bad, though.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Hello?
Yo.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Well, for some of the main reasons, I actually was just listening to you guys, and I just had something to say. So I feel like when you started naming off all the stuff.
Are you voting Trump?
In terms of, yes, I am. Yes.
Why so?
In terms of all the stuff that you named off, like of him being a racist, of him being charged with the 34 and being found guilty and stuff like that. So I have a question. If I showed you a similar case of what Hillary Clinton did in the 2016 election that is literally the same thing, would you concede that she should be charged with the same crimes as well?
Yeah, if she falsified business records with the predicate crime of election interference, I would say she should be charged with the same thing. Lily, thank you so much for the $3, Thank you so much. Courtney, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, Courtney, tell me in the comment section right now for sure. Thank you so much, Courtney.
We're waiting, Will.
All right. You can look it up as well. This article says Clinton campaign DNC fined by FEC for lying about Steele dossier payments.
So
You ready for me to read it?
what was the business?
I'll tell you here in a second.
No,
I'll
just
read
tell
it
me
all
the
for
business
you.
right now.
You don't want to listen to it?
Oh, it sounds like the DNC fined them. Like, so what happens is
No,
like
the
one
FEC
private-
the FEC fined the DNC. Do you want me to read it to you?
Oh wait, yeah. Well, there was the repercussions, right? So they made a false report to the FEC, right, a government entity, and then they got fined for it.
What was it? What was the fine for? The FEC said Clinton and the DNC claimed the money given to Perkins Coie to hire Fusion GPS.
Tim, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate Tim.
Are you really trying to interrupt me right now?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Was
bro.
reported on disclosure forms as having gone toward legal advice and services rather than opposition research. So you tell me, when they label the payments as what is it? Legal advice and services, and it was actually opposition research, which is what you guys are basically saying.
Under what business?
This is all to do with the Steele dossier.
No, but what business?
Compilation. What are you talking about?
Yeah, what business? What was the business?
The business was to find dirt on Trump.
What business? What was the business filing? Like under what company? What was the incorporation?
It says here the DNC paid more than $1 million combined to powerful Democratic law firm Perkins Coie, which engaged Fusion GPS to dig for dirt on Trump.
So was that you said it was falsification of the business records? You said it was a falsification of business records. I'm asking you, what's the business? Drew, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I'm telling you, the business is.
And Drew said, "Will convince me not to vote for Hillary."
It as legal advice. Are you not understanding that?
You've convinced me not to vote for Hillary.
Yeah, you've really convinced me not to vote for Hillary, Will.
You're doing great.
I'm just saying this is the exact same thing, but you don't want to point the finger at Hillary, and you're just
okay. Point the Hillary for prison. Hillary for prison.
Hillary for prison. Hillary for prison. So Will, yeah, why are you voting for Trump?
Well, for one, I know that Trump doesn't pander to black people.
Because he's active.
I can literally show him multiple videos of him literally pointing and being like, "This is my African American over here."
Oh, I got one better for you. Can I show you the camera? Can I show you the camera?
Yeah, please.
All right. How do I do that?
So not only does he pander to black people, but he's actively racist towards black people.
Oh yeah.
If Kamala Harris is like in the settlement, then you won't get this or you.
Give me
won't
one
get
second.
This. It was a hot.
Oh, give me a second for the advertising. Basically, I'll give you the context to it right now. So basically, she was on the Breakfast Club when she was doing the 2020 presidential run, and Charlemagne asked her what she was listening to while she was high, and the only time she claimed that she was high.
Oh, wait! You can't say that on live. I actually have to kick you off. So I will tell people she was referencing the music she listens to right now, right? Because she was asked a question right before this. Then she was asked this question, and she didn't respond to that question. She responded to the first one. So you can't say that on live, everyone. You can't refer to that.
You can also use like context clues to get that up, because in her response, she also said that she liked.
Yo, how's it going?
Yeah, you voted Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why so? Go for it, Dean.
I'm just hoping you guys get a cure for your mental illnesses, because you guys are a bunch of pussy ass faggots. Like, I'd be the fuck out
you just needed a slur for no reason. You're like a weirdo.
Really representing the MAGA voter base terribly today, I see.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Are you voting for Trump?
Hello. Yes, sir.
Why so?
That's because if you do your research, and I'm going to give you one reference, and you can pull it up on your computer, Judge Joe Brown, Kamala Harris, he was a well-known lawyer in California during the West One bank failure. He is very familiar with pimps and hoes, and he says Kamala is a hoe, and he knows a hoe when he's...
Oh my gosh, bro.
But listen,
okay, I got an actual question. I want to address that, bro. I have a fucking
misogyny is crazy, dude.
Yeah, can I ask you a question real quick?
Kamala Harris on YouTube.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Great. I'm so excited to ask you a question. So this is just an example of the true impact of misogyny. What do you think the right's response would be, what this guy's response would be, if Kamala Harris had like 5 children with 3 different men? What do you think the response would be if Kamala Harris had cheated on every single husband she had, one with a P star?
When his wife was pregnant, by the way.
Yeah,
oh shit, dude! Oh
like,
shit!
what do you think their fucking response would be, bro? No, you're just a misogynist.
Donald Trump's
just mean women.
Donald Trump's such a. What you fill in the blank for me?
Watch Judge Joe Brown, Kamala Harris on YouTube.
Oh wait, he can't say it. So Donald Trump is a. Come on, H. O. Are you gonna say it? Are you gonna say it? You can't do it. You can't do it. Because he only applies it to women. That's called misogyny.
Yeah,
that's called misogyny. Misogyny.
Are you too busy to pull up Judge Joe Brown?
Dude, you're too busy to acknowledge even if this were true, appreciate the sunglasses, thank you so much. It would apply to Donald Trump 3 to 5 million times more.
Yeah, dude, it's just terrible. It's actually terrible. Yes, your best argument. Your best argument for voting for the convicted felon, rapist, wannabe dictator, fascist liar is that Kamala Harris has slept with men.
Like what, bro? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I guess sleeping with men is the devil. Remember, women, never sleep with men. Never sleep with men, because that's really bad to do. It's so bad. Never sleep with men, women. Never do it. It's so bad. Men think the Trump supporters think it's terrible. Never make such a terrible decision. Jesus Christ, dude.
Seriously, they're just trying to predispose people for them being very bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They said don't subject yourself to that. I'm just a Trump supporter anyway. You know what I mean? Don't subject yourself to that. All right, let's get the next person up here. Hold up, I had like a funny one. There was a person with a fish. I was about to add up.
Oh, hey, okay, bet I could help. If you're MAGA, let us know down below. We're gonna try to pull up our next guest here.
Yeah, seriously. W lesbians. That's like that you get around their get around what they said there. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next individual, y'all.
Well, no, because misogyny is a double-edged sword. Because if a woman doesn't sleep with men, they go from being an HOE to a tease.
Yo.
Okay?
Yo,
misogyny always finds its way. It's really gross.
Are you voting Trump?
I don't know who to vote. Why don't you convince me?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? And Kimberly, think of the $10 for W lesbians.
Is that proved?
He was held civilly liable, yes.
I don't know. Probably not.
No? Okay. Then don't vote for Trump. Look up Trump libel essay. There you go.
Beautiful. Speed
run. Beautiful speed run. Honestly, we should just start knocking on doors and saying that. Dude,
I know,
seriously, bro. I think we would literally convince a bunch of people knocking on doors.
I want to do something for the voter base that hasn't made a decision yet. I would love to do something for them.
Yeah, I'm down to do that someday. I'll join up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you want to host it, I'm down to join.
Bet. Yeah, I'm really down to do that one of these nights.
Yo, Victoria, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. On near election day, I was gonna do one of go out and vote.
Good idea.
Okay.
All right, I got you. I'll help. I'm sorry. I'm being lazy. Got you. All right, we got our next guest loading up for the 8.1 thousand people in here. Make sure to double tap on that phone screen if you want to support either myself or Parker. We both have our Venmos, PayPal.
Everyone also follow me here if you have not already, y'all. We got the main account back, thankfully.
Oh, same.
Yo,
same,
what's up,
guys. I'm going to be streaming on my main account from now on. Follow me here if you haven't already.
Hello? Do you hear them? Yeah. Hey, person who's typing right now, can you back out of the live, please? You just typed twice.
UK's better than America, mate.
Of course, yeah, I did just hear you. By the way, the person who said "yo," I did just hear you. Can you swipe out of the app and then swipe back in? Yeah, you have to turn off TikTok and then come back into the app. Do you know how to do that? I think they figured it out.
Cool.
Me, Elaine?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
No, I'm 58. I have no idea.
Oh, don't worry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
44.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Of course, Craig. Of course,
he's a rapist.
What did you say?
Because he's a rapist. Of course.
Okay, so like you're just.
I'm not voting for Trump. I'm just joking, man.
I was about to say, dude. Yikes.
I've actually.
Yes. Hello.
I think
hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why so?
Absolutely. First of all, let's try to have a conversation where you don't say anything bad about Trump and just talk about your own party and those good things. I'm sick of the script that I always hear. And first of all,
okay, Eric. So let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation where you don't say a single thing bad about Harris, okay? Or Walz.
Done. Deal.
Okay.
So first of all, my Cash App is WIZERKS.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kicking you just for saying that. Ice Queen, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much.
I don't know if like anyone else in here, ever played like Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon, but you'd have like certain trap cards to limit your opponent's abilities. That's like the vibe I get when people say you can't say anything bad about Trump.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35. Can you hear me?
You voting Trump?
Hello.
Yeah, you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why is that?
Let's talk about the LGBTQ debate.
Yes.
What about it?
Where's your stance on transgenders in sports?
Oh, I don't know why this would be the biggest issue. I think that trans people should be able. I don't know. You should say transgenders, trans people, or transgender people. You can say that. It's a really weird way to reference trans people. Now, I do believe that they should be able to be in sports. Yeah, like trans women should be able to play in women's sports, especially if they've been after 2 years of HRT, because like, the biological differences aren't relevant enough to segregate people.
You don't think the biological difference is significant?
I have a question back. I have a
Not after
question
multiple
back
years
to
of
your
HRT.
response. What percentage of the population is trans?
Oh, it's probably extremely low.
Okay,
What
so
do you
then
think it is?
so then why do you think this is a big issue?
Well, I'm a new father. I have a 3-month-old now.
Wow.
3-month-old girl.
So why don't you care more about the child tax credit that they're advocating for than like trans people being in sports?
Well, I do care about the child tax credit. I think that's a good thing. But
okay, so then you should vote for Harris, right?
No,
she's advocating for 6,000 for the first year of their life.
I mean, both sides are pandering to that.
Wait, I actually have a question for you that aligned with our conversations about like trans individuals. So, would you say that like trans women shouldn't be able to enter into women's restrooms?
Yes.
And I'm guessing you'd probably say that because like you're transphobic and you don't think trans women are women, right?
No, I don't. No, I don't think that.
Okay, so then how do you feel about like
Cupcakes? Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much.
I
So then how do you feel like about like an actual man, like Donald Trump entering into little girls' changing rooms?
Yes, that is
inspecting them while they change.
Yes, that is insane. That is wrong. That is bad.
So you're gonna vote for the guy that boasted to Howard Stern on SiriusXM about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA to inspect them.
I am voting for Donald Trump. Yes.
So you want to like demonize and further marginalize like 0.05% of our population, and you want to make that your main issue when they're just trying to live their life.
It's not my own.
Leave them alone. But then you turn around and you vote for the guy that is committing a legitimate systemic social
It is not my
legal
only
attack
issue.
on the rights of all 170 million American women and girls.
It is not my only issue, but you honestly don't think that there is a massive difference in physicality of a biological man compared to a woman, even after hormones?
Okay, so again, do you think that you'd vote for someone who walks into changing rooms of naked teenage girls?
Why are you? Can we talk about what I'm talking about?
No, can you answer my question?
I already said that. I think that's wrong.
No, you wouldn't.
I already said I think that is wrong. I am voting for him. I think that is wrong.
Okay, so would you vote for someone who's done that?
I am voting. So yes, I am voting for Donald Trump.
Okay, so why would you vote for that?
Because
you were making this as a big issue, and now you're saying you'd vote for someone who's an adult man that's walked into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls against their consent.
Can we focus on what?
Wait, to clarify, you are still going to vote for them?
I am voting for Donald Trump.
Okay, so you'd vote for someone who walked into changing rooms of naked teenage girls against their consent.
I mean, you're speaking. Are you speaking hypothetical here?
No,
Like,
this is literally what he did. He bragged about it on Sirius XM with Howard Stern.
I am voting for Donald Trump.
So you would vote
Would you
for
vote
someone
for-
who was a man who walked into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls against their consent?
Then why the hell do you turn around and act like you give a damn about women's rights?
Yeah.
I am voting for Donald Trump.
He's got some programmed response. I am voting for Donald Trump.
You have a program response.
I am voting for Donald Trump.
Listen,
I am voting for Donald Trump.
I want to talk about the physical differences between men and women. Let's use Leah Thomas as an example. She's the poster child.
You just wanted to come up here to be transphobic. It's a broken record. You don't give a shit about women. All of those cis women who you virtue signal on behalf of to demonize the trans community, you don't fucking care about them.
Listen,
or you
listen,
want to be
I'm not
voting for a
transphobic.
rapist.
I'm not.
You don't care about them, or you want to be voting for the womanizer.
Listen,
you don't care about them,
Can I
or you
speak?
want to be voting for the person that has sexualized little girls.
Who's trying to take away their rights?
Can I speak?
Exactly.
Can I speak? I am not transphobic at all. Listen, I want you to listen. Just listen. If Leah Thomas was here at my house, welcomed, I would address her appropriately. I even say it right there, her appropriately. But that does not mean I'm okay with her entering women's sports. I am not transphobic at all. I'm talking strictly from.
Why do you do you even watch women's sports? Can you name me one women's sports team?
Whatever.
Can you name me one women's sports team in any sport?
Probably, yes.
Name me one.
I have no idea.
Thank you for the hand. Thank you so much. So shut the fuck up. You don't care about women's sports, dude.
Listen. I'm
not transphobic, but I don't care about women's sports yet. I'm still saying that this is the biggest issue that I need to vote for Trump for. Who's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse of a woman, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, wants to strip women of their rights, has a huge history of misogyny, racism, right? Denies climate change caused by humans.
Can we
Then even if we just like want to reference
girls.
Can we talk
then
about
even if
the
we just
physical
want to
differences?
even if we just want to reference like this one little point that you keep incessantly like ping-ponging back to about trans women and women's sports, here's me and Parker's principle, right? So we'd say that trans women do not have an unfair biological edge over cis women after about 2 to 3 to 5 years of HRT, and we'd see that professional sports leagues such as the NCAA or Olympics uphold these standards for trans women to qualify to compete within their leagues, as that is what would qualify them, right? And like, you know, of course, it's funny, right, that you would say that trans women have this unfair biological advantage over cis women that they don't
Melissa,
have,
think of it
but then
$10.
turn around and say nothing about Michael Phelps, who has winged, webbed fingers and toes in like a 90-foot fucking wingspan. Okay, right? I've never heard you say anything about his unfair biological
Or
advantage.
LeBron James, who quite literally is like 39 years old, the best player on Team USA. Like, what the fuck?
Listen.
Exactly.
There is a major biological difference. One,
What
no
is
matter,
it?
no matter.
What 39-year-old could be the best player on Team USA?
Listen,
please.
I don't care how many hormones you take. Leah Thomas is a swimmer. One of the biggest assets of a swimmer is their lungs, is their aerobic ability. No matter how many hormones you take, a man has a higher ability in aerobic sports than a woman. The VO2 max of a man, no matter how many hormones you take.
Wait, you understand the
better.
same thing is true with Michael Phelps with plenty of characteristics, right?
Should Michael Phelps not be able to compete?
Yeah, no. I mean, you're talking.
Oh
a different.
wait. If Michael Phelps should be able to compete, why shouldn't Leah Thomas?
Do you realize that women sports would disappear if there was?
You couldn't even name me one fucking sports team.
Listen,
you couldn't even name me one. So don't talk to me about women's sports disappearing. You don't even know a single sports team.
I'm also pretty sure that like females outclass men compared to males when it comes to like endurance, right? Which would be applicable even to like we could say swimming. So it might even be the case that cis women have a biological edge over trans women if what you were to say is the case, right? But like maybe we'd have to like indicate particular studies. I haven't looked at them in a while. right? Due to the fact that this isn't a topic that I've discussed.
Men.
But I think it's funny that Leah Thomas is the reason you want to vote for the rapist felon, wannabe dictator on day one fascist that's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government and in an attempt to rig an election. That
I find it astounding that you don't think there's a physical
of all
difference.
170 million American women.
I find it astounding. Men have
Studies indicate after about 2 to 3 years of HRT hormone replacement therapy, right, all like biological edges that that a male may possess over a female diminish.
Is it shrinking their lungs? I mean, that must be a new study. If they're having smaller lungs, men have better blood than women for aerobic exercise. Men have better blood for aerobic exercise than women. Men have a higher hemoglobin count than women. I don't care how many hormones.
That's such a weird way to like describe it.
That's not a weird way to describe it. Men have
saying they have better blood is like a weird statement.
Better blood for aerobic activity.
Okay, so again, as it relates to this, I don't see how that's relevant at all. To be totally honest with you, I don't really think that you care. I think you're just using this to be transphobic. To be totally frank.
See, but I'm telling you, I'm not transphobic. So I mean, I guess you don't have to believe
just because
that,
you told me, I'm gonna believe it. Yep.
I mean, listen, I even
Jordan, thank you so much for the subscription.
Even right here, right now.
Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for this, guys. So gross.
Even right here, right now, I used her preferred pronoun, right? And I would never go against that.
Kyla, thank you for the $10. Thank you so
in
much.
a public forum.
Okay. All right. In a public forum, so you would in a private forum? Oh.
No. I would. Maybe
so you don't do that?
No, I would never do that.
When's the last time you've done that?
Done what?
Have you done that this week?
Done what this week?
Privately?
Done what?
Have you used someone's pronouns incorrectly, purposefully, privately this week?
No, and I would never do that. I mean,
why'd you say it publicly?
I didn't have to use the word publicly there. I mean, privately as well. I mean, I wouldn't go against it because I would just consider that bad manners.
Okay. All right. Do you think Trump has bad manners? Lena, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you.
Yes, I think Trump probably does have pretty bad manners.
So why do you want to vote for someone with such bad manners?
Because I think it's the lesser of two evils.
So how is the person who's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, 34 felonies, try to overthrow the government, somehow the lesser of two evils?
Would you retract that statement if all of this was overturned on those felonies?
Yes, I wouldn't.
He was never. This was never finalized yet.
He's been convicted. He just hasn't been sentenced. Would you vote for him from prison? If he was sentenced here in September, would you vote for him from prison?
Crazy.
Oh, that's
actually fucking nuts.
Would you vote for him behind bars?
The question
I have a question.
You're not answering
I have a question. Would you say that this is technically, quote unquote, on his record right now? Right here, right now.
Is it on his record? I'm not sure. I don't know how records work. If he's a convicted felon, I would assume.
He wasn't sentenced yet, though. So the judge completely.
I'm not sure if sentencing is required for it to be on your record, but
the judge can completely throw it out.
I would think that there could be a conviction. Well, then wouldn't it be removed from your
Actually,
record?
I'm not sure if a judge can throw this case out, as there'd be like state like requirements for like a minimum and maximum sentence.
Steph, thank you for the $1.
So I think that the judge would have to act within those bounds.
MAGA,
but also doesn't discount.
I don't think a judge has to abide by it.
Okay, but like, what are we really concerned about here? Are we concerned about like the actions that he partook in that led him to being held?
No, well, I don't really care about the actions that he partook in because I think they're.
You don't care
about those 34 felonies? No.
So okay, so
I don't even like calling it 34 felonies because it's realistically only one.
Do you think a violent sex offender should be able to get a gun?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so Donald Trump shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but he should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
If Donald Trump is convicted,
he's a violent sex offender. You understand that him being held civilly liable of sexual abuse is a violent sexual offense?
Yes, you're talking.
Lena,
legally.
thank you so much for the $1.80.
You're talking legally, criminally. I don't think a convicted violent offender should be able to own a gun. I think.
Okay, so
I think it shows
if they are held civilly liable unanimously in a civil court, Tree, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Would you vote for him?
Say, I didn't hear the first part of that.
If they were held civilly liable in a civil court, do you think they should be able to get access to a gun?
Yes.
Okay, so if someone's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a minor, should they be able to go within 50 feet of a school? Should they be able to be a gym teacher?
I'm going to say... I'm going to say no.
New Reductio unlocked.
I'm going to say no.
Okay, so why is that good enough of a standard to believe to take someone away from their job as it relates to the gym?
Because
but
you're
not,
talking about...
wait, you could destroy their career, though.
But you're talking about a direct connection.
Wait, Michael, you could possibly destroy their career, though, the same way that you're saying this about Trump.
You're talking a direct connection. You're saying he was
okay, so then if civil courts are a good enough standard for a gym teacher, why are they not a good enough standard for a president of the United States?
You asked me a question. Civilly, if it's with children, I don't think he should be around children.
Okay, wait. So, but you think that he should be able to be, in control of policy that affects women? Oh.
Yes, I am.
Yes. Yes. So a person who has been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman should be able to oversee policy relating to women, but a person who is held civilly liable of sexually abusing a kid can't be a gym teacher?
Can I preface this as if it was 5 minutes ago?
What's the relevant difference between the cases that means that you're going to apply it in one scenario but not the other? Can they use the same standard of evidence?
Can I preface this as if it was 5 minutes ago?
What?
If it was guaranteed, without a shadow of a doubt, hand to God lie detector, that he did what is accused of him to Carol, I would not vote for him.
Okay, so my point is that if he was held civilly liable unanimously for sexually abusing a child, you wouldn't let him be a gym teacher, but you'd let him, if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, be president of the United States. Now, tell me the relevant difference between these two. Tell me the relevant difference between these two scenarios that means that you would apply it in one scenario but not the other.
One is a hypothetical right now.
Yeah, you understand that that's not relevant to you not applying it in one but applying it in the other.
No, what if it is directly relevant? Like, I feel like if we were to ask Michael, like, 3 years ago before this determination was made that he was a rapist, if he'd vote for him if he was held civilly liable for these actions, I feel like he'd say no. I feel like the goalpost continuously shifts for Trump supporters, and they are willing to go to any end and with no red line to support this man no matter what he does. If it only exists in this realm of hypotheticals that actually hasn't occurred yet, they will act as if they were morally virtuous good people, but as soon as it occurs in reality, such as the idea that it is a fact that Trump has been held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a woman, it's no longer their red line.
If it was a fact, hand to God, lie detector test, whatever you want to call it, I would not vote for him. But I think there is doubt, rightfully so, around the entire...
What's your doubt? Okay, yeah, okay, so what is your reasonable doubt to the evidence that his victim submitted to the court? Actually, fuck it. Do you even know what his victim's name was? No.
Yes, Carol.
E.
Jean Carroll.
Can you name one piece of evidence submitted in the case?
The testimony of the psychiatrist or whatever it was, a psychologist or counselor.
It was the therapist notes.
Therapist, whatever.
Yeah.
Plus her testimony.
So now what's your reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted to
Michael, you got flagged for harassment and bullying. I gotta go on to the next person.
All right. I'm also probably going to drop down for the night. I'm at 5 hours.
Okay, for sure, man.
All right. Appreciate you for letting me up. Have fun today, man.
Have a good day, man.
You as well. Chat, I love you all. I'll see you all tomorrow. Make sure to follow the main account, guys. So I'm going to be back on here for the foreseeable future. Peace out, y'all.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? For USA, you there?
Yo.
Oh, well. You said it a little late. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, all right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Would you be voting for Trump in 2024?
Trump 2024.
Are you driving?
Yes, sir.
You got to come on when you're not driving. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates.
Yo, hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? I can't really hear you. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump at 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
44.
You voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Just because it was a better America.
Okay, so what do you make? What do you do to make America better?
Well, there were no wars all over the world, and the cost of food was lower. The cost of gas was lower. I made more.
Description. How did he cause those things?
How did he cause those things?
Yeah.
He didn't cause those things. He fixed those things. I mean, there were.
So how did he fix it? Can you tell me one policy he influenced to get passed that you like?
No, I'm not like into all the policies and that. I'm just a blue collar working man, but I know that everything was a lot better for me under Trump. You know, and all the blue collar working men across America feel the same way.
Oh, okay, so I'll give you like an example, right? Like, I met my girlfriend under the Harris administration, my amazing, beautiful girlfriend. Now, should I vote for Harris because I met my girlfriend under their administration? Thank you, Harris. Thank you so much. I met my girlfriend because of you.
No, absolutely not. And
no, but it happened under their administration.
I didn't come on here to be smart ass or to argue with anybody. I just come to I mean, you were asking people why they were voting for Trump. I'm just telling you again, man. I'm 44 years old. I've been working since I was 15. I've been paying taxes. I feel like another thing is there.
I get that, but I was responding to that, and I was saying that just because it happens under the administration doesn't mean it's caused by the president. So obviously, it would not be a good reason for me to vote for Harris just because I met my girlfriend. Because just because it happened under the administration does not mean it was caused by the administration.
I get that. I agree with that. Only thing I'm saying is that there were wars going on. It seemed to me like, and it was proven that Trump calmed everything down. Man, there was peace.
No, it was not proven. There was not peace in the world. He increased military drone strikes by 432% in the Middle East. Not only did he increase drone strikes, but he also left Kurdistan, which led to the Turkish-Kurdish war. He let Israel annex Golan Heights illegally. He moved the embassy from Jerusalem, from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. So quite literally did multiple things that increased conflict in the world. He also blocked the cutting off of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia when they were committing a genocide in Yemen. He vetoed it.
When Biden took over, Ukraine's getting invaded. We've got wars in the Middle East with Iran.
There were wars in the Middle East prior. You understand that people were being invaded under Trump's administration, right?
Yeah, I do. Again, I'm not going to argue because I work all day, so I don't keep up with the news and policies and politics. Again, I'm just telling you what I know from a working man's perspective.
Did you know Trump's tariffs would increase your taxes?
Well, I know I made more money the 4 years Trump was president. And
did you know real median wages are up? Real means accounting for inflation. So wages are up with inflation. Since 2019, 2019, they were lower than what they are now.
Okay, well, let's switch gears here and talk about all the illegal immigrants that are here, that shouldn't be here. I mean, come in legally, not illegally. And they're like Kamala and Joe Biden. They're like everybody just come here, that.
No, actually, Kamala Harris said, do not come here. Not only did she say, do not come here, but they tried to get past conservative border policy, literally wrote into law, right, tried to be, by Langford, someone who is backed by Trump. So someone who's backed by Trump wrote an immigration policy that was backed by Kamala Harris, by Joe Biden, by the Democrats, and by the Republicans. And then they heard that Trump didn't want it because it would make Democrats look good. So Republicans stopped pushing for the bill because of Trump. And then Trump said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. The border bill failed, so we should blame it on him, according to his own position.
Okay. What about the inflation rate? They claim that they took over a 9-point-something inflation rate. It was actually like 1-point-something when Trump handed it over the president.
So they didn't cause that, right? That's something that they inherited because of a global economic trend of increasing inflation. But we took that global economic trend of increasing inflation, and now we have the fastest recovery in the G7 in terms of inflation.
Okay, so that's why I should vote for a Democrat and vote for Harris, correct?
No, you should vote for the Democrat and vote for Harris because they're not going to add to the debt as much as Donald Trump did. Donald Trump signed into law more debt than the Joe Biden Kamala Harris administration did.
Well, they're going to cause our inflation to go up, or yeah.
So no, actually, there's no reason to believe that inflation went up due to the Biden-Harris administration. That's something they inherited because it was a global economic trend. It happened in Africa, in Asia, in South America, in Central America, all around the world. So it's not just a uniquely American issue.
I mean, like I said, you got to look from my point of view. Again, I'm just a 44-year-old working man and been for a long time. So, I look at what helps the American people, buy a loaf of bread and eggs for cheaper. It seems a lot more now under what Joe Biden's been president for.
Yeah, I understand, but that does not mean it was caused by Joe Biden, right? Or Kamala Harris. I don't understand that why you're saying that just because it happened under the administration was caused by them. When earlier we already established that just because it happens under the administration does not mean it was caused by them. Debbie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Debbie.
Well, when Trump was president, everything was a lot cheaper. And then when Biden was president, everything went up. That's all I know.
You say, yeah, I understand that the prices have gone up. That does not mean it was caused by the president. For example, there was 14.8% unemployment under Trump's administration. Was that caused by him?
Okay, so no matter if it was caused by Trump or Biden, all I know,
wait. During Trump's administration, there was 14.8% unemployment. Did he cause that?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so if there's no reason to
talk about something intelligently when I'm not, Mr. Know-it-all. So I don't know,
Okay, so just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean it was caused by them. So no, Trump didn't cause the 14.8% unemployment. It just happened under his administration. COVID wasn't caused by him. Like global pandemic wasn't caused by him. The same way the global inflation was not caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Now they are responsible for how they respond, but they did not cause it.
Okay. Well, again, you're obviously a hell of a lot smarter than I am. Again, I'm just a blue collar working guy. You know all the politics and keep up with policies. And again, man, I'm not trying to. I'm not the confrontational type. Not trying to run over anybody. I'm learning here. So. What's up with Kamala? Has she done an interview yet? I mean, has she said what her policy?
She's sitting down for an interview within this week. Not only is she sitting down for an interview within this week, but it's also the case that she's talked to people who are reporters. Brianna, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. She's answered questions. She's also proposed economic policy.
Okay. Do you agree? You personally, do you agree? That we should have people like illegals
Michael, thank you for the $10.
Come in here legally, so we'll have a country. Do you believe in borders?
So if it's legal immigration, it wouldn't be illegal immigration. And yes, I do believe in borders. But Donald Trump is undermining our ability to secure the border because he doesn't specifically want to pass the border bill. Now, I think the best way for us to deal with the border is to make it faster for people to get into this country and then to incentivize everyone who's already in this country to get legal documentation. So everyone who's in this country who hasn't committed a violent crime, they should be able to get papers, under my view.
Well, but they committed a crime when they came here illegally.
Okay, Trump's committed crimes. I think that it is the case that most people have been coming for a better life. So as long as they haven't committed a violent crime in this country, I think that they should be able to stay. And so long as that we specifically create better conditions for people to come here faster. It should take 6 months maximum. It should not take 5 to 7 years and 68 years to go through the asylum process.
Okay. Well, I was asking about the immigrants, not Trump. I asked, did the illegal immigrants that came here illegally, is that not a crime? And you immediately said, well, Trump's committed crimes. We're not talking about Trump. I'm talking about the illegal immigrants.
Yes. Someone has committed a crime. Someone has committed a crime. Right? Yes, it is a crime to come here, right, illegally. It's also a crime for plenty of other things. Like, I appreciate this thing, thank you so much, for me to go 5 miles an hour above the speed limit. But that doesn't mean that we're going to enforce it that strict. Do you understand what I'm saying there? Just because there's a law doesn't mean we strictly enforce it to that degree.
Well, okay, so the same thing with Trump. You know, they're like a piece of paper. We shouldn't be on him so strict, right?
Well, you give me a reason why the law is unjustified. Thank you for the You're Amazing. Thank you so much.
Well,
it was
I mean,
a
if we can
falsification of
make it
business records
illegal-
with a predicate crime of election interference. I think
If
that's
we
a
can make
totally legitimate crime to exist.
If we can let the illegals get away with crossing the border illegally,
I don't know why you refer to people as illegals, okay? And also, I appreciate the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much.
because they come here illegally. They cross the border illegally. We can't go to Europe illegally. We have to
Okay.
have paperwork. We have to have documentation. We have to have passports.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. But the point I'm making, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much, Charlie. Is that if you want people to have documentation and paperwork, so the best way to do that for people who are already in the country is to incentivize them to provide to get legal documentation. Not only to incentivize them to get legal documentation, but to then establish a scenario where it's easier for people to get into the country through the legal mechanism. So if they're coming to this country through we're trying to come to this country, they would go through the legal mechanism. So there'd be less people trying to go through undocumented mechanisms. So it'd be more likely that if someone is going through an undocumented mechanism, it is the case that they are doing so for nefarious reasons, because you can get into the country fast. Under my view, right now it takes 5 to 7 years. Actually, most people coming to the country, even through a documented mechanisms, are coming for a better life.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I'm pro-life. You know, I don't want people to be, mistreated in their own country. People come here, that's fine. But do it legally. Come through our.
Do you want to
port
restrict
credentials.
women's access to abortion?
Absolutely not. You
Okay,
should
so-
have your choice to do what you want
Okay,
with
so,
your.
so then why are you voting for Donald Trump, who actively put multiple people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade?
But again, man, I'm a blue collar working man, son. I don't none of that.
Yeah,
has
I
nothing-
understand, but this is something that affects women's rights. And if you have a daughter, if you have women in your life that you care about, and you want them to have autonomy over their own bodies, appreciate the cap, thank you so much. The same way that
they're
you want
gonna
autonomy
have-
over your own body as it relates to vaccines, well, then you should allow women to be able to get access to abortion because it's a fundamental right.
My daughter is going to have access if she chooses to have an abortion, but I wouldn't.
Not if there's a nationwide abortion ban, and not if she exists in a state in which is not protected, federally
I wouldn't
speaking.
agree
not
with her.
federally, within protected for abortion rights. Thank you for the hand.
I wouldn't agree with her to do that anyway. I mean,
You could say you disagree with it, but she should still have that right. Garrett, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Well, she wouldn't agree with that either. I mean, we're all about having babies, so.
Okay, but the point is that you should have the right.
Yeah, you should. I agree with that 100%.
Okay, so if you should have the right, well, then again, we should protect that right, and you shouldn't vote for someone that's undermining that right.
Well, the good outweighs the bad, my guy. I mean,
How does the good outweigh the bad? He was held. Wait, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child? Or, I mean, a woman?
That was never proven.
Yeah, so he was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
Because the lady said
Okay,
so.
I'll ask you this question: would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
They took her word over his.
Would you vote for
Period.
someone else because he lied multiple times? Would you vote for him because if he was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
No, I do not agree with child molesting. If that's
Oh,
what
okay.
you're-
Okay. So the only difference between these cases is the victim's age, right? You disputed the first one based upon standard of evidence. You said there's no way that didn't happen. There's not enough evidence. But then in the second one, you didn't dispute it based on evidence. You disputed it and you said you wouldn't vote for them. So it's really ironic that you're saying that in one scenario you would vote for them, but in the other one you wouldn't, given that there's no difference in standard of evidence.
Well,
So
you
it
would
just tells
have
me
to-
you think that assaulting a woman isn't bad enough.
You would have to have proof that he molested a child too.
Again,
just like you have
wait.
to have
So you
proof
didn't
that
ask
he
for that in the
molested
first
a
scenario.
child.
You just said that you wouldn't vote for them.
Well, I mean, when you mention child molesting, people's immediately going to turn the other way and go, "Hell no, I'm not."
Yeah,
gonna
same.
accept
And
that."
you should have that same response with someone who abuses a woman.
Again, there was like no proof, man.
There was, and you did not ask that in the scenario with the child. Okay, so
Well,
not
what
only
if-
that, but also I do just want to clarify there was evidence. Can you tell me the victim's name?
Okay, well, let's go back to
Hey,
when
Daryl,
you.
what was the victim's name?
I don't know.
So if you don't know the victim's name, what tells me that you even know any of the evidence submitted in the case? Maybe because you're misinformed about the case, you don't have any reason to believe that it occurred or didn't. But I would just tell you that even if you have no reason to believe anything within the case, you haven't looked at any of the evidence, the jury determination is most likely to be accurate. So if a
Well,
jury
yeah.
unanimously makes a decision that she was sexually abused by Donald Trump, well, then it is the case that you should accept that because it's most likely to be accurate. And they have more evidence about the case and saw more about the case than you did. And they didn't have to have a unanimous determination. So there was no force or pressure to be unanimous, yet they still acted unanimously.
It looks like it's just a war on, Democrats hate Trump and vice versa. That's really what
I'm not just doing it because I hate Trump.
Well,
I'm doing it
a
because he's a
minute ago,
terrible guy.
hang on a
So
second.
the
Minute
reason
ago,
why I hate Trump is because he's a terrible guy.
coming into the country, and you immediately said, well, Trump's committed crimes, so you immediately jumped to hating Trump just because I said illegals committed crimes.
No, what I'm saying is that you don't care about Trump doing that, but you do care about undocumented immigrants doing that.
Well, I asked you if illegals coming into the country is a crime, and you said, well, Trump's committed crimes.
And I also did acknowledge the fact that it is a crime. But again, just because it's a crime doesn't mean we enforce it in such a strict sense.
No, I got you.
Rachel,
Well,
thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
I'm still Trump 2024. It's good to talk to you, man. You have a good evening.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, and the About Plus, tap that screen. Let's try to get to a
what's
million
up,
likes.
buddy?
Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Why so?
Because I can.
Okay, if you could vote for Hitler, would you vote for?
Huh?
If you could vote for Hitler, would you do it? Because you can.
Who would vote for Hitler?
So there are actually many people that did. He was democratically voted in. Not only was he democratically
Well, they
voted
got
in.
some serious issues if you're voting for Hitler.
Yeah, you got some serious issues if you're voting for someone that's civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried over the government, tried to restrict access to abortion.
Hey, do you hate
called for a
all
complete and total
felons
shutdown of
or
Muslim
just
centered
Trump?
country.
You hate all
I do not.
felons
I do
or
not
just
hate
Trump?
all felons. I was not giving a reason why I hate a felon. What I was saying is that, appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. The characteristics he has is not worthy of being president of the United States. If you think felons shouldn't be able to get access to certain types of work opportunities,
So it's
why do you
just
think they
Trump.
should be able to run for president of the United States? If you think that violent sexual offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear code?
So do you like
These are
all
questions you cannot
felons
answer.
except Trump?
What's up?
No, okay.
No, I do not like all felons. There are some felons I don't like, and there are some felons I probably would like. Like if someone has
Okay,
committed
cool.
a non-violent felony, they could still be a good person.
So there's a problem that I'm voting for Trump.
Yes.
And please give me that. What's that problem?
He's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation,
So that's your
fraud.
main reason.
Appreciate the relax. Thank you so much. So yes, those are some main reasons that he's
No,
been held
that's your
civilly
main
liable
reason.
for
That's what you
sexually
just said.
assaulting a woman.
Okay, so
He's
that's
had
your
terrible
main reason.
policy. He did not do anything to benefit the middle class more than he benefited rich people. Charlie, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. He clearly showed benefit for the rich billionaires and corporations. Appreciate. Thank you so much for the hand arts. And he did not show a care for the middle class. He said he cared about the border. He undermined the border bill.
What do you
He said he
mean?
cared about peace
Everything
in the
was
Middle East,
cheaper.
yet he specifically is undermining a ceasefire. What's up?
What do you mean? Everything was cheaper.
Wait, how did he cause it to be cheaper?
How would I know? But everything was cheaper.
Okay, so just because it was cheaper under his administration does not mean it was caused by him. For example, it was also cheaper during Bill Clinton. Was that caused by Bill Clinton?
So did the Biden and Kamala?
It was cheaper under Bill Clinton. Was that caused by Bill Clinton? Thank you for the Panther pause.
You can cut me off. It's cool.
Do you want to answer my question?
Wait, what was the question?
It was cheaper under Bill Clinton. Does that mean it was caused by him?
I have no idea, man.
Okay, so just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean that you believe it was caused by them.
So is that a problem?
Is what a problem?
That I'm voting for Trump?
Yes.
Uh-oh. I don't think you're going to change my mind, Parker.
Because you're not open. And the goal isn't necessarily to change your mind in specific, it's to change the people's mind in the chat. And you saying that you're not open-minded not only convinces independence, but it also shows how delusional and crazy you are. And that you're
I'm
upheld
crazy,
the confirmation
'cause I'm
bias.
crazy 'cause I'm
And that you're
voting
not
for
upheld the facts. It's feelings over facts for you, but it's facts over feelings for everyone else.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I'm crazy because I'm voting for Trump.
Well, the specific reasons you've given me are crazy, yes.
I didn't give you a reason, man. All I said was everything was cheaper, and now you're
those are crazy
spewing.
reasons.
All right.
So why are you voting Trump, Dalton?
I just said everything was cheaper. Let's say he was running everything.
Wait, so if
better.
you're saying that was a reason why you're voting for Trump, why did you start laughing when I was critiquing that as a reason to vote for him?
Because you're mad because I said
I'm not mad. I just clearly
cheaper?
pointed out your hypocrisy.
Okay, now you're getting a little bit, smiling. So I like it. You're getting this. You're getting somewhere. So what do you think about the border?
I think Donald Trump said he cares about the border, said that there's a big border crisis, but didn't care about it, actually. If there was a border crisis right now,
He
then
didn't
there was
care
a border
about it, but he
crisis.
started it. He started the border wall. How does that make sense?
Well, he says that he cares about it, but if he's not the one to do it, he doesn't actually care about it. He just
So
wants the
why did he
recognition for
put
it.
it in
And the
play?
reason, well, because he wants the recognition for it. Under the
Okay.
context of the Biden-Harris administration, it is the case that there was a border bill that was put up, and because it was going to help the Democrats in terms of how they look, Donald Trump didn't want to get it passed.
What do you mean, dude? It was passing, bro.
It didn't because of Donald Trump.
No, you guys kind of like
Donald Trump
forced him
said,
out
"Blame
of
it on me if the border bill fails."
You guys forced him out
That's
of
what
it.
Donald Trump said. We didn't force him out. What are you talking about?
Okay, sure.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, bud? I
Yeah, I'm
can
asking
say
you what you're
whatever I
talking about.
want, dude.
Yeah, you can say it, but it's a lie.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, sure. Tell me why it's a lie.
Because there's no evidence supporting it, and you just
There's
acted
no
like
evidence to
you're confident
anything,
saying
man.
that.
So what do you think about what?
There's
what
evidence to plenty of things. I show evidence for things that I believe I'm alive every day.
What's the? Okay, sure. I'm trying.
Yeah, like for example, Donald Trump. Donald Trump signed more debt. Donald Trump signed more debt into law, 8.4 trillion under his administration, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, whereas under the Biden-Harris administration it was 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Okay, so what do you think about the tax debt or the credit card debt?
Okay, so the you said the credit card debt, and then what else? The credit card debt. I don't see how that's relevant.
You don't see how everybody's trying to spend money because everything's more expensive.
Okay, so again, if you want people to be able to afford things, well, then support Kamala Harris's economic
we're in
policy,
huge-
where she wants to reduce the effect of medical debt, where she wants to make it so that it doesn't show bad on your credit. Thank you,
So
thank you
after
so much.
4 years,
she wants to
finally
increase
came up
standards
with
for
this.
people who are trying to get pharmaceutical drugs in terms of capping the cost of pharmaceutical drugs.
After 4 years,
she wants to go over price
finally
gouging.
Came up with a policy of helping people. That's a little
What?
weird.
What'd you say?
It's a little weird. After 4 years, they finally come up with something to do.
They have. They had before. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act was determined due to a tie-breaking vote specifically of Kamala Harris. It had within it a $35 cap on insulin. That was specifically something that she got put into the bill. Not only that,
How
the
long
$35
ago?
cap on insulin for seniors. This was 2022. But it is the case that...
So 1 year ago.
Are you okay? It's 2024. What? How long ago was 2022?
Let's see the evidence on that, bud.
How long ago was 2022?
Let's see the evidence on it.
How long ago was 2022?
Look it up. Let's
I know
see
how
it.
long
You said
ago it
you show
was,
evidence
but
all the time.
You clearly didn't care. Look up Inflation Reduction Act of 2022.
I'm just saying, show the evidence like you say you always do.
You can go to congress.gov, look up Inflation Reduction Act 2022. That's the source.
So you're just going to tell me to look up something like Reed did yesterday, but you were, diverting. Oh, I can't find it. I can't find it. Oh,
No, that actually didn't come.
Okay,
You will,
yeah.
if you look up Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, you will see the congress.gov and you will be able to read it.
Okay, yeah, just like Reed was trying to show you something and you just didn't want to believe, so.
No, it literally didn't come up. I did end up looking at it, and it was literally a fucking dumbass post because it didn't have anything within it.
Dumbass post, because he did.
No, it seriously, it didn't have any source in it to any of the things that it claimed. Literally nothing. It was just some random.
dumb
It was some random source, and the first source he gave me was his own article that he created.
Okay, and then he was trying to show you the real one, but you were like, no, it don't come up.
It didn't.
Yeah. Okay,
literally
because you didn't want to look hard enough.
I literally typed in exactly what he said, but
No,
why
you
are you
didn't.
why are
He
you
was showing you
deflecting?
the URL.
Why are you deflecting and not looking up Inflation Reduction Act? And no, he wasn't.
He showed you the URL. What
No,
are you
he
talking
didn't.
about?
No, he didn't. He didn't do that. 1, 2. Do you want to stop deflecting and respond to what I just said?
Okay, what was your question?
Can you look up the Inflation Reduction Act of
No,
2022?
because you wouldn't look up Reed stuff yesterday, so.
I literally did. Why are you being
tried,
so insufferable?
but you tried, but you really didn't get very far.
Hey, Colton, why are you being so, so insufferable?
Is that hard for you to understand?
Did you wear a bandage on your right ear after Trump got shot?
Hey, who's taking shots? Who's taking bullets for our country?
He didn't take it for this country. The only reason he's in the position he is because he's trying to get out of jail. He's trying to get out of jail
in front of millions of people. Exactly. Yeah. Okay.
I never said he wasn't standing in front of millions of people. Are you okay?
So he's not taking bullets for our country to be a president.
He's not taking bullets for our country. No, a bullet grazed his ear. He got lucky and he survived.
Oh, he got lucky.
Yeah, he absolutely got lucky. He says it himself.
Wow.
Not only that, but it is the case that it was from a Republican, a registered Republican.
Okay, so I can register Democrat and still vote for Trump. What's the big deal?
Wait, you understand that he voted for Republicans in the 2022 midterms, right?
Okay. There's not a lot of money can fix some people's heads, man.
Money. So he got paid?
You never know.
He had Trump signs outside of his lawn, and he was the only conservative in his classes at school.
Just like how Harry got paid. A lot of people can get paid for different
What
views,
makes you think Harry's paid?
I have no idea. That's what I just see.
Oh, okay. So you just saw it on the internet. Okay, so you're paid by the RNC because I saw that on the internet.
You said I'm getting paid by the RNC?
Yeah, because I saw that on the internet. You're paid by Trump.
Man, he ain't paying me enough. That's for sure.
You're paid by Captain Bone Spurs.
Yeah, he ain't paying me enough. That's for sure.
Yeah, I know, right? He does underpay his workers. You know what I mean? He underpays them. He fires them when they try to ask for higher wages. You know what I mean? Like,
and I'm still voting for him.
Yeah, because you don't care about people.
Yeah, I don't care about people.
You're going to be written.
You care about.
You don't understand. There are going to be history books written about you about how American fascism was maintained. It was because people like you. There are literally going to be clips from my live played in history books because of people like you.
What do you think about Walter Watterson?
Masterson?
Is that your friend?
I'm not friends with him now, but like he makes fun of date right stuff, and that's really funny.
You respect him as a man
more than I do Trump.
Wait, so you're saying that he's a man, right?
Seemingly, yeah.
Okay. Does he? What's his pronouns? Sorry, I don't know. I didn't check his pronouns.
Probably he, him.
He, him. Gotcha. Okay.
What are your pronouns?
I think it's him.
Him? You think?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, do you have any other questions to try to persuade me to vote for Trump?
Yeah. Would you let a violent sex offender have a gun?
Violent sex offender have a gun. Why would they have a gun?
Do you think a violent sex offender should be able to get a gun legally?
Well, I live in a state where it's open carry, so I mean, how are you supposed to even know they get a gun? I
have a question. So do you think that they should be able to get access to a gun?
They're going to do whatever they want, Barter.
Okay, so you think violent sex offenders should legally be able to get a gun?
They'll do it if they need it.
Okay.
So
what
are you trying to go?
So
with
I have a
this?
question. Do you think that someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, do you think they should be able to be a gym teacher?
Possibly they could.
Yeah, you think so?
If they could, they probably could.
You're
don't
okay
know
with
how
them
many
being,
there is right now.
So you're okay with them being a gym teacher? Would you let them be the gym teacher of your children?
Huh?
Would you let them be the gym teacher of your children?
How many teachers do you think are in like that right now?
Do I think? I don't know. I don't think there should be any though. Do you think?
So
do you think that they should be a gym teacher?
Why would they?
Do you think they should be a gym teacher?
I'm not going to answer that because you're just being dumb.
Delulu Dalton can't answer the question. Delulu Dalton.
Those are yours for pants.
Dalton, you there? Charlie, think of the superpower.
That's just a terrible question.
Oh, why?
Why are we talking about like nasty stuff, dude? Like, is that what's in your mind 24/7?
Who's in my mind?
I don't know, rapist or whatever you were saying.
The fact that I shouldn't vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Yeah.
So you just hate Trump because he's a felon, and you like all other felons.
I know. I hate him because he's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He's a racist. He's a misogynist. Those are reasons I hate him.
Okay, so the reason why I don't like Biden, because he don't like, or what?
I'm not talking about Biden. I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
Oh yeah,
Do you dream about Biden? Like, are you sad that he left you? Are you having like
okay,
like
so
a response
Kamala.
like you're so sad that he left you?
Let's go to Kamala then. That's fine.
I'm sorry he broke up with you. I'm really sorry Biden broke up with the
We can
country and
go
said
to
he's not going to
Kamala.
run again.
Can we go
I know
to
you
Kamala?
really wanted him to run so bad, even though you were asking for him to step down a few months ago.
Can we go to Kamala?
Kamala.
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 Ka-
Okay,
Camel-
Colton. Hey,
Kamala.
Colton. Everyone call him Colton.
Yeah, call me Colton.
Cult.
Okay,
Colton. Colton.
So when is she going to do an interview? You said like next week.
Okay, Colton. Colton, I already told you tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay, you said
Okay,
next
Colton.
week to the other guy.
Colton.
So the only thing I've seen a video of her on is talking about
Hey,
her
Colton.
charging her phone on the
Hey,
plane.
hey, Colton. Hey, Colton. Hey,
So
Colton.
she's more focused on
Hey,
charging
Colton.
her phone on the
Colton.
plane.
Colton.
I'm just
Can
talking.
you answer my question?
I didn't.
So do you think violent sexual offenders of children should be able to be gym teachers?
There are.
So you think they should be able to?
I didn't say that.
If you could restrict them from being able to be a gym teacher, would you do it?
Are you the president of the United States?
Would you if you could restrict it, would you do it?
Are you the president of the United
If
States?
you could
that are able
restrict
to
it,
make
if
that?
you could restrict it, would you do it?
I just said I'm not answering that question because that's the
Okay, I'll
worst
give you 5
question.
seconds to answer the question, or I'll kick you from my stream.
Okay, go ahead. Because that is
Later.
the dirtiest question I've ever heard in my life.
Sorry. Do you need a Kleenex? You can clean up your tears when you have to say, thank you, Madam President, for the tissues. Thank you, Madam President. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Well, I believe that the Democrats are part of the Communist Party, and I think we need to save America.
Yeah, really. So can you define communism?
Can you define communism for me? Because obviously I don't know.
You don't know?
No, can you answer it for me? What is?
I can. I used to be a communist. Now, can you tell me what communism is?
No, I can't. I'm an ignorant Trump supporter. So can you just
No,
tell me?
go for it. I just want to hear you because you're clearly being facetious there.
Well, when you want to have the government take control, like Kamala Harris wants to implement government supermarkets.
So for example, for example, restricting the free flow of labor in terms of immigration, or like trying to restrict people from being able to burn the American flag, which is protected by the First Amendment, right? Putting them in prison for a year for burning the American flag, like those things.
Well, let me tell you this. I'm a veteran of this country, and if I ever saw anybody burning a flag in my presence...
Did you know that Donald Trump said that veterans are suckers and losers? And that
didn't
John
say that.
McCain is not a war hero because he was captured, who was a POW for this country for 5 years and was tortured for this country?
I've been watching you do these things, and you have your liberal talking points, and then you just try to bash Trump.
Yeah,
But you
the
have
DNC
nothing-
gives me my liberal talking points, so real.
So do you think that Trump is a threat to democracy?
So, yes, I do think he is.
You do. So you believe in democracy, but you're voting for a president that didn't earn one vote in the primary. But
So
you're calling
do you know how
Trump
the party
a threat to
process
democracy.
works?
I do know how the party process works.
Okay, so we vote
So
for
you just-
delegates. Delegates vote for who we want. We wanted Kamala Harris. We wanted Joe Biden to step down. Joe Biden stepped down. The vice president steps up. The party's unified, and you're mad. You're mad. You're going to lose. You're mad that Donald Trump's not going to be president of the United States, and
only
that
way
he's going to be
Donald
sent
Trump
off to
loses-
prison, and he's going to be behind bars. Okay.
The only way Donald Trump loses...
This guy's going to be
is if the
behind
Democrats
bars, and you're
cheat.
so sad.
He's not going behind bars. Who are you
Yes,
kidding?
he is.
There's
He will
no
be
shot
behind
in the world.
bars.
Dude, this is a whole witch hunt. Okay,
It's not a witch hunt. He's going to be sentenced here very soon.
Okay, I'll bet you any amount of money that you can raise that Donald Trump won't spend a day in jail.
I can't do that on live because it's prohibited on live.
Okay, but all you do is come up with these blasting talking points to bash
Make
Trump.
the money gun.
But you can't support Kamala Harris in
Make
anything
the money
she's
gun.
done. She's the most liberal, socialist congresswoman.
So
in
that was
history.
a contradiction. So I'll tell you what communism is. Communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society in which the workers control the means of production or the public. Socialism is when the workers or the public control the means of production. Now, that's not what Kamala Harris is advocating for. So, can you tell me what policy she supports that's communism?
I don't think Kamala Harris supports any policy. I think she's a puppet.
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. So, if she doesn't support any policy, how do you know she's a communist?
Because she's the most liberal congresswoman in history. She was
that would be contradictory to being communist.
Okay, so when she
if you are liberal, you're in support of money existing, you're in support of classes existing, and you're in support of literally the state. Okay, all three things that are fundamentally contradictory to communism.
Okay,
appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. So you don't know what communism is. You can't define it. You're just engaging in Red Scare propaganda because you think that Donald Trump, right, is this great guy, and that Kamala Harris is a leftist socialist communist, but yet she's still stealing Donald Trump's policy and has no policy of her own. So the policy she has is communist. So the policy of hers is communist, but it's also from Donald Trump. So Donald Trump's policy is communist. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Right? That's what's communist. Just to be clear here, right? Donald Trump's policy is communism.
You can't come up with one policy that Kamala Harris is.
Thank you for the superpower. Thank you so much. Yeah, so the $25 subsidy specifically for new home buyers, right? For the first time buyers as it relates to homes for new homes. Not only that, but she wants to do a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year, $3,600 until they're 5 years old, and then until they're 18 years old, they get $3,000 child tax credit each kid. That's another thing. She also wants to cap pharmaceutical costs. She wants to get rid of medical debt by specifically making it so that it doesn't affect your credit.
Where does the money come from?
So the money specifically comes from increasing income taxes on income over $400,000 a year and increasing the unrealized capital gains tax on wealth over $100 million.
Do you know that right now the average citizen is probably taxed at over 50% when you look at the whole entire picture? When you work, you get taxed on your income. When you buy
do you want to go back to what I was saying earlier? Can you tell me what I was saying earlier?
All the things that you talk about are below the line issues. Let's talk about reality and what's affecting American people. Okay, you're talking like I'm sure you're going to bring up abortion. Abortion is such a below the line issue for me. I really don't care. Let a woman do whatever she wants. I don't care.
But yet you want to vote in someone who quite literally is undermining women's access to abortion in this country. You understand that Donald Trump specifically put 3 judges in the Supreme Court that explicitly overturned access to Roe versus Wade, which led to 1/3 of women in this country having a restricted access to abortion, and it led to great victims in this country having restricted access to abortion and not having federal protections. So you didn't protect victims. Donald Trump didn't protect victims. You actively undermined their rights.
No, the federal government shouldn't be involved in this. It's brought to the state level. That's all that Roe versus Wade.
Why should it be left up to the states?
Why should it be left up to the federal government?
Because it is the case that the federal government should protect women's access to abortion, and women in California and women in Kansas and women in Texas should have the same rights.
Why?
Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much.
Why?
Because I think that this is a fundamental right that should be protected the same way that I think other rights should be protected as well, like the right to vote. Appreciate the IC. Thank you so much. Do you think women's right to vote should be left up to the state?
Do I think women's right to vote should be left up to the state? I think that has nothing to do with the abortion. Has nothing.
Answer my question. Do you think women's right to vote should be left up to the states?
No, because you're voting in a federal
Why
election.
not? Why not? Answer the question. Why not?
Federal election.
Hey, why not, Tim?
Because you're voting in a federal election.
Okay, so?
So why should the state have power over a federal election?
Yeah, so why should the state have wait, why should the state have power over federally protected rights?
It's not a federally protected right. That's what
it should be, right? Why should they have power and legislative power over the fundamental rights of people in this country?
Parker, abortion is such a below the line issue. You have to look at
below the line. So women's rights aren't a big enough deal for you. Okay.
No, reproductive.
I knew you didn't care about your women. You're voting for a misogynist. You're voting for a guy that quite literally has a history of sexual violence against women. You're voting for a guy that restricted women's access to rights. That's who you're voting for.
You're voting for somebody that has no policy of her own. She's a puppet.
She does. I gave you multiple of the policies, yet you sat up here and you fucking lied over and over again to make yourself feel better. You're voting for a guy that's a criminal. You're voting for a guy that's constantly put himself over the Constitution. You're voting for a guy that is undermining our American democracy. You're voting for a guy that tries to engage in religious persecution. You're voting for a guy that walks into changing rooms of naked teenage girls. You're voting for a guy that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. You're voting for a guy that's fundamentally undermining your First Amendment. Thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much. You're voting for a guy that is undermining all of these things, women's rights, your rights. You don't care about it because he just wants to get out of jail.
No, I'd rather pay $9 for a gallon of milk and $4.50 for a gallon.
Can you
of
tell me
gas.
what Biden-Harris policy caused inflation? Because there was global inflation in Africa, in Asia, in South America, in Central America, in Europe, everywhere around the world experienced inflation, the same trend as the United States. We actually had the fastest response to inflation in the G7. Did you know that? No, you didn't. Thank you, Rockstar. Thank you so much. You're not going to blame Donald Trump for a global pandemic, but you do blame Biden-Harris for global inflation.
I blame the World Economic Forum and the World Health Organization.
Okay, so not the Biden-Harris administration. To be clear, not the Biden-Harris administration, right?
No, the Obama administration.
The Obama administration wasn't in office with the pandemic.
They're still in
Thank you so
office
much.
right
Or
now.
inflation.
They're still in office right now.
No, they're not. You're just making shit up because you're fucking mad that Donald Trump lost. You're mad that he's going to lose
Donald
again,
Trump got the
and you're
election
mad that he's
stolen by
never
him.
going to affect the future of this nation because what he does is he brings us down. He doesn't bring us together. He does not unify us. Think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. And that's corroborated by multiple chiefs of staff. That's corroborated by multiple national security advisors. That's corroborated by multiple people that put their jobs and their career on the line to tell us that he's a threat to this country and he's unfit to be president of the United States. Thank you for the head mustache. Thank you so much. Thank you for the little
Those are all
crown.
deep state people, bro.
These are not deep state people. These are people that he hand selected. Appreciate
That's not true.
the cap. Thank you
That's
so
not
much.
true.
Mike Pence, Bill Barr. Those people were selected directly by Donald Trump. Did you know that?
You think Donald Trump is the only, he individually handpicked all these people?
Yes, he
You
did.
don't think that the Republican Party?
Yes, he did. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you. So he didn't handpick his vice president. He didn't handpick
No,
his
I don't-
chief of staff. He didn't handpick his national security advisor. He
No, I
didn't handpick any of these people. Thank
I
you
don't
for the
believe-
confetti. Thank you so
I don't
much.
think that he
His
was
three
personally-
national security advisors that
on,
all told you he's unfit for president. He knows nothing about national security. He doesn't care about the country, and he only cares about himself. That's the guy, the
what he said?
unfit guy. I appreciate the Panther Paws. Thank you so much.
things that
That
you
you
make
want to be
up.
running for president again. They all literally gave up their careers to tell you he's unfit and he's a threat to this country, and you want to vote for him.
Bro,
His
50
hand-picked national security advisors.
51 national security advisors that have been part of the deep state since the 1970s come out and say Donald Trump.
Oh, okay. So if they've been a part of the deep state
From
since the
before you were
19
born, bro.
So if they've been a part of the deep state since the 1970s, and his goal specifically was to drain the swamp, why did he specifically appoint the people that were a part of the swamp? He sits there and he lies to you, and you fucking eat it up like it's cake. Let them eat cake. Let them eat cake. Thank you so much for the paper crane. Thank you so much.
You think the CIA killed Kennedy?
No.
No. Do you
Lee
think
Harvey
we
Oswald.
You think we landed on the moon?
Yes.
Okay. So you should vote for Kamala
Oh,
Harris.
okay. So we didn't land on the moon. The Earth is flat. Wait, why do you think the Earth isn't flat?
Who said anything about the Earth being flat?
Do
I
you
asked
think
if
the
we
Earth is
landed on
flat?
the
Yes or
moon.
no?
I asked you if we landed on the moon.
Do you think the Earth is flat?
I'm not answering the question.
Why do you think the Earth is flat?
I asked you a question.
You can't answer the question. Well, humans that existed 2,000 years ago could answer the fucking question, and you can't. Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. You're telling me humans from 2,000 years ago that didn't even have basic fucking things for science that we have today. Appreciate the paper crate. Thank you so much.
So the
Didn't have a
pyramids were built with
supercomputer in their
chisels and
pocket.
hammers too, right?
Know more than you about the shape of the Earth. You're telling me that?
I'm telling you that you think that the pyramids were built by chisels and hammers, right?
Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. I'm telling you, historical evidence indicates that. Now, do you want to respond to this? So you think that you have less fucking knowledge about the shape of the Earth than people that existed thousands of years ago?
Okay, so then how come when you look at the United Nations
Wait,
map,
Tim Dog, do you want to
it's
answer my
flat?
question? Is the Earth flat? Yes or no?
How come the United Nations
Is
map
the Earth flat? Yes or no?
Well, how
Thank
come
you,
you look at the
Power. Thank
global
you so
map?
much, Leslie.
Okay, let me ask you a
Is
question.
the Earth flat? Answer the question. Appreciate
Yes,
it. Thank you so much.
yes, the Earth's flat.
Okay, the conspiracy this, conspiracy that, conspiracy here, conspiracy
You wanna
there,
know what the-
conspiracy fucking everywhere. Because the fundamental basis of your ideology, of your worldview, is predicated off of conspiracy. This is what they use to control you. They use things like conspiracy because you believe in it without any evidence. And they can construct the entire narrative if you believe things based upon conspiracy. You're controlled by them because they can create any story they want, and you will believe it because you believe in conspiracy. That's how they control you. That's how people like Donald Trump, criminals, that's how people literally
Who's
that
them?
have
Who's
control
them?
control
Who's
you
controlling
over and
you?
over again. I just described to you people like Donald Trump,
Yeah, you're out of your
Republicans.
mind.
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. People that
how
are
come the
literally
treaty- how come-
exploiting you. That's what they're doing. They're exploiting you so that he can get away from his crimes. That's what he's doing. And he can manipulate you because you believe in conspiracy. This is why I come up here and I've argued against conspiracy, not only here in politics, appreciate the little crown, thank you so much, but against religion, conspiracy, against conspiracy about Trump, the assassination attempt.
This is
I will
what you
argue
do when
against
somebody
conspiracy on
disagrees
every
with you.
point because the fundamental thing that destroys the
You
unity
cannot
of this
attack them.
nation is the fact that people believe in conspiracy, and any side of the aisle can create any narrative they want, any story they want, and you'll believe it because you will believe anything they say because they agreed with you before, and you already have conspiracy as a fundamental basis of your framework.
You want to know what the
Hannah,
difference
thank you for the
between
$10. Thank you so much.
conspiracy and truth is?
What's up?
What's the difference between a conspiracy and the truth?
Evidence.
How about 9 to 12 months?
No.
So the Russian dossier that was made up.
Okay,
right?
so you
It
believe
wasn't
the Earth
real.
is flat. So 9 months
How
from
come
now,
the treaty of
wait. So
1958
at what
is the
point?
only international treaty never broken.
So at what point will you tell me? At what point will we know the Earth is flat? You said it's going to not be a conspiracy here pretty soon. But didn't they say that like 100
In
years ago?
1958, there was a treaty done. Okay, between every nation, and it's the only.
Wait, but I thought this information was going to come out here in a few months. Haley, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Haley. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Susanna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Susanna.
I'm glad you need the $20. Listen.
Are you mad that I got money? Are you jealous, Tim? Tim, are you jealous?
I'm so
Are
jealous.
you jealous? Someone sent me $20.
Oh, yeah, I'm so jealous.
Can we get some baby bottles in the chat for Tim, everyone?
How come the treaty of
Let's get some baby bottles for Tim in the chat, everyone. Tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio because it really makes Tim really angry. Yo, Russell, thank you so much for the money gun. Thank you so
I
much.
just think that you speak from liberal talking points and you have no substance.
Appreciate that message. Thank you so much. Wait, so what liberal talking points?
Everything.
Terry, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
And you could just be spitting all these things that you're saying.
I wish CNN had someone like me.
Facts.
I wish CNN had someone like me, but CNN doesn't.
You make up your own facts and then you just force them on people and say this is true.
What fact did I make up? Tell me, what fact did I make up?
You made up the facts that you make up about everything.
Appreciate that mustache.
With Kamala Harris. Okay?
What fact? What fact did I make up?
You say Trump is a threat to democracy, but you didn't.
That's a fact.
Not one person.
I didn't make that up, and it's a fact. He did it himself.
Not one person voted for Kamala Harris in the primary, and you say that that's democratic.
Yeah, so we voted for Biden-Harris. Also, again, the delegates.
Biden's not running.
Yeah, Biden stepped down, so the vice president steps up. We also voted for delegates. The delegates.
When has that ever happened?
The delegates pick based upon the what the voters want. The voters wanted Kamala Harris based upon a huge amount of polling. Tanisha, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Harris is the
most of the Democratic
vice president.
Be quiet. Most of the Democratic Party prefers Kamala Harris to be president of the United States. Right now, her approval rating. Do you want me to pull it up on 538? It's probably higher than Trump's now.
Fake numbers. Fake numbers.
It's not fake. Betsy, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. You just deny it. Wait, I have a question. You say her numbers are fake. So how did you know that she had the lowest approval rating if the numbers are fake?
Because I don't believe anything that they put out about her numbers. And when the
so then why did you believe that the numbers were fake?
When you poll 80% Democrats.
So why did you believe the numbers were fake? Wait. So you said the numbers back then, you don't believe them, right?
You want to?
So the numbers that she didn't get votes in the primaries, you don't believe them, right? Because they're fake.
The numbers before
thank you so much. They're all fake, though, Tim, right?
Yes.
So then why do you believe the ones in the past? They're fake, right?
The percentage of her.
He got caught. Winter, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Winter. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Winter in the chat. Just kidding. Thank you so much for the hand art.
Kamala Harris didn't garner one vote in the primary, and you think that Trump is a threat to democracy. That's a fundamental.
But you don't believe the numbers. They're fake, right?
Okay, so before.
So how do you know she didn't get a single vote? They're fake numbers.
Because nobody voted for her.
No, Tim. She got all the votes. Every single person voted for her.
Please, dude.
The numbers are fake. Tim, remember the numbers are fake. Every single person voted for her.
So you
think that mustache? Thank you so much.
So let's go by your
premise. The hand arts. Thank you so much, Millennial.
Let's go by your premise that the numbers were real before she was elected as the.
Wait, no, I was going based upon your standard, Tim. That's what's relevant here.
So listen. So before she was running, her numbers were horrible. She was the least liked. Lowest approval of any vice president in history. The lowest approval rating in the Senate.
Not true. JD Vance has a lower approval rating.
Oh, please. And now that she's running and the liberal left media.
JD Vance has a way lower approval rating. Do you know what JD Vance's approval rating is?
I don't care.
Heidi, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Charles, thank you for the $10. Heidi, thank you so much for the $24. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Heidi? W's for Charles and W's for Winter. Thank you so much. Downlaw, thank you so much for the boxing glove. Thank you so much.
Yeah. When somebody says something that you don't like, you just start.
Hey Tim, how does it feel to have negative aura? I appreciate it. Jess, thank you for that mustache. How does it feel to have negative aura?
I have no negative aura, dude. I just can't.
You do have negative aura. Christine, thank you for the $50 for Keep It Up. Can we get some W's for Christine in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Christine. Thank you so much. Tim's not very mindful. He's not very demure.
You're an NPC, and you're
an NPC, Tim. Tim, can I ask an NPC question? Hey, Tim, can you answer this question quick? How many branches of government are there, Tim?
3, buddy.
What are they?
Why don't you fucking tell me, smartass?
Tell me, what are they?
You're fucking so smart.
What are they? Nathan, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. What are they? What are the 3 branches? Ah, look at her running away. Mega meltdown. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the IC. Thank you, David. Okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Keep tapping that screen. We're at 1.1 million likes. Just try to get to 2 million likes as fast as we can. Follow me here if you haven't already. Check out the rally video I just posted. Watch the whole thing. It's someone trying to define communism. They can't do it. And then they figure out based upon their own definition that Trump's a communist. Very funny, very interesting. Good video. Thank you for the little count. Thank you so much. Very tremendous. So good. Greatest video you've ever seen. You'll never see a video so great. It's so good. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Only Parker is talking, I mean lying. Send a guest request. I invited you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How old do you think it would work on the screen?
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Let's run it up to 1.5 million likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on, Parker?
Are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump, buddy.
And why is that, sir?
Well, first off, let me just say something. So I'm a big believer that whether you're Republican or Democratic, it doesn't mean you have to believe every policy of that party. So, there's certain things that I don't agree with and there's certain things I do agree with. But at the end of the day, hearing from what you were talking about earlier, and by the way, let's just get one thing clear. Let's have a civil convo and don't overtalk me, please, because you're pretty bad for that, Ross. So, and I get it. It's your stream. Have at it, buddy. You're doing a good job. However, my big thing about conspiracy and truth is this. So we call it conspiracy because everything
Do you
we've
live in
been
the United
told.
States?
I actually don't.
Okay.
Good.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yo, hell yeah. I'm a Mexican-American. Viva la raza. Mexicans for Trump. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
So I have a question. How do you feel about Donald Trump saying that people who are coming here from Mexico, they're rapists, they're criminals?
They're not.
Some he assumes are good people.
It's mostly South America. You're racist for saying it's from Mexico. Dude.
No, he said Mexico.
Who's coming?
Wait,
it's mostly South Americans.
Hey, Robert.
Okay.
He himself said Mexico. He said Mexico. I didn't say that. He said Mexico. Most people, I do agree with you. Most people,
speech, bro.
Respectfully, most people who are coming to the country, who are going through the southern border, they're not from Mexico. You are totally right. I'm not disputing that. But I'm telling you what Trump said himself. I can show you the clip if you would like to see it. He said Mexico's not sending their best people. They're rapists. They're criminals. Some he assumes are good people. Even though rapist and criminal not only applies to Donald Trump, right? But like undocumented immigrants coming to the country who he was referencing, right? He's referencing people who commit crimes at a lower rate, violent crime at a multiple times lower rate than natural born U.S. citizens. Also, can you unmute? I sent you a thing to unmute. Click your profile picture and then click the microphone. Like I'll play the clip if you'd like. Yo, I appreciate the swan. Thank you so much, David. Robert, click your profile picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. There you go. Go for it.
Okay, so dude, play the clip, but don't edit it. Just show the whole thing because I've seen it. I've seen the whole thing, and the media lies about Trump. First of all, if you think about him calling murderers and rapists Mexicans, that's racist itself because most of the people who cross are South Americans. So how can you say what Trump said and turn it on Mexicans? I'm Mexican American. And you're going to turn it on Mexicans what Trump said, but when it's mostly South Americans crossing, bro, why? Why do that to yourself? Okay, I'm listening.
Listen. He literally says when Mexico sends their people.
Okay, yes, okay, yeah, okay, I'm listening.
Sorry, sorry. Here, I have to put it on full screen. There we go.
Go ahead. I've seen this clip before.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best.
They're not
They're
sending
not
their
sending
best.
you. They're not
No,
sending
they're not
you.
sending it, but that's true.
They're sending people that have lots of problems.
Yep.
And they're
Yep.
bringing those problems with us.
That is
They're
true.
bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists.
I live in Texas. That is true.
Can you stop talking over it, dude? Respectfully, bro.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to be nice to you. Can you please be quiet?
I'm sorry. Let's listen to
Jesus
it.
Christ,
sorry.
I'm respectfully playing the clip
I'm
that you
sorry.
asked
Don't
for.
use Jesus
Be
Christ.
quiet or I will mute
Name in
you.
vain. Don't use his name in vain. Okay, let's
I
go.
will use it in vain as much as I want. I don't give a shit.
I am sorry, but that.
If you don't want me to do it, stop cutting me off.
Let's go. Let's go. Mexican American here, by the way, not a white boy.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. But I speak to border guards, and they tell us what we're getting. And it only makes common sense. It only makes common sense.
Okay, so Donald Trump says they're rapists. Some, I assume, are good people. Okay, so that's quite literally saying that most of the people coming from Mexico into the United States are rapists and bad people. That's what he's saying. Now, that is very fucked up to me. I would hope that if you think the same thing, right, you think that's bad as well. Right? And there's also no evidence that Mexico is sending people who are rapists and criminals to this country. Again, they didn't send Donald Trump to the country. Click your profile picture and click the microphone. Yeah, everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. Robert, are you there, man?
Hey, I'm here. My great grandpa fought in the Mexican Revolution War. He chose to stay in Texas, and that's why my family is here. My family's always been legal. And for you, a white boy, tell me that Trump is racist for that speech is crazy, man. It's crazy because
wait, I wasn't saying that's what's saying he's racist. I was asking you how he. Hey,
but he didn't
Robert,
call
Robert,
Mexicans racist.
Robert. As a Mexican American, I was asking you, right, how you feel about Trump saying that about people who are coming from Mexico. That's what I was asking.
that's
Okay,
true, though.
I was not
Okay,
saying he was
so-
racist based on that. I'll give you claims to say he's racist. Do you want me to give you the reason why he's
have you-
racist?
have
He
you
wouldn't
watched-
rent to black people in 1973. They literally would tell people who are black there are no openings, right, to rent to them, but to people who are white there are openings at the very same time.
So
Deanna,
you
thank you so much
wanna
for
go
the
back to the
description.
past? What
He
about
popularized the
what
birther
about Biden
movement,
being
saying that
friends
Barack.
with-
He popularized the birther movement, saying Barack Obama was born in Kenya, not the United States, when we have a birth certificate of him born in the United States. He said that Kamala Harris turned black, denying the fact that she was black prior. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. He said the Central Park Five, right, a group of 5 black boys, right. He said they specifically, right, were guilty. He said they should have received the death penalty when they've been exonerated of their crimes, and he's never apologized for it. That is the history of what Donald Trump has done.
Me on that. So you're bringing up black people now. So let's bring up black people now because you can't talk shit to me about Mexican racism because you're a white boy in a right privileged neighborhood.
Mexican isn't a race.
Okay, well, Mexican American. My bad. I'm sorry.
That's not a race either.
It's not a race because we're mixed breed between Spaniards, Indians, and just all Americans are mixed. There's no true
Indians.
breed.
Are you trying to say Native Americans or Indigenous
Native
Americans?
American. No, if
Thank
you
you, little
bring
cunt.
that
Thank
up,
you so
dude,
much.
we're all mixed. We're all mixed, dude.
It's still not a race
We're
though,
all
right?
mixed, Parker. We're all mixed, Parker. There is no true breed, man. This is America, dude. That's
Robert,
what makes America
I'm
so
just.
strong. It's because we're all mixed.
I appreciate
That's
the
why
CV. Thank you so much.
America is so strong.
Yeah, I think diversity is a strength of America.
That
now
is a strength of
conservatives,
America.
Republicans, and people like Donald Trump think it's not. They want
It
to
is,
specifically
though.
close the
No,
borders,
no.
and they want less
No,
people
but you
coming to the
have to
country
close the border.
because they think and they believe in the white genocide theory,
No, it's
which is
not the white
bullshit.
genocide theory. It's not the white genocide.
That's
The
what they
reason-
believe in, though. There are
I
people
live
on
in
his
Texas.
team that believe that.
I live in
Shree, thank you for the
Texas.
$2. Thank you so much.
Fucking
And Shree said, as a proud Mexican American, we do not claim him.
So I don't give a fuck if they don't claim me. She can suck my nuts off. But I'm sorry for the profanity. That's not right. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. But you got so many people pouring in for the border.
I accept your apology.
You got people coming from California, New York lost Senate. They lost Congress seats. California lost Congress seats. Texas gained 2 Congress seats because of the amount of people flowing from those states. And now you got
how many people do you think left California? They give you the hand heart.
Millions. Okay,
so millions didn't leave. Robert. I live in Los Angeles.
Businesses
millions. Robert. Millions didn't leave. I live in Los Angeles. Right? It wasn't.
My
millions.
wife came from.
But I do agree. People did leave California, and the reason is because there's so many people here. Okay, the demand is so high in the cities. Listen, the demand is so high that like the housing prices are so high for basic houses that in other states, right, would be significantly less money. And the same thing's true for New York.
There's gonna be people migrating, and that's gonna float around.
So they're going towards areas.
Politics that can happen.
Okay, so they're going towards areas. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. That have less demand. That's why the housing prices are lower. Right, and again, you can love California. You can think California is great, but because of the housing prices, you have to leave, and that's totally legitimate. Again, I will always agree with people that say that the housing prices are insane in California. I totally agree. Housing prices are ridiculous, but it's because so many people want to live here because it's genuinely a good place to live. Okay, the best weather you've ever experienced is in California. I have never experienced better weather. Right, there's not high humidity. Right, it's good temperature year round. Right, even when it's hot outside, it's not like an overwhelming heat. California is incredible. You're a few hours away from the mountains. You're like an hour away from the beach. Incredible. Okay. Now, again, so many people say a bunch of bad things about LA, and trust me, there are absolutely issues with LA, and there are absolutely points in time where LA's weather is not the greatest. I totally agree. But the point I'm making is that because of like California being a great place to live, that's why the demand is so high. Okay. Tree, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Again, it has its issues. I totally agree. Has big issues. But so many people want to live here, and that's for a reason. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Hey, Parker.
Jack, are you voting for Trump as well?
Of course.
Why so?
Why so? Why not?
Yeah, so like I said before, he's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He tried to...
Allegedly.
He did all of those things.
Do you want to touch my hairy legs, Parker? Do you want to touch my hairy legs like Biden says?
I agree that's a weird thing to say.
That is a weird thing to say.
I never disputed that. But like the point is
legs,
one, it's kind of weird that it's kind of weird that you dream about Joe Biden, right?
No,
and Donald Trump also said,
you're bringing up
is it weird that Donald Trump
says,
is it weird? Is it weird? Is it weird?
Sense.
I will say it's weird with Trump, by the way. I mean Trump
but
and
you're
Biden.
Trying to judge
So can you please listen to what I'm saying?
The country.
Robert, I'm about to kick you from my live because every single time I speak, I have to literally mute you because you don't shut up.
I'm a Mexican American that will say that you're white boy privilege.
Cool. Now, Robert, if you want to have a conversation with me, I would love to have a conversation. But every single time that we speak, I have to mute you because you literally can't stop. Appreciate the goose. Thank you so much. So I will let you go and continue, but you got to actually engage in conversation. Now, Jack, are you driving?
No, I am not. I am sitting in my car, but I am not driving.
Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because I saw with my very own 2 eyes in 2017 to 2021, U.S. was at its best. We were flourishing, prospering, businesses were glowing, grocery prices were low, gas prices were low, world was at peace. You know, everything.
Jack, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Yeah, how good was the unemployment in COVID?
Well, come on, you can't. You're talking about the last year with COVID? No one had control over. Actually, we were following this far left Dr. Fauci.
Can I run down that actually? So hold up. So you said you didn't have any control over that. So you don't blame Trump for a global pandemic? Sure, I totally agree. I don't blame Trump for a global pandemic. Okay. I can blame how he responded, but like I'm not going to blame him for the global pandemic. Similarly, we shouldn't blame Biden-Harris administration for global inflation. You can blame their responses for things, but why are you blaming them for global inflation?
I never said I'm blaming them for global inflation.
Okay, so then why are you saying that, oh, prices were lower, that's why I'm voting for Trump? Because that's not a good reason to vote for Trump.
His policies make a lot better sense than Harris. And let me ask you a question. Why were all the Democrats on board with Biden for many months prior to Harris being elected after Biden stepped down? You, Harry, Jeff, Aaron, the law, the whatever, you guys were all talking so highly of Biden for the longest period of time. And then now all of a sudden it's Kamala. Like that tells me that Democrats aren't solid with their party. They just go with whatever Pelosi, Newsom, and whatever pushes.
No. Here, let me clarify to you. Jess, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. We don't care about the person. We're not a cult. We care about the policy. Right? We care about what's going to be the effect on the country. Right? Facts over feelings.
So
we don't just follow Trump because we're in a cult, you know.
No, I mean, so Biden's and Harris's policies are very similar because you guys supported Biden's policies and now you guys are supporting Harris's policies.
I mean, I definitely have my disagreements, right? But I do think that Harris's policy is better. I think Harris's character is better. I think almost every quality about Harris is better than Donald Trump.
No, I'm talking about Harris and Biden only specifically.
Can you name a quality that Donald Trump has that's better than Harris?
Honesty. He's
Honesty? Are you trolling? He's been lying about the election for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. He said that he didn't have sex with Stormy Daniels. How well did that go for him in a criminal court? He said that he didn't sexually abuse E. Jean Carroll. How well did that go for him in a civil court?
Listen, he's a human being, and
lies over and over and over and over again. 30,000 recorded lies under his administration.
Okay, I mean, you guys, you have to understand that there's millions of people who vote for this convicted felon that you're labeling Trump to be. It tells you a lot that people would rather vote for this convicted felon than the no experienced, zero voted Harris to be president. So that tells you
this country has misogyny. This country has racism. This country has real issues, right? And these real issues, like conspiracy, are exacerbated by figures like Donald Trump. They're willing to surround in a cult behind an orange figure like Donald Trump, right? But they're not willing to actually look at any of the effective policy that he's advocating for. It's been 9 years. He has no healthcare policy. It's been 9 years. He hasn't done anything about the border. It's been 9 years. He undermined the border bill. It's been 9 years. He's trying to undermine a ceasefire, yet he said he advocates for peace. It's been 9 years. He's sitting up here, and now he's got 34 felonies. He's tried to overthrow the government. He restricted women's access to abortion. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. He's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said he likes to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls who quote-unquote own the place. And yet you're still voting for this guy. All this shit came out about him and has shown that he's a worse candidate. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. He's never won a popular vote, and he's not going to win it now. This country is going to reject Donald Trump. It's going to reject the far right like it's done in Europe, like it's done in Canada, like it's done everywhere around the world. It's going to reject the far right.
January 28, 2019, Kamala came on TV and said that Trump's border plan is medieval, blah, blah. It was something basically talking against Trump's plan on January 28, 2019. Look it up. And now she's creating a policy to create the border. Democrats were talking about when Trump introduced it. Oh, border's going to be.
Yeah, so she is advocating for conservative border policy. I'm not disputing that, and I definitely have my disagreements with the border policy that they're proposing here. But the point I would make very clearly is that when they give you the border policy you like, you complain about it. Okay, so they're giving you the border policy you like, and you're still complaining about it, right? And they're not going to create a border. The border already exists.
No, it's not about us complaining about it. It's about she's just literally copycatting everything that Trump is putting out. And
okay, but I thought she was a socialist. So if she's a socialist, but she's copycatting Trump's policy, is Trump a socialist?
Let me ask you this. Why is Harris hiding? Why is she
answer my question first? If she's a copycat, and she's also a far left extremist socialist communist, appreciate the confetti, thank you so much, then is Trump a communist far left extremist?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So that guy just got removed for community guidelines, by the way. But so again, she's not a far left communist extremist, and Donald Trump is lying to you.
Where is your nominee right now? Why is she not doing any interviews? Why is she not talking to the press?
She's doing an interview tomorrow. She has talked to the press. I can show you a video of her right now talking to the press. Do you want to see it?
I would love to actually. Is it? And you're saying someone's interviewing her tomorrow?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. How do you respond to the debate? The fact that she agreed to it and now she wants all these rules.
Wait. Donald Trump is the one that wants rules too. So I don't know why you're saying it's okay for him to have rules, but not for her.
No. Donald Trump's rule is saying, hey, listen, we agree. I'll come to your ABC platform and debate with you. And then when Harris introduced all these rules, okay, let's watch the video first. Sound quality is bad, man.
I'm just giving you an example. You can look it up yourself. But like the point I'm making is I'm showing you a video specifically of her, explaining things to someone. All right. Do give it a second. Yo, everyone tap that screen. Let's run it up to 1.5 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone, Jack, I can't hear you. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now and I will bring you up. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you.
Okay. I mean, in the end, I think that, what I've seen with my very own two eyes this past 10 years, life was so much better under Trump than Biden. And Harris...
So can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I mean, in his 2016 policies, is that what you're asking?
Can you give me any policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Can you give me one that Biden has?
Yeah, so the infrastructure bill, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. Those are things that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people. Now, can you explicitly tell me what policy that Biden or that Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I can't specifically tell you what he did to do that, but what I can tell you is that, I live in California myself. I live in the Bay Area.
I live in California as well.
Yeah, I heard you live in LA. I live in Bay Area. All I know is that we are going in the wrong direction. And by the way, earlier you said people are leaving California because of housing prices. Yes, that's true. I agree with you. But majority of the people
because there's so many people want to live here
because of Newsom is because of the far left.
No, it's not because of Newsom.
Oh my
What is
God.
Newsom's approval rating in California?
It should be very damn low. That's what it should be. Newsom is tearing up California. He's breaking.
What policy?
He's throwing California.
What policy do you dispute of his?
Out. Everything.
Name me one policy you dislike of his.
The $150,000 to the migrants coming in illegally to buying first-time home buyers.
So he didn't give $150,000 to an individual person. That's a total lie.
I didn't say individual person.
So did you know that Newsom's approval rating is higher than Donald Trump's?
Where are you getting that from?
I'm getting that from reformcalifornia.org. And you can find the approval rating of Donald Trump on 538.
Okay.
Donald Trump's approval rating, favorability rating is 43%. Newsom is 44.
As of what day are the or what number? What date are these numbers as of?
Yeah, this is of 2024. So yeah, I think that's kind of funny. Yeah, nothing, buddy. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Jack is getting toasted, cooked, served.
See, that's what you guys do. Whenever you guys feel like you guys have nothing left, you guys attack people personally. That's exactly.
Hey man, you can't take a joke, dude. You're a joke,
that's
man.
That's your guys' motto.
Can you not take a joke?
I mean, if you're joking about my
thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Sale.
Keep them coming. Keep them coming.
Yeah, I can't take a joke. I thought you guys were about the jokes. Oh, if you can't take a joke, how do you feel about Donald Trump saying that he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
I've never heard him say that.
Do you want to hear him say it right now?
Absolutely.
I got you. All right, it's right here. Just wait for the advertisement right now. Give it 1 second. So would you vote for him if he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
I got to understand the context of why he's saying that. If he's saying that generally,
Can you tell me? Can you tell me what context it's okay to say?
I mean, is he talking about he personally would tend to date? Is he talking about someone
he
else?
Said he he said
understand the
he
whole story.
personally. He said he personally would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. So what context justifies saying that to a 5th grader? Anthony, thank you so much for the $15 for the nightly tip. Thank you so much. Jack, can you tell me the context?
I've never heard what you're saying. So are you going to
Can
play
you just tell me the context that justifies it?
Like, I never said a context would justify. I'm trying to understand what you're...
Okay, so no context justifies it, right?
Soon, Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
What did he say? That doesn't... that's your...
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
How do you know he's saying that to a 10-year-old?
Did you hear her? I'll play it again.
Soon, Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
He's probably talking to a child about maybe an older adult standing next to the child. If he was talking to a girl...
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator?
Yeah.
I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
So why would he say I'm going to be dating to her in 10 years if he would have been saying I'm going to date you in 10 years? So boom.
Because he's talking. Okay, so listen,
Toasted, roasted. Sorry, dude.
No,
Parker,
I want you to. I'll explain. So he was having an interview with someone,
Create your own
right?
context.
And he sees a 10-year-old girl that's going up an escalator, right? And he says to the 10-year-old girl that's going up the escalator, and says,
Dude, just drop it.
He
would have said, "I would be dating you in 10 years" if he was talking to a 10-year-old girl.
because he said it as to like the person he was interviewing. Now listen, I'll play the video again. You can literally hear him say it to her, her respond, "Yeah," and then him saying to another person, "Can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years."
To another person.
Wait. So who is the her? Who is the her? Who is the her?
Exactly. Who is the her? You
The
can't
10-year-old
just-
girl. Listen.
You're assuming that.
No, listen.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
If he was talking to that little girl, you first pointed out that it's a little girl's
You're going up
voice.
the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Okay, so he's clearly talking to a little girl, and if he was directing that he's gonna date that little girl, he would have said, "I'm gonna be dating you."
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
Her. That's the key word, dude. Sorry, man. I think you lost this one.
Yeah, because he's saying it in reference about the little girl. He said,
He's
"Are you going up
talking
the
to the-
escalator?" She
Uh-huh.
said, "Yeah." He
Okay.
said, "Can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." It's explicit. Matthew, thank you for the $3.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. That's my whole point. You guys, that's why I said I need to understand the context. I need to hear it because I can't judge. And to answer your question, even after hearing that, yes, absolutely, I'm going to be voting for Trump because he never said, "Hey, little girl, I'm going to date you in 10 years." If he had said that, absolutely, I would be like, dude, Parker,
He
you
did
gotta
say it
know
to a
me.
10-year-old girl. Yo, Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
He probably did tell a 10-year-old girl that he's going to be dating someone in 10 years, but he never said, "I'm going to be dating you in 10 years. So, sorry.
He,
dude.
he said, "I'm
Anyway.
going to be dating her in 10 years."
Yeah, telling the little girl that he's going to be dating someone in 10 years. Her. Whoever her
He
is.
said her. That's the 10-year-old girl.
Okay. Hey, dude, if you were talking to me right now and you're telling me about someone else, wouldn't you be saying, "Hey, he was saying this," rather than, or would you be telling me, "Hey, Jack, you are saying that"? Do you know the difference between you and her? She, you, her, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so who is the she he's referencing? The person he just talked
We don't
to.
know that. That's my point. We don't know that. But it's definitely not the 10-year-old girl, because if it was the 10-year-old girl, he would have said, "I'm going to be dating you in 10 years. He never said you. He said her. There can be 15 girls over there. One of them can be a 80-year-old woman. One of them can be
So
a 60-year-old
I played you the
woman.
clip,
So we don't know.
and you literally listen. I played the clip. You literally heard her respond to him. Okay.
Yes.
He
got his
directed
attention.
it to her specifically, and then
Okay.
she specifically said that. Yo, everyone's saying that the video is of the escalator. It's not directly. If someone would like to send me the different video that they're referencing, I'd love to see it. Right now, I just know that it's an audio. Okay, everyone. So if you'd like to tell me where that is, I'd love to see that.
I'd love
Brian,
to
thank
see
you
it
for the
too,
$5. Thank you
honestly.
so much. That the videos of the escalator, right? It's not like you can see something like very clearly, but there's no reason to dispute to dispute this being said because there was no AI in 1992.
Dude, come on, man. You very well know that if he was talking to her,
Why would he say that he'd be dating a girl? Wait, I have a question.
Play it again.
Jack,
play it again and pause it.
Jack. Why? Yeah,
and I'll walk you through it.
Jack, can I please ask you the question?
Of course.
Okay. So why would he be saying that he'd be dating the girl in 10 years if it is the case that she was already of age? Madison, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question? Why would
someone wanted to clarify that that he's being interviewed? By the way, I did clarify that. I think you heard that, right? Why would he say that he would be dating her in 10 years if the girl was of age?
Listen, he can be saying that for a lot of things. He's probably, let's look at it in an open mind. Maybe that girl doesn't live in the United States or doesn't live in a state and she's planning on moving down here. And he's saying, yeah, in 10 years, there's no age that's being directed. There's no minor.
She said, yeah, you heard her. She sounds like a minor.
Sure.
If you don't think that,
but he's not
here, Jack,
talking to her.
Jack, I'm going to be totally honest with you. If you don't think that was a minor, you're either incredibly dumb or you're so partisan or you are so partisan. She doesn't sound like, or you are so partisan that you can't acknowledge when Donald Trump has clearly done something wrong. You are reaching so unbelievably far. Caleb, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Caleb. I really appreciate it, Caleb. Thank you so much. And Kayadium, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. By the way, if anyone had that direct video, I'd love to see it. Type it in the general chat or the lives chat, because I would love to see what you guys are referencing. But Jack, do you want to respond to that? Like, everyone knew that he was referring to the minor. You're like the only person that's disputed this. Jack, you can click the profile picture and then click the microphone.
Am I on? Okay.
Yes, I hear you.
Listen, man, I never said that girl's voice doesn't sound like a minor. Of course it sounds like a little girl. I don't know how old, but it definitely sounds like a minor. I'm not denying the fact that he's talking to this minor. But when he is talking to her, she says, yeah. And then he says, I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. He's talking to her.
It's clearly in relation to him.
But I'm asking you,
her. It's clearly in relation to her.
But
he's clearly referring to the little girl that he just talked to.
How do you know that, though? That's my point. Do you have proof that he's referring to her? And my proof.
Yes, I did. We just heard it. You just heard it yourself.
I have proof. No, I heard the voices, but he's probably talking about another woman who's standing there.
Wait, no, he just referenced. So, okay, again, he references the kid. He said, "Are you going up the escalator?" The little kid says, yeah.
Okay.
Right after he says that, he then talks to the interviewer and says, can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. He just referred to the little girl. That's clearly, be quiet. It's clearly in reference to the kid.
Earlier
that's clearly in reference to the kid.
You're saying that he's talking to a little kid, and now all of a sudden he's talking to the interviewer?
I just explained it. Listen.
Okay, buddy. I've
explained it 3 times now. Jack, please listen. Please listen. Jack, please listen. I've explained it to you 3 times very, very, very patiently. So please listen. Because right now I do have the right to scream at you because you're so fucking dense. But I want you to sit here and you want you to listen to me say it to you peacefully, okay?
Okay, go ahead. Repeat yourself.
Jesus Christ. I said he was doing an interview. The girl goes up the escalator. The escalator, right? He asks her, are you going up the escalator? The girl responds to Donald Trump. She says, yes. He then turns to the interviewer and says, can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Again, in reference to the kid that he just referenced himself and talked to.
Can I respond?
Andrew, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for this guy's mental gymnastics for these cult members is phenomenal. Unbelievable. Again, why would he have to clarify in 10 years if it was an adult? That doesn't make any sense.
Parker, can I ask, how do you know he turned around, talking to an interviewer referencing the little girl. How do you know that?
Is this? I don't think you're engaging genuinely at this point. This is
Okay, buddy.
unbelievable.
Okay.
How do we know? I just explained it to you.
No,
I just explained the
you're
entire
assuming that there was an
context to you.
interviewer there. First of all, you're assuming that he's referencing the little girl. You're assuming all this stuff.
I'm not just assuming. I'm telling you what happened.
Yeah,
I'm showing you what
listen,
happened.
This is all the stuff that the DNC has fed you. Like I said, Jeff, Harry, Aaron, all you
Again,
guys.
so
and
you said the DNC gave us this, right?
everything you guys.
So you
tried
think
to
I'm paid
hold
by the
on to.
DNC?
Excuse me?
You think I'm paid by the DNC?
I don't know who you're paid by. But
Mallory, thank you for the
you're definitely
$5.
paid by
Thank you so
someone.
much, Mallory. Who do you think I'm paid by?
Someone, some Democratic rich party. You guys are all in one little.
Some Democratic rich party. What Democratic rich party?
I don't know. Again, I'm not a Democrat.
Brian, thank you so much for the
Out of my
subscription.
ass.
Thank you so much, Brian.
I'm not a Democrat to pull shit out of my ass.
You just pulled shit out of your ass saying that I'm paid. Janelle, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Wait, if someone said this to your 10-year-old daughter, would you vote for them?
Is that a question to me?
Yeah, who else would I be talking to?
Okay, well, first of all, the way you're describing it, no. The way it happened, yes. That's the difference, buddy. You're in this delusional.
So, can you tell me what you think?
Cloud, whatever you want to call it.
Can you tell me what you think happened? Who was he referencing?
Again, I do not know, but I definitely know he's not referencing the little kid. That's what I know for a fact, because if he was referencing the little kid, he would have been.
Wait. You said that I was assuming that he wasn't referencing a little kid. So why are you assuming that he is not referencing the little kid?
That's my point, Parker. We don't know, so we can't pass a judgment. Do you understand what I'm saying? Unless there's video evidence or any type of evidence that we can get to the bottom of that, then of course I would then make a judgment. But because there's no video evidence, because we don't know who else was there, because we don't know if there's an interviewer there or not, I cannot pass judgment. Therefore, I cannot answer your question. If I would be happy if he would talk to my little kid that way. Of course, no one's going to be happy if someone talked to my if I had a 10-year-old little girl. But we don't know. We don't know. That's my whole point. Who he was referencing, who he was talking to, about all that stuff. That's all I'm trying to say here. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm also not saying that you're not right. You could be possibly not right. That's all I'm saying, Parker.
Yeah, so again, what is most likely true?
I don't know, man. Most likely tomorrow the sun's gonna come up, but is there a chance that it's not?
Wait,
Yes,
you can see the little girl in the picture, in the video. Okay, so actually, there is a video here. I'm gonna play it for you. Denise, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. It is hard to see, but you can see her go up the escalator after, because it's a little bit off of the escalator. You can kind of see him in the bottom left of it, and then and like you can see him on the left side, and then you can see the little girl like walk up the escalator. Would that be good enough reason for you, or would you have to see more?
I'm sorry, are you saying that like you want me to look this video up, or are you gonna share it right now?
No, I'm gonna show you.
Oh, okay, yeah, show me.
So again, you're gonna have to look, and I'll have to pause it so that you can see what I'm referencing. Okay. Let me get to the point. Okay, so Donald Trump here. Let me get so you can see his hair. Okay, here, hold up. Because his hair is very noticeable. Okay, so right here, the interviewer is right here. Donald Trump's right here. You can see his hair right there. Okay.
Hold on, there's a glare, man. I can't see that.
Right there, you can see his head. That's the interviewer. Okay? That's Trump. That's the interviewer. Okay? I'm gonna go forward.
Honestly, I can't get out of that video. It's just a blur, to be honest with you. You know, I know you're showing me the video of quote unquote, but it wasn't enough.
You can see the little girl go here. You can see the little girl with her dad go up right here. That's the little girl. So when you go look at the video, this is this little girl right here going up, right next to her dad, and they look back, and you can see Donald Trump goes up the escalator a little bit after them. So it's clearly in reference to the girl that was there with her dad, and you could literally hear her respond. So the fact that you're disputing this at this point is fucking unbelievable to me.
Dude, you still didn't prove anything. All you said was there was a little girl with her dad. That's all you said. You still didn't prove to me who he was talking to and who he was talking about.
So again, I just showed you. I just showed you.
You showed me the little girl.
Listen, Jack. Can you chill out for a second?
Of course.
Chill out, chill out for a second. Chill out for a second.
Bro.
I'm not the delusional one.
After this, let's talk about Biden telling kids in a pool to come sit on his lap. Let's talk about that afterwards. Because that.
Okay. I'd love to talk about it because you daydream about Biden all the time. But can you please let me finish?
I daydream about one person.
Please let me finish.
Of course, go ahead.
Okay. So again, right? It is the case that we played you the video. You heard her respond to him. Not only do you hear her respond to him, you heard her respond after the second claim, after him saying it again, right? So he said, "Are you going up the escalator?" She responded, "Yes." Okay. He then said, "Can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." And she goes, "Ah." You can literally hear her respond to that. I think it's gross that he said that. Okay. Not only that, but then you can literally see them going up the escalator after. So again, it is very, very, very clear what happened there. You dispute it because you're insufferable and you want to feel okay with yourself voting for Donald Trump.
Again,
now, I don't know why the reason you're dying on this hill, but it is unbelievable.
Listen.
I've shown you the video. I have played the audio.
Dude. You've shown me a blurry ass picture of someone, and you still haven't shown who the hell Trump is talking to. Or
I just showed you he was talking to. I showed you the interviewer.
You showed me a little girl
Norma,
and
thank you
a
for the
guy
$5.
on an
Thank you.
escalator. That's all you did, dude. Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about
No,
Biden
don't
telling
move
little
on.
girls
I
come
want
sit
you
on
to
his lap.
instead of moving on,
You're not
I want you to.
You're not going to change my mind on this
because you are fucking partisan. You won't change your mind because it is the case that no possible evidence could I give you that would you change your mind. I played you the video. I showed you the audio. I showed you the video.
You're hilarious.
You still didn't accept it because you know
the video proved nothing. That's my point.
Again, the video did prove it. It proved. I showed you. Again,
what did you show me? A kid on an escalator?
Can you be quiet? Yes.
No.
Again, because he said, "Are you going up the escalator?" She said, "Yeah." You actually then after can see her going up the escalator. So you want to know what's crazy? We know who he was talking to because we can see her go up the escalator after. I showed you on video of them going up the escalator after, and you will sit there and you will dispute it because he is your daddy. That's why.
Okay.
You fucking love Trump. You're a cult member.
Is your mommy?
Cult member Jack.
Okay.
Cult member Jack. Can we get some cult member Jacks in the comment section? David, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And by the way, everyone, if what I just showed you, if what I just showed you proves to you that Donald Trump said this to a 10-year-old girl, please type 1 in the comment section. Type 1 in the comment section real quick. If that proved it to you, type 1 in the comment section. So it was enough evidence for Long. It was enough evidence for Vix. It was enough evidence for Roman. It was enough evidence for Naomi. It was enough evidence for Panda. It was enough evidence for the amazing Nick. It was enough evidence for Dion. It was enough evidence for Melanie. It was enough evidence for Andrew. It was enough evidence for Crystal. It was enough evidence for JM. It was enough evidence for Maverick, for Azzy. It was enough evidence for Casey, for TC. It was enough evidence for Sarah. It was enough evidence for Scott. It was enough evidence for everyone in this chat that is spamming 1. Danielle. It was enough evidence for Daryl. It was enough evidence for FXY. It was enough evidence for Emily. It was enough evidence for Boston Sports Fan. It was enough evidence for Veronica, Angel, Gracie. It was enough evidence for Brianna. It was enough evidence for Taylor. It was enough evidence for Creature. It was enough evidence for Lewis. It was enough evidence for Danya. It was enough evidence for Vissel. It was enough evidence for Ariel. It was enough evidence for CE, for Sammy. Look at him run away. Because it was enough evidence for all the people spamming 1 in the comment section, but not enough evidence for him because he's a cult member. Thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. That's what it is. It's disgusting. Ruth, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Killer Kicks, thank you so much for the subscription, the 6-month subscription. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Chad, thank you so much for the gem gun. Thank you so much. Everyone, follow me here if you haven't already. Lindsay, thank you so much for the hanging lights. Thank you so much. I am back on my main account, everyone. Glad to be back. True Blue, thank you for that hand art. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
You motherfucking right.
Why so?
You motherfucking right. What's up?
What's up? Why are you voting
What's
for
up?
him? Memes, thank you for the hand heart.
But I'm voting for Trump, not that little motherfucking pedo Biden, rubbing little kids and sniffing their hair and shit.
Hey,
You like that shit though, because you like cum
I'm
in your
sorry.
mouth. You like that shit because you like sucking dick.
Okay, Jason's really mad today, everyone. Seems like he's steaming hot today. I don't know who hurt him. I just letting you know, Biden's not running. I know you guys said Biden has dementia, but it seems like you're forgetting that. Bella, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. Uniting America, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Bridget, thank you for the subscription. But you're going to vote for the guy that walks into changing rooms of naked teenage girls. You're going to vote for the guy that said he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. You're going to vote for the guy that says he has sex in common with his daughter. You're going to vote for the guy that said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. You're going to vote for the guy, right, that said you dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. That's the guy you're going to vote for, even though Kamala Harris hasn't done any of those things yet. You're not going to vote for her. Courtney, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Now, Jason, you can unmute your mic, but let's see if you can do that. Thank you for the cap. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you so much,
Suck
Alana.
10 dicks. I ain't doing shit.
Are you mad, Jason? Are you okay?
I
You
ain't
need a
mad
baby
at
bottle?
all.
Jason,
Look at you.
I can clearly
I'd smack
hear that
the
you're
cum out of
mad.
your mouth if you was ever in my face. You pussy. You're stone cold cat in the
Jason,
freezer
okay.
pussy.
Lauren, thank you for the
Sit here
subscription.
behind the camera playing games. I'd smack the dead shit out of you if I ever seen you. You're
Jason,
pussy.
Jason, I love you too,
What
man.
happened? What happened? Did Biden sniff your hair, baby?
Appreciate the
Is
quote.
that
Thank
what
you so
like?
much.
Huh?
Did Trump
Is that
say to
what
your
you like?
10-year-old...
Biden sniffing your hair?
Did you like the fact that Trump said to your 10-year-old daughter that he'd be dating her in 10 years? Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Did you like that Trump walk into the changing room of your naked teenage daughter? Because he quote-unquote owns the place? What about that? Did you like that? Jason, is that something that you prefer? Is that why you're supporting him? Is that the reason, Jason?
You like cum in your mouth.
Are you
You like
really?
cum in
You're
your
just
mouth.
gonna,
You
you're
like
just
cum in
gonna
your mouth.
appreciate the confetti.
You
Thank
like
so
cum
much.
in your mouth. You like cum in your mouth.
Are you done?
You shit smack down your leg. Shut up. Shut up. You a little boy. You a little kid.
In
You probably
2024,
got your-
in 2024, appreciate this thing to be. Thank you so much. The best thing he can make fun of is saying that I would be like gay. That's like the best argument you can give. So he just got kicked for community guidelines. But let's go on to the next person. I don't know why he was so mad. Does anyone know why he was so mad? I don't. We've had some wild guests today. Catherine, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. All right, everyone, let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get this next person up here. If you're mad, type in the comment section right now. We'll bring you up. Sindel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
How you doing, man?
You voting Trump?
Yes, I am, sir.
And why is that?
What I would say is I like less costs, prices for groceries. I like better foreign policy. And the thing is, I like having a president I can trust because at least with Biden, it seemed as though, at least when he was elected, that, Kamala would eventually go into office. But, of course, it didn't turn out the way I thought. But at least, with Trump, I'll give you the COVID and the pandemic stuff, but at least, things were, better. You know what I mean? Foreign policy.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you don't trust Kamala Harris, and you do trust Trump, even though he's lied about the election. He lied about having sex with Stormy Daniels. He lied about sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. He lied about his falsifying his business records. He lied about his fraud.
Sir, I'm letting you talk, but may I ask a question as well?
Yeah, go for it.
It's been testified by poll workers that have actually worked in Philadelphia and Arizona that there was fraud by Rudy Giuliani. I'm not saying he's the perfect person.
Melissa,
I'm not saying like obviously he's a piece of shit with women, but you know what I mean. It's been testified in court.
What was the
that it's
name of the
happening
person
with
who
paper
testified and said
ballots?
that?
With paper ballots
Hey,
too.
Bill, can you tell me the
Yes,
name
sir.
of? Can you tell me the name of the person who did that and didn't recant?
I'm sorry, the person.
Can you
that
give me one name
testified?
of someone who did that? and didn't recant? Can you give me one name?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you their first and last name. I'm sure it's, it wasn't reported by the mainstream media.
Because Giuliani pled guilty. Not only did he do that, but it's also the case that Donald Trump, he's been convicted of these crimes that I'm relating to. Appreciate this one. Thank you so much. And the court cases, like all the courts are against him. The court cases, as it relates to the election, there were 60 plus court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence over in the election. Did you know that 34 of those cases? Did you know that 34
literally ran on the platform?
Did you know that 34 of those cases?
Trump.
Did you know that
she ran on the whole
Bill, can I respond to these things? Can I respond to these things, Bill?
Yes, sir.
So 34 of those cases were Republicans, right? Republican appointed, and they still didn't indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election. 17 of which had appointed judges specifically by Trump, yet he still, right, didn't win those cases. What'd you just say? So I can respond.
No, sir, I'm not disputing it. I'm just saying people testified that there were dumps. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'd love to hear one person.
I'm not saying you're right, of course. I'm not looking to overturn any, saying like Biden didn't win. Personally, I don't think he got more votes than Obama. Personally,
well, so did Trump.
Such
got
a
more
popular
votes too.
candidate, you know what I mean? But
well, he's popular because people don't like Trump. So it's that many people that don't like Trump.
But when you look at the 140 million voters in the United States, and you look how many.
Thank you, Ashley, for the 19-month subscription. Let's get some W's for Ashley in the comment section. Thank you so much for the 19-month. That's crazy.
But you see like the amount of registered voters, and then you look at like Biden and Trump. The math doesn't add up. I'm not going to say that like Biden isn't the president, or you know what I'm saying. Like people are like, he's not my president, because people did the same thing with Trump. But at the same token, at least now I don't see anything that's better. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand Trump, like Giuliani. Trump's a piece of shit. Trump's a piece of shit with women. You know what I'm saying? I get that. But the whole thing is, I don't really give a shit about his life. You know what I'm saying? Like, his personal life. I'm one of the people that say where a man lays his wood is his own business, right? And the thing is, he might be crazy. And you know what? Everybody might be, prudent to say that he's crazy. But when you look at these leaders and everything, and the wars that have started, and you look at our prices and everything, and people are like, oh, Biden had this thing after, 2020, but like people ignore that there was a pandemic, and I'm a nurse too, so I understand. But the whole thing is like, America is completely divided. And the thing is, even RFK is endorsing Trump, who, was Democrat. Like, I used to be a Democrat. My parents used to be Democrats. And the thing is, like, I'm voting for results at this point. Because at least with a lot of...
Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
He actually passed the biggest middle class tax cut. He's also done human trafficking. Legislation.
He's done human trafficking? That doesn't sound like a good thing. Now, hear my point. I'm asking you specifically. Wait, the point I'm asking you specifically is, did you know that tax cut, most of it went to people who are rich?
The thing is, man, if you really tax the fuck out of like what you're saying, the rich, right? If you tax the hell out of the rich, what?
Mila, thank you so much for the diamond gun. Thank you so much, Mila.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, of course. But,
you're good, don't worry.
No, but I mean, like, most of the business owners, and I don't mean to say corporations that people work for, but like, if you work for like a higher corporation and you work for even a mid-level or like a small business that makes a lot of money and everything, and then they say tax the rich, the problem is, you're gonna get on the, you're gonna get taxed. They're losing money and they're gonna get it back from you. You know,
So actually, did you know that we had higher effective tax rates on corporations in the past? Yet it is the case that we had lower prices.
I wouldn't say so. I mean,
Well, that's a
what are you
fact.
referring to?
Yeah, so I'm referring to the fact that basically, well, no, actually, you can look up corporate tax rate by year.
I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice to you too.
The lowest point in which we've had corporate taxes is right now. Under Obama's, it was 35%. Right prior, it was even higher. We're talking 40% and even higher.
So
look up
is
corporate tax rate.
the corporate the corporate businesses are making more money now?
Yeah, they actually are. They have record profits.
So what's the issue? If we're supposed to tax the rich, why are they making?
So we haven't done that. So you can look at corporate tax rate by year U.S. Okay, and you can see specifically that the corporate tax rate, historically speaking, has been significantly higher than it is now. Did you know that the corporate tax rate we can point to in between, for example, here it is between. Here, one second.
I'm sorry, I'm only laughing because people are like, "Where are you, a nurse?" Yeah, and then a third of my salary goes to illegal immigrants, in New York City, getting $10,000, debit cards, and that bothers me.
You're making me cringe. I don't know why you cut me off just to say that.
I'm sorry.
So not only is
Go
that
on.
cringe that you just said that, but I think it's pretty clear that you don't actually care about fucking migrants getting any money. That's
I don't
state
think
policy. That's not federal policy.
True.
And that's also legal. That's
for
also
my
legal
job.
migration. Sorry to break it to you. It's legal migration.
No problem.
So,
No, I think
so
it- I
actually,
think it's
did you know
ridiculous.
that under Obama's administration, corporations that made 25,000 to 50,000 paid a lower tax than what they do right now under Trump? He changed it from being a progressive tax on corporations to being 21%. So they used to pay under the Obama administration 15% from 25,000 to 50,000. Now they pay 21%. So he actually increased the rate on people's income for corporations below $50,000.
But Trump wants to cut it to 18%.
He wants to cut it to 15%.
Oh, okay, 15%.
But the point I'm making is that when he was president, he actually increased it. I just want you to know for
No, I
income
understand.
under 50,000.
No.
You can find this from Tax Policy Center, which is a nonpartisan committee, by the way. Not only that, but it is the case that you can also point to this. We had higher tax rates. For example, from 15 million to 18 million, and actually we'll go with over 18 million. The tax rate, right, in the 40s was about 40 to 50%. In the 50s, it was 50%. In the 70s, it was high 40%. In the 80s, it was high 40%. Even under Reagan's presidency, it was high 40%, mid 40%. Under the 90s, it was actually mid 30s. And now, Trump wants to take it to 15%. So historically speaking, we've had 2 to 3 times higher tax rates on over $18 million for corporations. But now, for some reason, we're going to have higher prices because of corporate taxes when we didn't all those years.
No, I'm not. I understand. Corporations run the country, of course. Like everybody. We're kind of like minions to the corporations in a sense. And I'm sorry people are saying you won't be a nurse for long and everything, but the whole thing is, I'm not a prejudiced person. I would care for anybody on this planet. That's my job, and I think I do my job well. But that's why I mentioned the whole thing, because a third of my salary, with how hard I work and everything, and the whole thing, at least in New York, is everybody keeps saying, but the thing is, illegal immigrants, I'm just talking about New York. I'm not talking about collectively, but illegal immigrants, and at least in New York, most of them are single men. You know what I'm saying? It's not if it was.
Did you actually know there was a greater level of people released in the country who are here undocumented under Trump's administration, according to the Cato Institute?
That's not true.
Yes, it is. The removal rate.
Nope.
The
Tom
removal
Homan
rate is
disputed
higher.
that. That's not true.
The removal rate is higher under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, then if anything, then right, then But the whole thing is, at least in New York, I'm not talking about other places. I'm trying to be not. I hope you think I'm nice, sir. I'm trying to be like have a respectful discourse with you. You know what I'm saying? But the whole thing is like, at least in New York, I make like 100.
I think you're not really giving me good reason to vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for
No. I'm
sexually
not
abusing
talking
a
about
woman.
That. That's not what I'm talking about. Of course, you vote for who you want to. That's your own business. I'm not here to change your
dude.
mind.
I'm asking you, like why you're voting for someone who's held civilly liable for sexual abuse.
Well, are you talking about rape?
Yeah, that's
Is that what you mean?
Forceful penetration against her will.
That actually wasn't proven by the court.
Yes,
in
it was.
New York. No, it wasn't. You can look it up.
It was proven in a civil court. Yes, it was.
No, the girl I was dating said that, and then I looked it up. That's how I know it's not true.
So look up Trump libel essay. You can find it on AP News. You can find it on NBC. You can find it on CBS. You can find it on Fox News. You can find it everywhere.
It up, and it was an article on NBC. So
look up Trump libel essay. I promise you'll find it. I'm looking at it right now. Literally, look up Trump libel essay.
That's why I said rape. That's what I'm talking about. Right? Was he a piece of shit with women?
No. Here, Bill, let me clarify to you, because you probably looked at the documentation and it didn't check grape. And I'll tell you why. Because grape, defined under New York state law at the time, had to have been a male member entering a female member against their will. So she wasn't sure whether or not it was his fingers, his male member, or both. So that's why it was considered sexual abuse, not grape under New York state law. Yeah, I still consider forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will grape.
Not rape. Okay,
so do you consider forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will grape?
Grape?
Yeah.
Well, rape. I'm sorry, you said it was fingers?
Yeah. Do you think forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is grape?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You do? So that's what she described. So you can sit there and you can say, under New York penal law, it wasn't that, but actually you define it as that under your own definition.
My whole
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
I understand.
Natalia, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for shots every time he says,
The whole thing is, I understand he's not the best person. We all understand that. Fingers aren't okay. You shouldn't penetrate at women. You know what I'm saying? Of course. But, my whole thing is, people didn't vote for Kamala. People really didn't vote for her. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, Obama, like once they kind of, I guess for, quote unquote, nominated Kamala, he called for like an open primary, and of course he recanted. But my point is, like, at least the people should have a vote. I don't think that she should just be like, put into the, nomination because she was the vice president, especially since she, polled so low and everything. But, and I understand people voted for the ticket, they're like, we voted for Biden, so we voted for her. I understand that. But, at the same token, it's like, at least in the Northeast, we're getting killed over here.
Yeah,
and everyone keeps like trashing me in the comments. It's like, I've been very respectful to you.
I can send you something from PBS that says about 8 in 10 Democrats are satisfied with the prospect of Harris's nominee. That's an AP poll.
I'm sure they are.
8 in 10 Democrats are satisfied with the prospect of Harris's nominee.
I'll be honest with you, man. Like, even in 2020, he was like, before that debate where he was like saying, I wouldn't even say saying, when he looked incapable, I'll say. Like a lot of people, like, but he did a lot of he did a lot of the same things, in 2020. And the thing was, it's not even that I'm a huge Trump guy, but at the same token, you know what I mean? I'm like, do better.
Mags, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. You know, I don't think that Donald Trump is going to do better because he's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government and tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. This guy's a threat to women. This guy's a threat to this country. And it's not just said by me. It's said by people that were a part of his.
Abortion's not true.
What do you mean abortion's not true?
He left it to the states. He left it to the states, which it should be. Because you know why? It's not, I'm okay with it personally, but the thing is,
thank you so much. Okay, so
but yeah, it should be a vote amongst the people in the states that they live in. You know what I'm saying? It's not a constitutional right. I'm not saying I'm against it, of course, but
yeah. So people part of his administration said this. So let's look at the list of people who specifically were a part of Trump's administration and they were officials a part of it. I appreciate the rock star. Thank you so much. But now they've come out against him. So we can look at one. We got James Mattis. 2. We've got former Navy Secretary Richard Spencer. 3. We've got former National Security Advisor John Bolton. We have former White House Chief of Staff John Kelly. We've got former White House National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster. We've got former Homeland Security Advisor Tom Bossert. We have Cliff Sims, the former Special Assistant to the President and Director of the White House Mission Strategy. Lynn, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We have former White House Communications Director Anthony Scaramucci. We have former White House.
Actually, a great nurse.
We have Jerry Kahn.
Comments.
We have Jerry Kahn, the former National Economic Council Director. We have Ty Cobb, the former White House counsel. We have Nikki Haley, the former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. We have former Secretary of State Rex Tillerson. We have former U.S. Special Representatives of Ukraine, Kurt Volker. We have former Attorney General Jeff Sessions. We have plenty of people, right? They don't like Trump. Okay? He quite literally is a threat to this country. They say he's unfit to serve. They say he's a threat to this country. Okay? So, yeah, that's who you're voting for. The guy who has multiple people a part of his administration that were a part of it that threatened the risk of them not being able to get any jobs in the future to be able to tell you that he was a threat to this country. Jamie, thank you for the $10 for, thank you so much. Travis, thank you so much for the $10. This guest has the right to work in healthcare or take the Hippocratic Oath.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to
has to right to work. Madeline, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Alana, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the support, everyone. It really means a lot to me, Shatoya, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Danielle, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the baby bottle. Thank you so much. And Amber, thank you so much for the $10 for,
I understand.
That really is great,
I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
Sorry, no, you're fine.
No, I don't mean to undermine people, but the thing is, a lot of us are struggling.
Okay, I'm sorry, Bill. Sorry to break it to you. You say a lot.
Right. I just say that, but
everyone in the chat is spamming it, and they're donating me, saying that you say it all the time. Thank you for the boxing up. Thank you so much.
That's okay. You know what? I'm glad you made the money.
Sure, King. Thank you for the subscription.
You're doing good work because you're encouraging political discourse, so that's fine. I just want people to make their own decisions.
Margaret, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Margaret. I really appreciate the $50 for when you know. Thank you so much. Jay, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Margaret. Thank you so much.
W Margaret, I'll say that. But at least in the Northeast, the rent is out of control. My grocery bill is out of control and everything.
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't do it anymore. I can't. It was funny to a specific degree, but Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. This guy could not stop. Dude, he should be legally not allowed to say that phrase. Legally should not be allowed. Okay? Jesus. Little brother, thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much. That was unbelievable, chat. Jay, thank you for the Thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Ethan, thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much, Ethan. Follow me here if you haven't already. Everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get it up to. Let's try to get it up to 2 million likes. Everyone, if you know, you know. You gotta
what's
follow me. You
happening?
know. What's up? How old are you?
I'm old enough.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, not Trump, but I'm voting Trump.
Trump? You're voting Trump?
No, you said Trump. I said Trump. Get it right, little boy. Come
Trump,
on, let's go.
please
Let's
save
debate.
us, Trump.
Let's debate.
Okay.
You
So
know
why
that.
you know Trump?
that James. You know that James Mattis actually is an actual treasonous American, right?
So is Donald Trump.
How? Well, you guys ignore.
He tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results.
You guys ignore the fact that you guys ignored the felonies that George Floyd had. I'm ignoring Trump's. So get lost.
George Floyd having a felony or having felonies does not mean it's okay to murder him. Now, I never said it was okay to murder Donald Trump. I think he should be put in prison for his crimes, but I would never say it's okay to unjustly murder him. Shea Bear, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Now, you're going to sit there and you're going to use that as a mechanism to say that it was okay to kill George Floyd? Is that your argument?
Nobody was a murderer. And
Wait,
he
I
wasn't.
don't even know that to be true. Wait, can you give me any evidence that George Floyd was a murderer?
He was. He killed his pregnant. He killed his pregnant girlfriend's baby. Like, get lost.
Can you give me a source?
All right, let me look it up. Hold on.
Or do I need to trust in God for this one?
By the way, I have 5 screens in front of me. So.
Okay, good for you. At least you'll be able to provide me the sources. 5 screens. Thank you very much. You understand having 5 screens doesn't make you more productive, right?
Yes, it does, sir.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, because I work in IT for a living, and I do this, and I'm playing video games while I'm doing this. So, get lost.
I can do video games on 2 monitors while doing things. You can have 3 monitors and be just as productive as if you have 5. If not more productive, because you have to go across less screen.
Okay, I have... Okay, should I say I have 2 monitors with... Yeah, you get lost.
You get lost, buddy.
You are a sad, pathetic little boy.
It says the one voting for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
No,
trust in God, though. Trust in God. Don't sin. Even though I'm voting for the guy that cheated on every single one of his wives, the last one with the corn star. Please don't. Please don't. The guy who's lying about the election. Please pray for him. Pray for him, everyone. Pray for Trump.
The more I keep you talking to me, is the more time that
Amy, thank you for the subscription.
From other people having to listen to your nonsense.
Hey, trust in God. Can you name me one commandment that Trump hasn't violated?
He's 1 for 10.
What? Tell me which one.
No, I'm not telling you. Look, you obviously know. I know too, but my knowledge is not free, my friend.
Which commandment?
My knowledge is not free.
Evie, thank you for the dollar.
Free, my friend.
Hey, trust in
my
God.
Knowledge is not free.
Which commandment?
My knowledge.
So, like, look at how much of a humanitarian.
Why don't you look it up? Okay, name all 10.
How about you use one of your 5?
Name all 10.
I'm not a Christian, but I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So
without looking at a computer screen, close your eyes and tell me all 10.
I'm not going to be able to name all 10, but I'll close my eyes. I'll try to name as many as I can. I'll name as many as I can.
Okay, go ahead. 1 through 10.
Okay. Have no idols, like put no one before God, right? No adultery, no lying, right? What's it called? Wait, let me think of another one.
See, these guys are jokers. They have certain points that they have to push out.
Hold up, give me a second. Give me a second. I'm trying to think of the 10 commandments. Give me 1 second.
Bullshit.
1 second. I'm thinking of your commandments.
They only have certain points.
Let me think of your commandments. Give me 1 second, everyone.
The DNC. This is proof. They don't know outside of their own rules for radicals states that you have to keep your.
So a non-Christian didn't know all of the 10 commandments. Crazy, by the way. Crazy. I did name more than you could, though. I think that's really funny. Casey, thank you for the $2. And Raymond, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for not getting lost and for being productive without 5 monitors. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Raymond. Tommy, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Now, trust in God. Can you name me the 2 commandments given to you in the New Testament? Markeisha, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Markeisha. I really appreciate the $25. Trust in God. Can you click on your profile picture, then click the microphone so that you don't have time to look it up? Appreciate the rock
Knowledge
star.
is not
What are the
free.
2 commandments given to you in the New
Knowledge
Testament?
is not free.
That's not what Jesus would say.
Knowledge is not free.
Would Jesus tell you to do that?
He didn't preach knowledge. He preached
He
the
did,
gospel.
actually. Which is knowledge,
And you're not a
genius.
Christian, so you are null and void.
What are the
You
2
don't-
commandments given to you in the New Testament?
You tell me.
I'll tell
You're
you if
being
you tell
fed.
me.
You're being fed knowledge.
Hey, trust in God. Can you name me the first 4 books of the New
You're being
Testament?
fed knowledge. You're
you
being
tell-
fed knowledge.
can you tell me the
do
first-
it first? You do
can you
it
tell me the
first.
first 4
You
books
do
of the
it
New
first.
Testament?
Knowledge isn't free. Knowledge isn't free.
Madeline, thank you for the $1. Can you name me the first 4 books of the New Testament? He's looking it up. Give him a second, everyone. Darrow, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for the free knowledge.
You have to
Thank
look
so
up
much.
everything, dude, and you're being fed too.
You use
So,
one of your
whatever.
5 monitors to look up the first 4 books of the New Testament. It's the gospel. You got this. Did you find it yet?
Nope, I'm not answering your questions because knowledge isn't free.
Well, that's not what Jesus said.
Well, I'm not quoting Jesus. I'm quoting
Okay, but
that
you're
you're a
following
fake and a
him.
fraud.
You're
I'm
following,
saying that
but you're
a
not
fake and
following
a
his
fraud.
teachings?
No, I believe in God. First off, I believe there's a higher power, and you're not it.
How'd you know that?
Because I know that you are a pathetic shill that's paid by the DNC.
How do you know I'm paid by the DNC?
Because I know, brother, I'm in IT. I'm a fucking hacker, bro. Fucking idiot.
So can you give me the source?
I don't have to give you the source.
You said you're a hacker.
I am.
So how much money is in my bank account right now?
I don't have to look that up. I know that you're a shill. That's it. That's all I need to know.
How much money am I paid by the DNC per year?
I don't have to know. I don't have to know that. I just know that you're a shill.
What account puts it in my
Why
it in my
you
account?
why are you not?
Do they
denying
wire it to me? Do they
Why are you
Venmo
de-
me?
Why are you not denying it?
Because Taylor Swift hands me checks every week from the Illuminati. Nicole, thank you for the subscription.
You're
Thank
not
you.
denying it. So
I
obviously
get
it's
Taylor
true.
Swift money from the DNC, yes, and the Illuminati. So I don't
Okay,
know how you would have
then
hacked
now
that
you're- now you're
information.
speaking- now you're
hey,
speaking truth.
I don't know how you
Now
would have
you're
hacked
speaking
that
truth.
information because she
You
hands me the
have-
checks.
You have no
Matt, thank you for the
idea.
$5. Thank you so much
have
for the
no
DNC Hacker
idea
Defense
who
Fund.
You are a fake human being.
Yeah,
and you need to
I'm an
get off
AI
TikTok.
actually. I'm not real.
No, I know you're real.
No, I'm not.
But okay, whatever.
Matthew, thank you for the $10 for hacked by trust in God to give me $10. Whoa!
I didn't give him $10.
You just did.
Okay. People can spoof anybody's account.
Yeah. By the way, Everett, if you want me to submit your resume to the Illuminati, let me know. Just DM me, everyone. Sky, thank you so much for the $20 for Swifties for Parker. Thank you so much. Christine, thank you for the $5 for being a fake, real human being. Thank you so much. Dubston, thank you so much for the laugh. Thank you so much. You know, we should try to get Taylor Swift on my live, everyone. A Swiftie live. Would y'all love that? A Swiftie promote vote for Kamala live. We should do that. You know, I should tell her next time she hands me a check. You know what I mean?
You're pathetic.
Matt, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Wait, are you just not as good as the Swifties?
No, you.
Shannon,
you're
thank you for the
pathetic
$5. Thank you
human
so much for
being.
the baby bottle for him. What's up?
I said you're a pathetic human being.
How am I pathetic? Swifties ascendable.
Because you're very not real. You're very.
I'm not real? How am I not real?
You're inauthentic.
How am I inauthentic?
You are very. Look at how you're condescending. Like what?
I mean, you unironically believe that I'm paid by the DNC, and you said you hacked into defining that. So yeah, I'm gonna make fun of you. Cam, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. That's very mindful and very demure of me.
By checking your little
Thank you for the
white
hand
book.
Tree, thank you for the $5. Melanie, thank you for the $5.
Checking your little white
Thank you
book.
for the
I
hand art.
got your fucking. I got.
Tree, thank you for the $5.
algorithm down, bro.
Tessa, thank you for the $20. Thank you for the goose. Thank you for the hand arts. Thank you so much. Tessa, thank you so much for the $20 of Soros cash. Thank you. Thank you for the blind. Thank you so much for the hand art. So wait, when you hacked into me, what'd you see? Lisa, thank you for the $50 from the
I didn't hack
Illuminati.
you.
Thank you
I
so
didn't-
much, Lisa, for the $50 from the Illuminati. Thank you so much. Sherry,
didn't
thank you for the
hack into
$13.13 from Taylor Swift and the Illuminati. Thank you so much, Sherry. Dude, the Illuminati really likes that I'm talking to you right now.
Right on. You got
Right
nothing to say.
CD, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, CD. Liz, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Rage. Wait, by the way, I actually just want to let you know, under your own view, that lying is like immoral. It's a sin under your view. Oscar, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. But you're literally telling me that you hacked into finding information that shows that I'm paid by the DNC. I just want to let you know, you found nothing. So you just lied and you just sinned under your own worldview. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much.
I found nothing.
Carl, think of the $1. Yeah, I promise you found nothing.
Okay. You're
trust,
obviously,
I'm like totally trolling you.
You're obviously scared.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
So yeah, I promise you didn't find any evidence, and now you're lying, and you're going to be judged on Judgment Day, according to your own view.
Yep, you're right.
For lying.
But you don't
I'm
believe
not
in that,
trolling.
so I'm
You
not
actually
worried.
just lied. Like I
I'm
know
not
for a
worried
fact
about
that you
it.
just lied.
How?
Tree, thank you for the $1 because you have provided no source. I know that I'm not paid by the DNC. I'm literally me. Okay, I have no management company. I've worked with no businesses. Jenna, thank you for the subscription. The only money I've made is from people who like my content over Venmo and Cash App, and people who sub to my TikTok channel. That's it.
Okay. Then why have you been on Harry
Emily, thank
Sisson's
you for the
live?
$2 because I'm friends with Harry.
But he's paid by the DNC.
He's not paid by the DNC.
Okay, you
And
guys
also,
are just,
people say he's
then-
paid by the DNC through
then
Palette
how
Media,
does- how
Palette
does his
Management.
account-
I have no affiliation with either.
How does his account be created when he was 8 years old on Twitter? How? He's 8. It's illegal.
Wait, when I was younger, I made Facebook accounts and I made Instagram accounts.
Yeah, but that's illegal.
Okay. So obviously we lied about our age. When I was 8 years old and 12 years old, I lied about my age so that I could make a social media account.
Is that moral? Are you
Yeah,
a moral
totally
human
fine.
being? Are you a
Yvonne, thank
moral
you so much for the
human being?
$10. Thank you so much from the
Are
lizard
you a
people.
moral human being?
Yes, absolutely.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Because you lie to the public every day.
I don't lie. You
Yes,
actually
you
just
do.
lied to the public right now by saying I was paid by the DNC and that you hacked into that, hacker.
Okay. Whatever.
Okay, so what were lies? Can you tell me a single lie?
You discern information to hate, to divide, to make
like
our
like
lives
Donald Trump
worse.
saying the people who were convicted of assaulting police officers should be pardoned. Matthew, thank you for the $10. Thank you so
they were
much.
trying to- they were
Trust in
trying to
God
take
is
this-
on your life, so he's paid
They
by the
were
DNC. Yes.
They were trying to take back this country because this country was being stolen.
What? What do you mean?
It was. It's already been stolen because the 2020 election was stolen.
Oh wait. So you think the 2020 election was stolen? Okay. Do you have any evidence of that?
I have plenty.
What's your evidence?
But again, knowledge is not free.
Trust in God. What's your evidence?
Knowledge is not free.
Okay. Well, it is under my book.
Then why don't you look it up? Why don't you look it up? We're
Because
not
I have.
talking religion.
Candy, thank you for the 13-month subscription. Thank you so much.
You've only
well,
looked
I'll
at-
tell you
you've
what I've
only
looked up.
looked
Trust
at-
in God. Trust in God. Be quiet. And I'll, if you don't want to give an argument, I will. Okay. So there were 60 plus court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. 34 of which were Republican-appointed judges that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. 17 of which were appointed by Trump specifically.
They're all lapdogs, dude. They're all lapdogs. Every single one
So
of
the
them are
17
lapdogs.
people that were appointed
Yeah,
by
lapdogs.
Trump, the 17 people that were appointed by Trump that oversaw court cases related to the election,
Yeah, because they were
paid
threatened.
off.
Yeah, they were threatened.
By who?
By the movement, by I don't know, by somebody, because you don't just turn your back on that many people don't turn their back on somebody because they just want to be out of the good graces of their own heart. Like that doesn't happen.
Okay, so you never actually gave me any like actual response to what I just said.
No, I did.
So do you want to give me any response? So again, there were 17 appointed judges specifically by Trump that oversaw court cases related to the election. So either he appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him, or he lost the election.
It was stolen from him.
Yo, Matthew, thank you so much for the $10 again. How was it stolen? Do you have any evidence?
I'm gonna calm down. It's not worth getting heated over you. All right.
Oh, so do you admit that I got to you?
Only the fact that you lie to people on a daily basis.
So you
Okay,
so you have no evidence.
It's SOTT.net article saying undeniable mathematical evidence that the election was stolen from Trump. And then there's a graph that shows how it was stolen from Trump. According to
What's the title?
CBS News, hold on. According to CBS News, President Trump does not plan to concede from the event to the event that the media declares Joe Biden the winner of the election and the elected 46th president of the United States. The Trump campaign and its top advisors called for multiple lawsuits on grounds that it was ongoing vote count would result in tallying illegally cast ballots.
So none showed sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
No, that's not what it said.
That is exactly what it says.
No, because the multiple lawsuits said that there was, and they saw that there's multiple lawsuits, and they didn't push that through. The judges said, F this, we don't like Trump.
Wait,
so
trust in
we're
God. I have a
gonna say-
question. Do you think that Kamala Harris is a communist or a socialist? Matthew, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Very much so.
Very much so. So then, can you ask me why you think that all of her policies are Trump's? Me watching Kamala change all of her policies to Trump's. So her policies are socialist, yet they're all of Trump's.
Yeah, because she's drowning, so she has to go for Trump's policies to make herself feel relevant and make herself feel like she's going to win, but she's going to get drowned by Trump. She's
So to clarify, right? Like the policies that she has are socialist, right?
She's changing her policies from socialist to
okay. So they're not.
democratic.
So her policies aren't socialist.
They were.
So not now.
Because she's changing them to fit Trump's.
Thank you for the Panther Pause. Thank you so much. Oh my God! Yo, Sir Dante, thank you so much for the $200 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Sir Dante in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sir Dante, for the $200 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Sir Dante, for the $200 on Cash App. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section right now. They said the DNC is angered and suck the DNC walls. Suck the DNC walls. Do you see what I did there?
No, I don't. To 2020 turnout of 89.3 is 5.5 standard deviation from the historical average.
You got flagged for civic and election integrity. That's tough. Do you have mods, Parker? I do. But it's hard for them to deal with the chat. There's too many people in the chat for them. We only have 30 people, and not everyone is here always, so it's unfortunate. But everyone, keep tapping the screen. Try to get to 2 million likes. You want to support me? As always, Venmo, Cash App, and that bio. Thank you so much, Sir Dante. I really appreciate it. That was actually insane. Thank you so much. That was incredible. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2 million likes, y'all. I should be on for another hour and 35 minutes, everyone. You, what's up, Howdy?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. You literally just left as soon as I added you. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. Everyone share the live as well, everyone. Also, you can check out the video I just posted, everyone. Wendy, thank you so much for the $10 for keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Thank you for the confetti as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate Trixie. Again, follow me here if you have not already, everyone. Amber, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much, Amber. You, what's up? How old are you?
17.
And you had to be 18 plus to join the live. Tank Dog, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Well, still, I don't care.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules. All right, I got to get done to the next person. Apparently, I got a civic and election integrity. What's it called? Flag. So that's very unfortunate. He said knowledge isn't free, but didn't support that. Yeah, it's so crazy. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Renee, thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate it, Renee. Yo, Elijah, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much, Elijah. All right, let's get this next person up here. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Keep tapping that screen. This should get to 2.5 million likes, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. Let's get this next person up here quick. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 55.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Okay. I've listened to you live a few times, and I mean, you're bringing up some valid points, but I think there's also some other valid points that need to be made too. I started watching Trump back in, when he first started running for president. And I never watched his TV
Harold,
shows
are you
or
driving,
anything like
by the
that, so
way?
I knew. No.
Okay.
Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, I do. There's a bit of a lag, but yeah, go for it.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, when I started paying attention, I just noticed that there was just a lot of negativity around him, and the media wasn't being truthful. Like, I can give you an example, and I don't know if you've noticed this yourself, but I remember back when they made this claim that when he said that all Mexicans were rapists, and I don't know if I can say murderers on here, but when they made that claim, and I went back and looked at the speech that they were referring to, and he did not say that. And I looked at another instance when that Charlottesville thing came.
Hey everyone, can y'all please stop saying
and
he's
they said-
driving?
No, I'm not driving.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why I was clarifying. So again, as it relates to like the things that you were pointing to, I did quote him directly. Like, he said that they're coming from Mexico. He said that Mexico's not sending their best, that they're sending rapists, criminals. So the people coming from Mexico into the United States, he's calling rapists and criminals. And he said some he assumes are good people. Now, if he said that about any other group of people, I think that we would say that's really bad. But because he said it in this context, a lot of Trump supporters, for some reason, support him saying it and think it's okay. Ethan, thank you for the subscription, Ethan.
No, I mean, well, when I listened to it, I mean, like you said, you did admit that, he did say a lot of good people are coming over, but yeah, Mexico's not sending their finest. I mean, which is a true statement. I mean, because when America was founded, I mean, the people that had money, they didn't come to America on the ship. They were sending a lot of criminals, and the criminals came over and, killed a lot of Indians and things like that.
They killed indigenous Americans. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Plus,
Yes.
one thing I want to acknowledge is that they did actually send people to make colonies. Okay, so these were people from directly who were sent based upon what they said to send. Now, what I would say is that we're talking about people who are coming from Mexico, right? Trump is claiming that they're bad people, that they're rapists, that they're criminals. And fundamentally speaking, I think that's wrong. Not only is this more applicable to him because he's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, and he has 34 felonies, so he's also a criminal. Skyflower, thank you so much for the subscription. But it is the case that he was using this to demean the people who are coming here, specifically from Mexico. Now let's ask our question. Let's ask this question. Why didn't he do this about European immigrants?
I don't know. I think because he was mainly focusing on the border, the southern border, which leads right into Mexico. So he was making that point. And
why not from Canada?
I mean, I've talked to a lot. Well, because Canada is, I mean, it has a lot more border patrol than down south. I mean,
that's false.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, I'm a truck driver. Okay, I've been to Canada, and it is hard. It is hard getting into Canada. There's a long line to get into Canada for truck drivers. Okay, but it's not like that for Mexico. It's really not.
Lena, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Lena. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So again, the point that I'm making is that it is the case that there are more people who are coming, or I mean not coming, more border patrol specifically on the southern border comparative to the northern border. Now, I've seen no evidence supporting the idea that there are more people at the northern border, but I'd be open to hearing that.
Yeah, well, with my profession, I can tell you that it's a lot harder to get in and out of Canada than Mexico. It really is. I mean, you can ask any other driver out here or people that cross the borders on a routine basis. I mean, it is just harder. And as a matter of fact, my son had to go up to Canada, and like, wow, they kept him there forever because, you know, he didn't have his the work visa for his job. They were sending him to Canada to get trained, and oh wow, they really gave him the runaround up there. And I mean, it's just not like that on the southern borders. Now, I mean, you may be correct. There may be more border patrols, but it's not as strict at all.
Yeah, so I do think it is more strict. Appreciate the Corky. Thank you so much. Do you typically so actually I have a question. Do you think that all people who are driving across the border are like truck drivers?
No.
So like people who are truck drivers are going to be treated differently than like everyone else as it relates to crossing borders. Okay, so obviously I wouldn't say that like what a truck driver would specifically go through would be the same as everyone else coming to the country. So like the level of security that you see as a truck driver could be more. Appreciate the handout, thank you so much. But it's not true for like other people.
Okay, well, I did give you an example of my son going up to Canada and how he got to run around. Now, the company that I used to drive for, we had a terminal down in Laredo, which is right on the border. Now, a driver can, you know, on his time off, we can go down, walk across the border, you know, go drinking or whatever and come right back across. No problem at all. I mean, they're not asking you for a work visa or anything like that. I mean, you show your
on the northern border
ID.
Chubby, thank you for the subscription.
No, on the southern border. There's no problem for us to walk across. You're showing a driver's license, coming back across, and no problem at all. But it's not like that for Canada.
So,
I mean,
have you tried to go past like that?
In Mexico, yes, I've walked across
I
the border.
meant like for Canada, because like I would like to see any policy that indicates a difference between the northern and southern border there.
Like I said, I just gave you an example of my son trying to go across there to get trained for his job. And they gave him the runaround, even though he had a passport, driver's license, all that. He needed to present his work visa.
To clarify, so it would be harder for an American citizen to get into Canada than it is for an American citizen to get into Mexico. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not disputing that. What I'm telling you specifically is that the United States makes it harder for people to get into the country coming from Mexico to the United States than coming from Canada to the United States. So I'm talking about people who are coming into the United States, not U.S. citizens that are going back and forth. So clearly I would agree with you that there is more patrol, right, as it relates to U.S. citizens going into Canada than there is U.S. citizens going to Mexico. I'm not disputing that. Tammy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Right. Okay. I mean, but yeah. Just
and this person's Tammy said that they live in Texas and Michigan, and it's not hard to cross the border either way. That's what they said.
Well, I don't know if it has something to do with where you live in the United States, but I'm from North Carolina. My son flew up there, and yeah, he got the runaround. But anyway, I mean, back to the point that I was making is that, I mean, I have Mexican friends. I mean, I'm a black guy, so I don't, hold anything against anybody. I mean, I have Mexican friends, white friends, whatever. Now, my Mexican friends did not take that as an insult. They saw it the way that I saw it, I mean, because they also admit that, yeah, there are a lot of criminals coming across the border, and it kind of offends them, the people that came over illegally, that these other people are just able to come over like, no problem at all, and allowed to stay. I mean, they're pretty offended by it, and, I can kind of see the point all around, but I mean, like I said, I mean, I have my reasons for voting for Trump. I think he has more in common with the American people.
Really? Is it like the
Then
penthouse he grew up in? Is it the $400 million inheritance? Is it the Apprentice, the show that he was on? Like, is that what he has like such in common with the American people? Or could we point out the fact that Kamala Harris grew up in Oakland in a middle class family, went to a historically black college and university, right? I think that's more representative of America than it would be to grow up in a penthouse with a multi-$100 million inheritance.
Well, I don't know of any president or anybody that ever ran to be president that was a poor man. Okay, they were at some point in Congress or were governors or whatever. Okay, I'm not gonna.
I wouldn't say that they're like that. They
Trump.
currently are. What I'm telling you is that's the way that they grew up. So Kamala Harris grew up in a middle class family in Oakland. Donald Trump didn't. Donald Trump grew up in a penthouse in New York. Tim Walz specifically.
Okay.
Tim Walz, he doesn't own any stocks, dude. He literally doesn't own a house. He quite literally just owns. He lives in the governor's mansion, and he rents. That's it. So he doesn't own any of those things.
But what?
Right? Governor Walz,
Okay.
the girl. Thank you so much for the description. He is the most down to earth individual running for president right now. Vance, he had his education funded by venture capitalists. Right? Donald Trump, he grew up in a penthouse with a golden spoon in his hand on a golden toilet. He literally tweets massive rants on Truth Social while on a golden toilet. That guy does not have anything in common with the middle class of this country. He didn't grow up in the middle class.
Okay.
Appreciate the confetti.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I know you're kind of being a little bit sarcastic, naming out all these things, but that wasn't what I was saying. I'm talking about like the policies. When he ran and talked about bringing the jobs back to America and things like that, he was really trying to do things for the middle class and for the poor people also. But I don't think that the media really gives him credit for anything that he accomplished while he was in office.
So I will give him
And I
credit
mean,
for
and
some
I-
things. Like, for example, Operation Warp Speed is something I'll give him credit for.
Operation what?
Warp Speed. That's something I'll give him credit for. Signing into the law of the First Step Act. That's something I'll give him credit for. Certain things that he did with child trafficking, I'll give him credit for. But what I'm not going to give him credit for, and what I'm actually going to say that he did something very bad with, is the fact that he's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, was very good friends with Epstein, said he was a terrific guy, and that he likes younger women. He flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, has so many miles, and he's more miles than I've traveled in my life. Just on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. He has more miles than any plane I've ever traveled on in my life.
Okay, I mean, but look, you're naming things about people he associated with in the past. There's a lot of people that I used to associate with, and now in my later years I don't, because I see what those people are about. I can't hold that against people. I mean, Biden, and I know this is not about Biden, but, there were some things that Biden said in the past that I didn't agree with. But even though, I mean, I'm not Democrat or Republican, really, I consider myself independent. There were some things that he said, I can't hold it against him because it was a
Pauly,
long
thank
time
you so
ago.
much for the raid,
And people
Pauly.
changed.
Wait, so you don't hold sexual
And
abuse
people
against him
do
because it
that.
happened like 28 years ago?
If I knew for a fact that it happened, then yes, I would hold it against him, of course.
Harold, I have a question. If someone
But I
was
can't
held,
say that it happened for a fact.
if someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, do you think that they should be able to be a gym teacher?
Civilly liable for sexually abusing a child. See, now that's a different court of law because it doesn't mean that you actually did something wrong. Okay, that's you can't even really compare that. If somebody is actually convicted of the crime of rape, for example, and there's proof that they did it, that's a whole nother thing. But somebody being held civilly liable for
So he
something
was held
doesn't
civilly liable.
necessarily mean
Now
that
let's
they
say
did.
a specific gym teacher was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a child. Now, would you want them to be your kid's gym teacher?
Well, I mean, no, of course not. But let
Why
me give
not?
you what. Let me make it clear. Let me make it clear what I'm saying here. Okay. somebody can be held sexually liable for something just because they were there. You know what I mean? Just because it doesn't necessarily mean that they actually did something wrong, but they can be held liable just because they were there.
That's totally not true. So a civil court, in this civil court, he was found unanimously guilty, liable for sexual abuse when it didn't have to be a unanimous decision by the jury. Florida man, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. There's no pressure on the jury to make a unanimous decision, but they still unanimously determined, based upon preponderance of evidence, that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll. Now, to me, that's very sufficient evidence to indicate that he did this. And it would definitely be good enough reason to not want someone to be a gym teacher. Now, if I'm willing to say that I wouldn't want them to be a gym teacher, appreciate that had mustache, thank you so much, based upon that standard of evidence, well, then why would I want someone who's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman to be president of the United States? Because, again, that meets a standard of evidence that I would accept for people who are gym teachers. That meets a standard of evidence I would accept for people who are babysitters, because I wouldn't want those people around my children. So why would I want them taking care of my children as president of the United States, being the person that they're supposed to look up to?
Right, and I totally get that. But at the same time, as I started out with this conversation, I have seen things that have made me not trust media, not trust the government, just not trust anything that's being put out here, you know. And I gave you that example about how they portrayed his statement. They didn't even give him credit about saying that, yeah, most of the people crossing the borders are good people. But then he said, but a lot of these people are rapists and murderers, you know. And I don't think it was anything wrong with that statement, because, you know, looking at the crime rate of, you know, I'm not even saying a majority. Of course not. It's not even a majority. It's just a small amount, a small percentage of these people coming over and committing these crimes, you know. But that could be stopped if we just had, you know, stricter policies at the border. But the other example.
So I have a question, Harold. Do you blame Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for Molly Tippett's death?
No, I don't.
Why not? But she was killed by an undocumented immigrant.
No, I mean, I can't blame somebody else for what this other person did. No, I can't do that.
No, but would you blame their administration?
I could blame their policies. Yes.
So what border policy do you disagree with?
Let's see. I haven't really been caught up on the border policies as of late, but, you know, the first thing that Biden did when he came into office was he stopped the building of the wall. You know, came in and tore a lot of it down. I've heard interviews with people in Arizona talking about how, you know, people from, I'm not going to say just Mexicans, but it could be anybody coming in from the southern border, running across their properties, and that has gone up, you know, because of the elimination or the destruction of the wall. And unfortunately, a lot of those people trying to unfortunately, a lot of those people running across don't make it and actually die in the desert.
Wait, Harold, I just want to let you know, there's a few things here, right? There's a few things I can say. So one, it is the case that I could bring up an insane thing that Donald Trump advocated for and that people a part of his administration said he wanted to do. He wanted specifically to, in the Rio Grande, he wanted to fill it full of reptiles, alligators, and different things that could possibly kill someone if they were to fall into the water, to be able to limit the amount of people coming to the country. Now, this was told to us by a person that was a part of Trump's administration. And they said, I'm a Republican. I'm more Republican than Donald Trump. But now I couldn't help myself but laugh at how crazy what he said is. That's someone that was a part of his administration.
I don't agree with that.
Now, so if he wants to increase the likelihood that these people would die, that'd be a bad thing, right? That'd be a really bad thing. Not only that, but he only added 3.7% new wall.
You know, the one thing I can agree with you on, well, I probably agree with you on a lot of things, but like what you just said, there's a lot of things that Trump has said, you know, that was crazy. Okay, I mean, that's one thing. I mean, I don't know if he actually said that or not. This is coming from somebody that claimed he said it. But if he said that, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, I don't think that he wants people to die. You know,
That's
I don't.
actually
I
what
mean,
he
I don't
set
see
up.
that in his policy.
If he doesn't want people to
Yeah.
die,
Well,
why is he urging Netanyahu to not accept a ceasefire when he says he's the candidate of peace? When he says he's the one trying to get it done with Ukraine and Russia, and that the Biden-Harris administration isn't doing it? Because he doesn't actually care about peace. He doesn't actually care about these things. He cares about his election prospects. The same thing with the border. He undermined the border bill that was written by someone who is literally someone that he himself got put into Congress. Langford, the guy who wrote the bill, that guy was put in his position because Donald Trump said vote for this guy. But then he undermined the bill, and people like Lindsey Graham and people like Mitch McConnell called Trump out for it. Even had Trump himself say, blame it on me if the border bill fails. And what happened? The border bill failed. So he himself is disputing helping the border when he says it's the biggest issue in this country. He's disputing peace when he said that peace is the greatest thing that we need to strive for. He's lying so that he can be put in office. He doesn't care about us. He doesn't care about the people around the world. He doesn't care about peace. He cares about not going to prison.
Well, I mean, it seemed that he cared about peace when he was in office last time, right? I mean,
what?
Can we agree on that?
With what?
Okay, his meeting with the leader of North Korea. His
That was kind of just like a
meetings
photo
with,
op. What did we get from that?
Well, I mean, this guy was like shooting off missiles over the ocean, just testing out his nuclear capabilities.
And Harold,
I mean,
they
you
weren't
don't think
doing
he-
nuclear. They were just doing missile tests. But did you know they did missile tests after? Even when Trump
No,
was
I don't.
president. So after they met, they still did missile tests. Because Trump called him
Okay.
Rocket Man before and Trump called him Rocket Man after. Because they didn't have any type of conclusion that was legitimate, that led to anything good. So Trump says he's going to do all these things to create peace. He didn't create peace. He didn't stop the war between North Korea and South Korea. What he did is he just got a photo op to make himself look good.
Well, is North Korea and South Korea fighting right now? Or at any time during his administration?
They're still technically at war. They haven't like ended it technically. So they're kind of in like a Cold War.
Yeah, and there's a lot of places around the world like that, I would imagine. But, you know, it seems like to me Trump is the stronger president as far as like putting your foot down, getting things done. You know, even, you know, I mentioned before about, you know, companies leaving the United States. And he said, okay, hey, if you leave the United
Harold,
States.
with the things that I brought up, with the ceasefire, right? That's Biden-Harris administration trying to get it done, Trump blocking it. The border bill, that's the Biden-Harris administration trying to get it done with Republicans, literally written by a Republican that was put in his position because of Trump. Trump blocks it. He gets people in Congress to not vote for it. So Trump is the one limiting the progression right now for things that he said that he cares about.
Yeah, see, I have not read up on that, to be honest with you. So I don't know anything about that to comment on it. But, you know, like I was saying, you know, I noticed that when he came in office, it was like one of those few presidents that actually at least tried to do what he ran on, you know, putting up the wall, stopping companies
making
from
Mexico
leaving the
pay
United
for
States.
it, draining the swamp. The manufacturing jobs didn't increase, right? They went up the same trend as what it was with Obama. Look up manufacturing
you
jobs,
for big
St. Louis
government?
Federal Reserve. It depends what we're talking about. Or like, so for example, right, I'm for big government in terms of holding corporations accountable and limiting the power of big pharma. But I'm not for big government as it relates to people's social life. And I'm not for big government as it relates to things that are unnecessary, right? Or don't provide great conditions for the common good of the people. Now, for example, the countries that I'm referencing that I would like to emulate more of, economically speaking, the Nordic European countries, they actually have a freer economy than we do have it here in the United States, according to the Economic Freedom Index. And this isn't from people on the left. This is from people on the right, the Heritage Foundation. These are from the people behind Project 2025, right? These are right-wing people that have granted that the Nordic countries are literally more economic free than we are here in the United States. Also, it's not even just that. The Human Freedom Index, they're more human free than we are. That means they have more social freedom and more economic freedom. Yet they have paid paternity leave, maternity leave, they have paid vacation leave, paid sick leave, they have universal health care, child care, broader access to education, right? Broader union membership. 60 to 70% of their labor force is unionized, where it's like 9% here in the United States. Hell, they don't even have a minimum wage because they don't even require it. Talk about getting the government out of it. Talk about limiting government. They don't even have a minimum wage. Yet they still ensure high standards for their workers because most of their labor force is unionized. The workers have power. They have bargaining power. Justin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Jay, thank you for the $1.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I mean, I lived in Germany for 10 years, and I can definitely say, to be honest with you, it was a better place to live.
For like the average person, right? Like if you're Donald Trump, if you are a billionaire, this country is incredible. It's so great for you. Right. It's the best country in the world for you. But like for everyone in the country, it definitely isn't.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. But let me ask you though, do you think the media is fair when they report about Donald Trump?
I think both sides of the media aren't always the most fair. Now, I do think that there are unfair sides of unfair claims from both sides. I think both sides are too partisan sometimes. And that's why I look for things like AP News, right? I think AP News is an independent source that will give you the facts regardless of the side. That's what I look for. I look for nonpartisan sources. That's why when I give sources economically related, I always look for nonpartisan committees, right? Or bipartisan committees. Because if it just has one side, if it's just a Republican source or just a Democrat source, you're likely going to hear some misleading things, right? So that's why I look for both sides of the aisle. I look for independent sources.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's really strange. I mean, because I got friends all over the world, and sometimes they have to tell me what's going on here because we don't hear about it. You know, like I didn't even know what was the deal between Russia and the Ukraine. Why did it even start? They had to inform me on this. But why aren't we given that information in the media? Because it's being portrayed like, oh, Russia's the bad guy. They jumped on the little guy for no reason at all.
Well, that is actually the case. Like, I actually do agree. Russia is the one jumping on this. Like, it wasn't provoked by the West. Like, the idea that it was provoked by the West, I think falls, which is given this one example. Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia are on the border of Russia. And in early 2000s, they joined NATO. So the threat of joining NATO should not have provoked them to invade Ukraine. It was likely that they were going to want to invade Ukraine before. And if they heard that they were going to join NATO, they then invade because of those reasons, because they wanted to be able to beat them out from that. That could be the case. Now, that's, again, not provoked by the West. That's, then again, what they were going to do either way. And because NATO is such a strong force that they would have been provoked into that. So even if we were to assume their own position, that it is because of NATO provocation, right, it would still require Russia to want to invade Ukraine. If they didn't want to invade Ukraine, well, then they would have had no reason to do so. Does that make sense? Because NATO is purely defensive. They're not running an offensive front.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but didn't they have a deal with Ukraine that they would not request membership with NATO?
Again, the deal was like they're not going to. People claim is like they're not going to move past this, or they have some sort of authority over Ukraine. That was actually handed back when the Soviet Union fell. Did you know that? So that was with the Soviet Union, and then once the Soviet Union fell, the Russian Federation signed that over.
Yeah, okay. But what do you think our government would do if, let's say, for example, Canada wanted to side with some massive power, some massive global power right here on our borders? What do you think the United States would do about that?
Like if they sided with like Mexico or something?
No, I mean, okay, like right now we are the massive power. NATO is the massive power. But let's just say if that wasn't the case and Canada wanted to join this massive power that was in opposition with us, what do you think the United States would do?
Like if Canada had to do it, they might be more defensive over the border, but we wouldn't like invade Canada. Do you think we would invade Canada?
I don't know. I'm just saying if the shoes were on the other foot and we were not this massive world dominant power and Canada was joining this world dominant power in opposition to us, I think it's a possibility.
See, I don't think that we would advocate, like if Canada specifically changed ideologically speaking and they became more pro-Russia in support of Russia and they joined like some Russian alliance and left NATO, again, we wouldn't invade them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe Canada is a bad example because it's such nice people up there. I can't really compare them to anywhere else in the United States. But I mean, but you get my point, though. We're somewhere in the world, and there's this massive world dominant power. That's
also Harold.
Like
Harold, there's no offensive force of NATO. They're not offensive. They're solely defensive. So, what legitimate threat does it pose if they are solely defensive? Because here, I'll ask you this. What new threat does it pose? Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, already on the border of Russia, already NATO countries. What new threat does Ukraine, being a part of NATO, pose upon Russia?
I don't really know if it's a real threat, but I'm just saying just the fact that you would have another NATO country, one that you supposedly had to deal with. I don't know if that was supposed to have been turned into or thrown in the trash or what, but just another country, possibly obtaining nuclear weapons, NATO country right there on your border. I mean, maybe they just considered that all alone a threat.
So again, why would it be a greater threat than what existed with Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia? Because they were already on the border of NATO. There's no new threat. Like you say, oh, nuclear weapons could be on the border of Russia. Well, they already could have since the early 2000s with Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. There's a NATO country on the border of Russia. Well, that already happened with Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. So it's like there is nothing new that would exist here that would be able to provide a scenario where it is the case that there's some new threat that justifies Russia invading. There is no reason. Russia's invading because they want to expand. Yeah. They went into Georgia. They annexed Crimea. Now they're invading Ukraine. When are they going to stop?
Well, I mean, I think it's a lot more to the story than you. I mean, I think it's a lot more to the story than both you or I know. Like some of the reasons that this all played out the way that it did. I don't know. Maybe Putin has some type of peace deal, with these other countries. Or something. I don't know if it was some words between the two governments, Russia and Ukraine. I don't know. I don't know any of that. But it has to be something different. It has to be something different that pose some type of a threat for them to invade.
Yeah, maybe there is, right? And I'm willing to accept that. But all the evidence right now seems to indicate that there isn't good reason to believe that. Now, if there was, again, I would change my determination here. I'm totally open to changing my worldview on this, right? But again, I don't see any good reason to accept that. All of the things that people are saying, the bioweapons and that type of shit, those seem to be conspiracy, like the biolabs, that type of stuff. Like it's people accepting Russian intelligence and Russian propaganda over U.S.-based intelligence, which is the same thing that Trump did. And I think fundamentally speaking, trusting dictators like Putin and what they are doing in these types of regions is definitely not the move, historically speaking, right? We look historically, these types of dictators, these type of people, right? They're not going to tell us the truth, okay? And especially with Putin, even if we were to isolate it to just Putin, is Putin like a liar? Yeah, Putin's definitely a liar.
I don't know, but I mean, I would have to say the same thing about our own government. They don't always tell us the truth either.
I never said they did, right? I would say that we would have it's most likely that they're telling the truth, But I don't think that we could say that they always tell the truth. And I agree with you. There are certain times where the government has lied to us, where U.S. intelligence has been wrong. I'm not disputing that at all.
Yeah. Do you think that there is a such thing as deep state, or do you consider that just a conspiracy theory?
I think it's conspiracy theories. Are there like private lobbying groups that can influence the government heavily? Absolutely. Is there corporate influence over our democratic processes? Absolutely. Are there rich people that unfairly get their message out there comparative to the average person in the middle class? Absolutely. Right? Are there not age caps that promote people being, lifetime politicians and not upholding what people need? Is there something like Citizens United, right? That got overturned. Like there are plenty of things, right, that we could reference that that clearly limit us from being heard in our system. And I totally agree. Our two-party system is one of them. But I don't think it's a deep state.
Yeah.
I think when we say it's a deep state, it feels easy for us. It feels like comfortable for us, and it makes it not as hard, right, on us. Whereas if we look at the reality of it, we have real problems we need to fix, right? We don't have a perfect system, but we can make one better. Okay, we can make a better system than what we currently have right now. And regardless of where you are in the political spectrum, we should be trying to work together to do that. What happened to the unity of this country, trying to work on things that we agree on? Donald Trump doesn't even do that. When we agree upon the border, right, he doesn't do that because it's going to help him get in office. And having beliefs like that is fundamentally what holds our government back from being able to adopt policies that have been adopted in countries around the world for decades. The fact that we even have to talk about whether or not people deserve health care in this country. The fact that we need to talk about whether or not children deserve care, right? And parents deserve, again, child care paid for so that they can work and provide for their family. These aren't even debates in other countries. They've been established for decades.
Right. Yeah. And one thought, and I'll let you bring somebody else up. I appreciate the conversation. You've been really respectful, and we had a good conversation here. I don't know what your of course. I don't know what your sexual orientation is, or anybody else's in the chat room or whatever.
I'm straight.
I have 7 grandchildren. Okay. I have 7 grandchildren, and all the time I'm reading about bearded men in dresses coming to the schools and teaching our kids about their sexuality and giving lectures to our little children, man. And I'll tell you that's my primary thing now, and it wouldn't even matter who the Republican was running. I would be voting for that guy because it seems to me like they're the only ones that's totally against it.
So I'm just going to be totally honest with you. This is straight fear-mongering from the right wing. People who are doing drag, reading to kids, right, is not something that is widespread in this country. Doing drag is still heavily stigmatized within our society, right? So that's not commonplace at all. And secondly, again, if there is like a particular scenario where there is someone doing drag, and again, there's nothing sexualized. I don't know why people put this sexualized content as it relates to drag. Most of it's not, right? Then there's nothing wrong with someone like that, right? Like I don't understand someone doing drag isn't bad if there's no sexual content involved. So it's like people care more about this than they care about Donald Trump walking into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he says he quote unquote owns the place. They care more about this than they care about Donald Trump saying you dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. They care more about this than him saying that he has sex in common with his daughter. To Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Right? These are morally important things. Why do people care so much about people who are doing drag, who are not doing anything wrong, because there's no sexual content involved there, but they care more about this? And if we're going to talk about what's affecting children in our schools, why don't we talk about guns? Ever. Like, why is the conversation ever about guns? There's almost like a uniquely American issue with school unalivings in this country, right? Like, this almost doesn't happen anywhere else around the world. Right, and I don't know what the solution is totally, but like, why aren't we talking about that conversation on the right? That's like completely ignored.
To be clear, I'm not what they would call homophobic or anything like that, or against people in drag. I mean, I really don't care what people wear. I'm only saying that I don't think that these people should be the ones in front of our children teaching them about their sexuality. Now, I understand, like you said, it's not very widespread, but we are hearing some of these stories out here. I don't think it's fear mongering because it's actually happened, you know. And to give you an example, me and a girlfriend were in a
Sorry,
Walmart.
can you say what you just said again? I
shopping.
was just responding to something. What were you saying?
Okay.
Because a lot of people are saying it's not happening, and no, it's not.
Yeah, I would strongly disagree. To give you an example of what's going on in this country that I just can't get with, me and my girlfriend shopping in Walmart. You know, she goes over this lady because she loves babies, of course. And she's like, "Oh, what a cute little baby. Is it a boy or girl?" And the lady said, "I haven't decided yet."
Appreciate you're amazing. Thank you so much. So I have a question. So do you mean people who are doing like this?
Like that? What is that?
Like, do you mean people who are doing this?
People that are deciding for their children, letting a kid as early as 2 and 3 years old decide on what they want to be as far as male or female.
No, I'm just asking. Like, do you mean this? Like people doing this?
Oh, it looked okay. I was trying to focus in on that picture. There. It looks like a guy with a wig and he had a beard. So is that the drag you're talking about? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. So like this?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, I mean, to each his own. I mean, I don't have nothing against that guy doing whatever he wants to do. I only have something against it when the government, it appears that our government is trying to push this on the children.
Yeah. So Harold, did you know that that's your vice presidential candidate? Did you know that? Did you know the person I just showed you? That's JD Vance.
No, I couldn't. I didn't even recognize him there. It's kind of hard.
Yeah,
to see.
that is JD.
So what was the deal with that image? Is that AI generated?
Nope, that's him. It's leaked from people that were a part of his class at the time. And Patty, thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Patty in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Patty. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Patty in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Yeah, but you would have to know the story behind that. Was it a Halloween party, masquerade party? What was the deal?
Wait, say that one more time. Is it like a Halloween party? I mean, I don't know. I think it was. I'm not sure. Appreciate the Garland. Thank you so much.
I mean, so that's no big deal. I mean, the guy's married.
Okay, so like if you don't see drag as a big deal with JD Vance, why is drag a big deal with other individuals?
It's not. As I said before, I don't care what people put on. Okay. It's just when they try to push it on the children.
No, what are they pushing on children? Because like all I know is that Republicans are advocating for the 10 Commandments to be in our public schools. They're advocating to take funds away from the Department of Education and actually get rid of it and put it towards private Christian schools.
I don't agree with that.
D, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Yeah, like I said,
but that's what the right's advocating for.
Like I said,
so what do you? I think that the left isn't pushing this on children. They're not. But the conservatives are. They're pushing Christianity on children. They're pushing being straight on children.
I'm an atheist.
And I am too. I agree with you. I'm an atheist as well.
I don't agree with that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we got a lot of things in common. When it comes down to it, man, I want the best for the country. That's it. That's all I want, man. I mean, just right now everything is confusing. You don't know who to believe, what to believe. Mm-hmm. I see a lot of disinformation, and maybe on both sides. So it's not that easy choice. I mean, because you like to say, and I've heard you say on several occasions that convicted felon and all that. But even the AG, a former AG of New York, said himself that Trump wouldn't even been brought up on these charges if he wasn't running for office. So it's like, to me, it's like they were doing everything possible to stop this man from running. And is it because, okay, you can't pay him? You can't pay him to do what you want, I mean, these are some, real questions.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add, Harold?
Oh, no, that's it, man. I appreciate your time.
All right, I appreciate you coming on.
Yo,
what's good? What's good?
Hey, so it's Ryan, his manager.
If you have I can't find anyone in the box. There's 100 people.
Bet I got you. Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, you know who it is. So you can add them up if you'd like.
Yeah, you could continue to add people up in the meantime. I'm gonna just let.
If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much for the hand heart. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone. Tap that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. Shelly, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get this next individual up here. MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up, y'all. All right.
Yo, Ryan, if you're watching right now, you should hop in the box. I'm looking for you.
All right. Let's get this next individual up. You can delete people from the box if you want to, by the way, because there's about 100. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much, Wallflower. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024 and you have not been up here before. Everyone, tap that screen. Let's run it up to 2.5 million likes. Yo, what's the penalty?
30.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely, bro.
And by the way, Dean, I only have until 7:30, so I've got less than an hour.
Okay, I bet.
Yeah, so why are you voting Trump?
Well, let's see. $85 billion in weapons left in Afghanistan, including 13 service members that are now dead. And the Biden administration, again, for the third year in a row, didn't show up for the memorial for those lost servicemen. The border is a complete mess. Record amount of migrants across the border.
Okay, can I address some of these things? Just to let you know, like the weapons that were left behind, the things that you're referencing, they weren't currently U.S. owned, right? So we gave them to the Afghan government for them to defend themselves. Everything other than that, right? Because that was a gift, right? Everything other than that, which is it's theirs then after a gift, by the way. But everything other than that, that's not like any of our stuff, right? We either destroyed it on site or we took it back with us.
That's
and also
not true.
we left things in. Yeah, it is. That's what the military indicated themselves.
No.
Top military
So you're okay with leaving all of those weapons with the Taliban?
So again, those were things that we gave the Afghan government for them to defend themselves. Now you're saying, should we have given the Afghan government things to defend themselves? Is that what your question?
Should we have left $80 billion in new technology weapons?
I don't know where you get the 80 billion number from, but like,
it is 80 billion.
So I have an AP News article right here for you that specifically says the gear the Taliban has detained is not 80 billion or more being claimed this week by social media numbers, right? So I don't see where you're getting that number from, because I can send you an AP News article indicating otherwise right now.
So you think all those helicopters and tanks just cost what?
So the 18 billion of what you're referencing went to go equip Afghan forces. So that was the only money.
No, that was our base. We were set up over there.
So so this is it. If that percentage held for a 2-decade period, it'd mean that the U.S. spent about $24 billion on equipment and transportation for Afghan forces since 2001.
Yo, Ryan, make sure that...
So you realize that the Taliban now has all those weapons and are parading around with them.
So you're saying we shouldn't have given the Afghan government anything to defend themselves?
It's not the Afghan government, it's the Taliban. As soon as we left, what do you think happened?
Is this the person?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Amanda, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. What were you saying, JD?
I was saying that as soon as we left, what do you think happened? Things went to shit over there, bro.
Yeah. So wait, who set up the agreement for us to leave?
The Taliban are parading around with those weapons.
So who set up the agreement for us to leave?
I'm sorry, what?
Who set up the agreement with the Taliban for us to leave?
I'm assuming probably Trump.
Yeah. So if it was set up by Trump, then why is it only Biden's fault?
because Trump wasn't in office, and that was a disastrous withdrawal. We just pulled out and left $80 billion.
Can you tell me like what Biden did in particular that caused it to be bad?
He pulled out and left $80 billion in weapons.
He pulled out, right? So that he had to pull out because of what was set up with Trump, right? They renegotiated an agreement for a later date, so they had extra time, but they had to pull out because of the agreement that Trump prior signed.
They didn't have to pull out like that.
They did actually. There was a deadline.
They could have took all those weapons back, and that's not true. That's all.
And they
their
did
weapons.
take all of them back. The only ones that was left was again the $24 billion that we spent on them since 2001, which all of that equipment wouldn't still be there. Some of that was used of the $24 billion. So less than $24 billion, right? I just don't see what you're referencing.
It's not used though, man. It's literally brand new stuff. It's brand new helicopters that like.
There'd be a few things that are like that. Most of it wouldn't be.
Yeah, we should have took that stuff with us, man. The Taliban's using it now.
So in fact, only 18 billion of the sum that we're referencing went toward equipping Afghan forces between 2002 and 2018. A June 2019 SIGAR report said. Okay, so you can literally read the report.
We just armed the Taliban. Matter.
All right. Well, I don't think there's a response to what I'm saying here at all.
I mean, there's no response. There's no response in general because I mean, we just left all those weapons over there, and the Taliban are using them to kill people.
Okay, so we should have disarmed the Afghan forces.
It's not the Afghan forces that have them. It's the Taliban. No, it's not.
No. Okay, so the Taliban got it from the Afghan forces when they took over. Did you know that?
Yeah, because of our disastrous withdrawal, we just pulled out.
So again, what did Biden determine specifically within the withdrawal that made it bad?
Dude, you guys
are you saying the date or the deadline? Because the deadline was extended from what Trump was. So what was
you guys will blame Trump for everything that happens during Biden's presidency. You can't continue to pass blame to someone that's not even in office. I mean, seriously.
Do you blame Trump for the pulling out of Kurdistan, which led to the Turkish-Kurdish war?
You know what I blame Trump for? The peace agreements that were happening in the Middle East and no new wars for the first time in 60 years.
Wait, I'm just asking. Well, the Turkish-Kurdish war was a new one if you count Russia-Ukraine being new and if you count this being new as well. Otherwise, there was no new wars started by the Biden-Harris administration.
There was no new wars that happened during Trump's presidency. Let's talk about what happened.
Turkish-Kurdish war was a new war. Right, according to your same definition that you apply to saying that it was a new war with Israel and Hamas and saying it's a new war with Russia-Ukraine. Same definition that you use there would be showing that that was a new war as well.
Okay, so where new did we deploy troops during Trump's presidency? Nowhere, because there wasn't a new war. In fact, ISIS got real quiet when we had the highest sanctions on Iran. Iran was completely broke during Trump's
not
presidency.
Deploying troops doesn't mean that there's not any new wars. For instance, we haven't deployed troops in Ukraine.
There was money we spent, though. We spent money on a proxy war between Russia and the United States and Syria. We spent money giving arms to Saudi Arabia that was committing a genocide in Yemen. Okay, and Trump we were trying to block the arms going to Saudi Arabia, and Trump actually vetoed that. So that shows you what he supported there.
So how do you guys feel about the border? I mean, it's a complete mess.
Of a pivot. Here, I don't want Ryan to have to be up here for like a really long time, so I want Ryan to have to be able to say something real quick, and then JD, we can go back to our conversation.
Hey, what's up, Ryan?
How you doing, guys?
How you doing?
Up?
Good to see you guys. I was gonna go on and talk to you guys, but if you want to finish your debate with this guy, go ahead.
Oh no, go for it, and then we can go back to them.
Oh no, I was just gonna come on here to talk. I have nothing specific to say. I just want to loop back on I think you guys were talking about trans stuff and some stuff like that. I'll circle back to that when you guys are done.
Okay, for sure. All right. JD, you can say what you were saying then again, if you'd like. And Christia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But by the way, everyone, I have about 40 more minutes left on the live, max. My girlfriend said 7:30 sharp. I gotta leave.
Yeah, well, I mean, JD, did you have anything else that you wanted to add on before we talk to Ryan? Oh, JD, hello?
Hello? JD?
Okay.
He might have left. So, Ryan,
I'm down here.
Or no,
I'm
JD's
here.
there. Okay.
Yeah, I had to hit a mic button. Apparently, it turned my mic off. But
yeah, no, you're fine.
I was asking. I'm assuming you guys are voting for Kamala.
Kamala,
is that correct?
Yeah, I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
So I mean, like, how do you feel that like no one even voted for her and she was just basically assumed into the role? I mean, she was like the lowest rating candidate in the primaries back when
Well, you did
Biden was.
you did have people vote for her. The delegates at the DNC, they voted for her. They made her the official ticket for the Democrat Party. The same way the delegates at the RNC voted for Trump and made him the official ticket of the Republican Party.
Well, the delegates respect the votes of the people, though. Delegates respect the votes of the people, and there was no votes for the people because they should
not always. So, like if like let's say Robert Kennedy were to continue his run as a Democrat and like win in like 5 states and have those delegates pledge to him, then ultimately drop out, he would tell those delegates to endorse someone else, right? The same way that Joe Biden, had won, essentially all of the Democrat delegates, and then dropped out and like told them to endorse Harris.
Thank you so much.
There's nothing anti-democratic about that, and that doesn't operate outside of like the typical procedures of the private political party.
Secondly, can I also say this real quick? Like, there was an AP NORC poll. There are 2 of them actually. So one shows that 8 in 10 Democrats would be somewhat or very satisfied if Harris became the Democratic nominee. Appreciate the hand art. And then also for Biden dropping out, about 2/3 of the Democrats wanted Biden to drop out. So not only did they support Biden dropping out, they also support Harris as the nominee. Okay, so we do have polling that indicates that delegates are going to vote based upon the polling and what Biden tells them, right? Also, there was literally broad support from the Obamas, from Biden himself, from like a huge percentage of the Democratic Party, AOC, people on the far left comparative to far left for the Democratic Party, and even people on like the moderate side, right? Like Josh Shapiro, you had Gavin Newsom, even you had basically everyone. Gretchen Whitmer, everyone. Okay, so this isn't like disputed in the Democratic Party. This is kind of just like a talking point I hear from Republicans. Yeah, now I understand that, but I would understand it more like coming from someone that calls out like Trump for like undermining our American democracy, sending fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results, and when he didn't do it, getting a vice president that said he wouldn't have certified the election results, right, because of election fraud.
Also, my phone's on 4. It's doing that thing where it like slowly dies even though it's charging.
Are you low brightness?
Yeah, I have everything on like as low as it could go, so it'll last a while. But I would like to, to hopefully talk to Ryan here before my phone dies.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll let you do that real quick. Me and JD will be quiet, and then we'll resume after.
Oh, all right. Yo, I was thinking that we could, both talk. But anyways, Ryan, what's going on, man?
I'll do that too. I don't mind.
Cool. I saw that you wanted to pop up here. Why are you voting for Trump? Want to start there, or do you have any somewhere else where you wanted to start?
Well, the reason I wanted to jump on here is you guys were talking about a bunch of like the trans and the drag queens.
By the way, is there a way you can get a little bit closer to your mic? It is a little bit like quiet.
Yes.
Okay, it should be better now. But everyone, keep tapping that screen. It's 2.5 million likes. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. I got about 37 minutes left on the live max. Probably a little bit less, so I have some time to leave. Thank you for that, Mustache. Thank you so much.
All right, can you hear me?
It's still really quiet, to be totally honest. Logan, thank you so much for the $10. Maybe you have like earphones plugged in. Sometimes it doesn't like that. Sometimes. Okay. It sounds better now. Go for it.
Okay, so the guy before was talking about a lot of drag queen stuff. I think the point was missed a little bit. I think the main issue that a lot of people on the conservative side are having is more of it's definitely the sexualization part, because you kind of shut down the part that they're talking a lot about sexualization. But when we see that in the books, in the performances, in the men, trans, women, whatever they are, men going into the locker rooms, that's the key points that are our issue, not the general drag. Like we don't care if people want to dress up by themselves. It's mostly when it comes into conflict with minors. And you can go from there.
Okay. So I have a few things I want to say about that. So, trans women in the bathroom. So trans women are like very low proportionality of like committing violence against like women. So I don't see any good reason to believe that like trans women would be the perpetrators of this violence. Typically, I hear like people can say, oh, cis men will portray themselves as trans women to get into these spaces, but under the current system we have right now, they can portray themselves as trans men. Right, and then also get into these spaces without actually having to change their like presentation. Secondly, I would ask like what performances and what books that you're referencing.
The performances, I have plenty of video that I'd be able to send over. I can't name anything specifically, but there's a bunch of drag queen story hours and essentially ones that parents bring their kids to that have been highly provocative, including partial nudity with a little pasties, which I would assume that's nudity, I think, to me, when the drag queens are performing in front of kids with just pasties on. And then for the books, there is one specifically off the top of my head I can name called Gender Queer, which has a homosexual teen couple giving each other fellatio in the book, and it's illustrated.
Okay, so the one where you're saying like the show, that's not something like forced upon people to go to. You're then saying that like you'd want to restrict parents' ability to take like their children to these types of shows. If you're saying that, well, that's a legitimate argument, but that seems different than like saying it's being pushed onto children, because now it's the parents that are doing it.
Well, yeah, parents also push pornography onto children. Should we push pornography onto children?
I'm not saying we should, but like but the point you were making is that it's being pushed onto children from like the school type perspective.
Real
Which
quick,
I have echo, Dean.
To restart the app, just I'll be right back.
Yeah, so, okay, I agree that, sometimes it's the parents pushing it onto the kids, which is a separate issue on its own, but there are performances like a lot of the pride parades where in public spaces, these same performances are being put on that are very provocative. Also, in the schools, I can't name any off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to follow back on it. There are performances going on in schools, public schools, where this is happening. And it's the public aspect of it. The private aspect of it, should parents bring their kids to these? No. Should it be restricted? Yes, but let's not mix those two up.
Yeah, so like if we're just making an argument that like parents shouldn't be allowed to take kids into areas that have these particular types of explicit things, well then we should apply this across the board, right? I agree. They shouldn't be allowed to go into R-rated movies that have nudity, right, with their parents?
Correct.
Okay.
I believe that, yeah.
Okay, so that all of those things, right? So that's totally fine. Having that position, I don't mind that. The point I'm making is that it has nothing to do with being trans or being gay or drag queens in particular. It has everything to do with like sexual content and children.
Exactly. I think that's the main point. We're not saying you can't be trans in your own house, however you want. You can be trans even on the street, whatever you want. The main point that we're worried about is that sexual exploitation of the children, which does happen.
Should we restrict children from going to church as well because there's lots of sexually explicit content in the Bible?
I do believe it is a different type of sexual content. There is definitely mentions of sexual acts, but we also do keep children under certain ages in Sunday school, which is a regular practice, and we filter out the content until they're old enough.
Okay, so changing the word of God, filtering it so that they don't see the sexual content?
It's not filtering, changing the word of God. It is giving it to them at the appropriate age. We're not going to teach 5-year-olds how to have sex, and that's a natural function of their bodies. We will wait until they are old enough, mature enough, and ready.
So then we should make it illegal, like, say, for churches to show, like, kids these aspects of the Bible, right? We should make it illegal for parents to show these particular aspects of the Bible to their children, right?
Well, I think anything in the Bible, I would love to hear a reference of something that would be, but I don't think there's anything along the lines of performing naked in front of children.
Oh, like, or I could give you things like taking virgin girls for yourself, right? Like that would be in Deuteronomy.
Yeah,
right?
or you know, like even like.
Or no, that's Numbers 31:17. My bad. I apologize.
Or
Not
like
Deuteronomy.
Unrelated to like
Dean, it's kind of hard to hear you.
Or even like other forms of violence, like unrelated to sexual activities specifically, like the genocide of like men, women, and children. I bet we'd say that under this umbrella of age-appropriate material, maybe some other things would fall under there, apart from like sexual activities.
Yeah, I mean, again, when we teach kids about anything, we wait until they're a certain age to understand things. We don't teach kids about, I don't know if I could say it on this app, but the R word, when sexual aggression. We don't teach kids about that until they're ready.
Okay, but that's in the Bible. So like we should not let kids look at the Bible, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. It's also funny how you always go to the religion. I really admire that with the thing on Sunday. It's kind of funny, but no.
Well, I'm not trying to make it funny or anything. The point I go to religion with is because I know you have these types of commitments, and what I'm showing you is that given your own commitments, you might take into question these particular standards. Now, actually, I don't have an issue with these standards at all. I don't think kids should be around that type of content, right? I totally agree with that. But then it also seems like you're committed to saying that you're okay with it in this type of context, which I'm not okay with.
I don't think I'm not okay with children learning about sex under, say, whatever girls get their period, and now it's like, what is it, like 10 to 11? So maybe we keep it under there at the basic sex acts, and then once they're old enough and they're mature enough, they learn about the other acts and other issues with the Bible. So it's not hiding it from children or censoring the Bible. It is applying the Bible when it's appropriate to the child.
Okay, so again, so they can't read like Levitical law that's about like sexual immorality until like a particular time.
About like incest.
I would say yes. It is what children should know as a kid is your private parts are private and no one touches it except for yourself, and no one is allowed to undress you except for doctors and parents in particular settings. Yeah, they should be protected from that stuff. Absolutely. It's not to say that they will never see it and it should be taken out of the Bible or censored when they are an adult already, but yeah, they should be protected from sexual things. When kids are exposed to sexual ideas at an early age, it definitely leads to a dysmorphology in their brain, and it definitely affects the outcome, essentially.
Okay, so I mean, I actually don't have an issue with like limiting this in terms of like the sexual content, especially for like younger kids. I have no issue with doing that at all.
I think the main point would be is that this isn't like an issue that's derivative of like the LGBTQ plus community or an issue that's derivative of like trans individuals, but like more so this is just like a blanket of caution that we're going to apply to any conceivable scenario of social interaction, like for our youth or our children, regardless if it's school, church, entertainment, or like drag shows that are accessible to kids.
Yeah. So let me give you a good example. The way that we think about it is guns. Obviously, we're not going to go into a gun debate, but if one person makes an issue out of a gun, should everyone be punished for it? No, I think we could agree on that. This is the way that we see this. We're not blaming the entire community for the act of a few. We're just saying that those few should be held accountable and restricted.
Well, I mean, I'd say anyone, regardless of like what their sexual orientation is, should like abide by particular like social norms when it comes to like care for the youth. And I guess what I'd say here is I don't really see how this would concern their sexual orientation at all.
It doesn't. Right? It doesn't. I think you just made my point. I agree. We should allow them to. I mean, not allow them to do it in the same way that you just said. I think we just found an agreement. We're not saying that they can't be who they are. We're just saying the sexual explicit part of it, especially the books. Let's go back to the books. Look up genderqueer. I'd really love to see your take on that, where we have two boys giving fellatio illustrated in a book at public schools.
Yeah, like what age are those given? Because I'm not for like those types.
I believe it's in elementary school. Yeah, I believe it's in elementary school.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see that because. I mean, I did Google it, and what I'm seeing right now is that it's one of the most banned books in the United States.
Yeah, it's becoming, well, one, you're seeing that on the internet because the left is pushing this agenda of the right wants to ban books. So that's, of course, what their headline is going to be. And, of course, it should be banned. And I believe it's banned in Florida and a bunch of other more conservative-leaning states.
But they're saying it's like the most banned, right? Like, so it is like
I think that's just I think that's probably just a talking point that they manipulated the stats on. But again, it is something that was there and that people pushed and fretted that books are being banned, and that was one of the books. When the left talks about books being banned, these are the books they're talking about. The right's not banning like crazy books, and we're not going to get into the whole banning books thing, but these are the books that we'd like to ban. And I think you just said that you agree with it, that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, that should not be shown to elementary school kids. Now, I don't know right now if it is shown to elementary kids, but I don't have any issue with like limiting that from being shown. I don't have an issue with that. I think we agree then.
Yeah, literally.
Now, what we're okay with showing kids is that, yes, there are some kids that have parents who are a man and a man. Some kids who have parents who are a woman and a woman. Some kids have parents that are a man and a woman, right? And we can talk about how there are those different types of things. I don't think that at that age it needs to go any further than that. And I don't think anyone on the left is arguing that. I think a lot of this conversation gets caught up in show this type of content to children, or are trying to force
There are a
being
minority.
GAY or being trans on children. Because I
And
guarantee
there is a minority of people that do that. There are definitely a minority of people that do that, and I could give you examples. But again, very small minority. It's like the people that commit mass shootings. Not all gun people are bad, but the ones that abuse them are. It's the same with the gay community.
Would you say, like, when we reference,
and
like,
also with straight people, right? Like,
yeah, well,
it's not as explicitly.
Yeah, I think white straight men are the highest. I believe some sort of sex crime, but yes, I agree. It should be straight people too that are held to account, and that's why there's a lot of people that believe in the death penalty and other forms of punishment for sexual predators.
Yeah, and I'd also like to say, I don't know, like, I've like a straight man tomorrow, right? Like, tried
Here, Dean, let me say thank you to a few people real quick. Logan, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Logan. Sherry, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate some W's for Sherry. George, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Dustin, thank you so much for the $1. And Laura, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Laura.
And then Christina, Christia, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, saying take all my money. I appreciate you for that. Just a quick point that I wanted to make here. I know my phone mic isn't the best, but I have to use it.
It's really good this way. It doesn't mind. It's not bad at all like this way.
Cool, awesome. Yeah, the point that I wanted to make here real quick is when we say, like, see a straight man, like, try to, like, entertain children with, like, sexually explicit material, like, the first thought that jumps in my head isn't, oh, well, I mean, this reflects really poorly upon the straight people. This is a communal issue that needs to be examined. My first thought is, well, I mean, this is an adult that is partaking in, morally bankrupt actions, and he should, like, suffer the consequences for that. But what
I agree with that 100%.
What I feel like the right does is they'll take, like, a handful of individuals with, like, non-straight sexual orientations that may be engaging in similar actions, and then they attempt to reflect that upon the communal sense of the entirety of the LGBTQ plus to kind of demonize them all. And I feel like that's kind of where the issue stands.
Are both sides of the political aisle not guilty of that?
Oh, yeah. I would totally agree that both sides of the political aisle can absolutely be guilty of that.
Yeah,
I think that's the point that we're arguing against, and I think most people on the left are arguing against.
Yeah, and I'd say like this is something that should be like examined, fixed, and resolved on both sides of the political aisles, especially when it would concern and have social repercussions on, say, like innocent people that truly didn't do anything wrong, and now they have their sexual orientation demonized because of minority of others with a shared sexual orientation.
I agree with that, but I also think that there's a bigger issue at play. We're also talking politics. As straight white men, as I think the three of us are, we are incredibly demonized as straight white men. We are the enemy to many different groups, but most of us don't do anything. Most of us are here having civil dialogue.
I think that's very uncommon. I think it's very, very uncommon for it to be the case that white men are demonized, right? Significantly
I think it's pretty common, especially if you're in this space. When you're in the conservative space, as I am, and you see this news every day, you see that white men are hated. And is that the fringe? Yes, it is. But guess who are the movers and the shakers? It's the fringe.
Do you think people like me and Dean are hated?
Hated by the right? Absolutely.
No, I meant like hated for being white.
Yes, there are certain... I'm just going to use the black community as...
common at all?
I think that a lot of the black African-American communities, yes, have an issue with white people in general.
Okay, I would not say that a lot of people in the black community have an issue with white people in general, right? I think it's a very fringe view for people to have an issue with white people in particular. I talk to people on a daily basis. I talk to people every day, like probably 100 people within a span of a week at least.
But again, a good number of people could be 5% of the population. 5% of the population is all it takes to do something. BLM is a very small percentage of the population, and yet look at how big
I
the
wouldn't even say it's
got.
5% of people. And then also, if we were to say that, then couldn't we say the same thing about racism targeted against people who are black in this country? That it doesn't have to be a large proportion of police, that a small portion of police can cause these types of negative disparities?
100%.
Or a small portion of white people. So wait, do you agree with systemic racism?
No, but I do believe that there are racist issues, and those issues are illegal and are stomped out pretty quickly.
So, but like systemic racism is just portraying the idea that there are still these types of disparities that are perpetuated through our particular systems, whether it be through the context of hospitals, as it relates to medical racism, as it relates to the context of like whether or not people are employed. And again, it's not what they're saying. A majority of the people who are in these particular positions of power, it's the small percentage of people who are able to utilize that power to negatively disparage people who are black or people who are women or etc.
I get that. So here's my issue with that is, if this is happening on a daily basis, why isn't anything done about it? There are so many advocacy groups for black minority, whoever is being have racist issues. Why don't they just go and find the help? Why do we only hear of a couple cases a year of an unarmed black man being shot by police? Is every unarmed black man who shot anyone in particular who dies bad? Absolutely. But why are there only a few?
It's not just a few. There are dozens of black men that are literally slaughtered in this country who are innocent. Same thing with black women. It does happen, right? Dozens a year. And the proportionality of this happening, Ryan, the proportionality of police violence and police brutality in the United States is significantly higher than like what the average is in Europe. Significantly higher.
I believe in 2023, this may have been 2022, but there was only 12 unarmed black men who were not acting hostile shot. I believe it was somewhere around that in the low
where'd you get that number from?
Can't tell you, just off the top of my head. I remember this fact. I'd love to give you the info, but I don't remember. I think it was.
Go ahead, Dean.
Go ahead, Dean.
Oh well, I mean, Ryan, if you wanted to finish your thought there, I didn't want to.
No, I don't remember. But what my whole thought is, yes, does it happen? But a lot of these instances are blown way out of proportion. I'll take the most popular example: George Floyd. Was he wrongly killed? Should he have died? He should not have died. But he was not completely innocent.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to kind of add on here.
Wait, as it relates to what we were talking about there, it was like he did not deserve to be asphyxiated there, right? Like he's committed crimes, but he did not deserve to be asphyxiated.
Was he resisting arrest?
Even if he was resisting arrest, that doesn't mean that you deserve to be like asphyxiated.
Correct.
Right?
But it doesn't mean he was innocent. He was not. He was not innocent.
Yeah, wow. And then while Parker's showing that,
that's from Statista.
But that's also a stat that doesn't apply to what we're talking about.
It does. This is rate of civilians killed by the police annually in selected countries, right?
Sure,
I'm just referencing the fact that the police in the United States.
Black people.
Wait, and we could. Is that there's an issue with the police, and we were identifying that there was an issue with the police. I also, if you're like super
but this started about systemic racism.
Well, I mean,
it wasn't about do police.
Do you want me to show you based upon
use
race?
Too much force?
Those disparities are also shown.
I also wanted to kind of
have to look at it, but that doesn't have anything to do with what we're debating. But
I wanted to add this on about systemic racism. You know, it takes like a multitude of forms, not just in injustices provided by law enforcement. You know, we also see systemic racism in like the sense of societal opportunity, right? White people have more societal opportunity to be in positions of power than black people. We see it in the form of like socioeconomic. Okay, well, I mean, why don't we just go and ask you this question real quick? So 70% of like Fortune 500 CEOs I think the stat's a little bit different than that. 95% of Fortune 500 CEOs are white. Meanwhile, 5% of them are black. How would you explain this indiscrepancy of race in CEO positions of big companies, right? Apart from maybe an explanation correlated to systemic racism.
Okay. First of all, the population of the U.S. is 50% white, so we're going to take that and take off 40, and then we have 40% left. Of that, we'll account for the black population. They do not succeed at the highest rates because of multiple non-racial issues like father in the household and others like that. I think that's actually the main issue. I think when it comes to systemic racism is the family issue. What
leads to those particular types of circumstances? Is it the drug war that's perpetuated in mass incarceration that's perpetuated by people like Donald Trump?
I think that the drug war was definitely a systemically racist, if you want to put it that way, legislation that was
passed. That's proposed by Donald Trump. So do you think it's racist?
But no, I'm going to get to that part. But at the same time, if you know something is illegal, don't do it. So, tough on crime? Yes. Why? Because drugs are bad, just to put it simply. So if we know that, why are black people, if we're saying that it's them getting in trouble for drug crimes doing it still. Choose a different option. Go get a job.
Okay. So like this is like saying that the disparities that relate to as it relates to class, like that could be just described as, oh, people who are poor should just get a job, right? They shouldn't commit crimes.
No,
They should just get a job.
I'm just saying, if
why
they're
don't you
selling
address
drugs, I'm
that?
assuming they're drug
create
dealers.
here. Listen to this. Let's address the scenario. Let's make it so that it is the case that there is a greater proportionality of us being able to benefit people through creating more social programs, so people are less likely to be able to commit crime in the first place. Methods.
I agree. I'm all for that.
Okay, so if you're for that, that addresses the root cause of why people are doing these things. It's not just, oh, get a job, because realistically speaking, that doesn't do anything. Also, that's not acknowledging that you just said that these outcomes specifically come from racism. They come from systemic racism. You said that the war on drugs is systemic racism. Trump is today proponing the war on drugs.
Well, I didn't say I disagree with it. Just because something was started in evil?
Wait, so you
doesn't
agree
mean
with
it was
systemic
wrong?
racism then?
No, I do not agree with systemic racism. I agree that drugs are bad for society. I do not think that just because something started in a racist way doesn't mean it needs to continue in racist ways. Should we examine how black people are prosecuted compared to white people? I think I'm not going to go down that path, but there's technically an under-incarceration rate on that, which, again...
So are you saying that you can reform the system to make it so that there is less racism? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think so. I think it's choice. But I have another point on the systemic racism thing.
What?
When we talked about the CEO.
But you said the war on drugs was racist, right?
The reason that it was put into law was for racist reasons, but I do not think the law itself is racist because it doesn't target a race. Because I was just trying to find middle ground with you, is that I agree that there's a reason why people use that argument, but just because something was started out of racism doesn't mean it is racist.
Okay. So, like, for example, Trump called for a Muslim ban, a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. But then when they enacted it in terms of law, it didn't explicitly say that you can't come to this country if you're Muslim. So, like, he called for that. We knew that was his intention, but it clearly was not ingrained in the law that way. So, obviously, laws can be set up in a particular way, which don't explicitly say that they're going to do this, but it clearly is intended to serve that purpose. And clearly does
Wouldn't
serve
the
that
best
purpose.
example be like grandfather laws that prevented black people from voting after the eradication?
Rachel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. By the way, everyone, I only have 3 more minutes left anyway.
I have one more good point if I want to get in real fast, but I will say again. Do I think that the reason to do something being racist is wrong? Yes. It should not. The illegalized drugs and the war on drugs should not have been done out of race. Or out of spite of a race. It should be done because it is bad for society. Okay, but another point. You asked on the 95% white CEOs.
Wait, before you do that, would you say the same thing with alcohol? Like, should we ban alcohol?
I don't think that'll ever get passed, so it's not realistic, but yeah, alcohol is pretty bad.
So we should ban it, right?
No, I'm not going to say yes or no.
So why should we ban alcohol, but not but we should ban leafy greens?
For the sake of argument, yes, we should ban alcohol. I also believe we should ban casinos too, but that'll get the Indians all pissed off at me. But yeah, I do believe we should.
You mean indigenous Americans?
Actually, do you know what the origin of Indian was? We're not going to go there.
I don't think you should use that terminology.
Okay, we'll talk about that some other time. The other point I want to get to is the 95% CEO. Last 20, 30 years, when was affirmative action enacted? Don't know. Okay, black people have a leg up in education. They are slowly and meticulously increasing their percentages in all of these stats that we say they're underrepresented, blah, blah, blah. Affirmative action has been that. I think it was 40 years. Why haven't they caught up fast enough? I think it goes back to life choices and fathers in the household. When you don't have a father in the household,
war on drugs has continued to be perpetuated after these points in time. So you say, why hasn't it come back?
It should be.
Because the manners in which racism has been affecting society has changed. Instead of affecting racism through blatant legislation, they do it by affecting the income of individuals.
Okay,
why don't you think of the fact that why people have why the standards have gone down? Well, it's because that's what's been attacked. Black businesses as it relates to Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? As it relates to investments, right? Long term, I appreciate that hat mustache. Thank you so much. In the community, you said family matters, right? How was that taken down? It was taken down by with the war on drugs. Explicit racist legislation that was continued and still is affecting people today. There are people in prison today because of the war on drugs.
Okay, I have a question. Why? Now, I assume
Brandon,
this is. I'm going to make an assumption on a statistic, which is based on your premise.
Here, I'm gonna let you say this real quick, and then I'll let Dean say something, and then I have to go.
Okay, sounds good. Why do black people, if this is true, I don't know if this is true, but it sounds like it is based on your premises. Why do black people use drugs at a higher rate than white?
They don't actually. They leafy greens are used at the exact same rate amongst white and black people in this country, but black people are at a significantly greater likelihood of being charged with crimes related to the leafy greens. So again, white people just are not charged with the crimes at the same degree. It's not the fact that we do these types of things at a different degree. It's who these laws have been targeting.
If black people commit 55% of crime and are 34% of the prison population,
55% of crime. Also, you need to look at what percentage of exonerations are they? 61% of exonerations.
That's a very fringe. It doesn't happen in much of the population. But again,
61% of exonerations are black people, so they're charged, but they're exonerated. So
if
you say that Trump
commit 55% of the crimes, but are 34% of the inmate population in the U.S., I think that's technically an under incarceration rate.
No, it's over incarceration because it is the case that, again, most of these scenarios don't lead to like them being held accountable. It leads to them being exonerated. Most of the exonerations are people who are black in this country, 61%. Okay, but I do have to go. Do you want to say something?
Let's continue this some other time. I really appreciate this.
Yeah, no, if you got to go,
I need to get $5.
You're good. But just something I wanted to bring up, like the other day, like Charlie had made this argument that, it all had to do with like black culture. And like, I obviously think that's false for reasons that we could go over time and time and time again. But just like assuming that view is true, right? Because that's a view that you preluded to. I mean, well, don't you think that like slavery and its aftermath, like the lack of generational wealth, legal and societal discrimination, banning black people from going into public businesses, redlining, grandfather laws, and like 250 years, maybe even more of constant persecution and societal marginalization would lead to like negative outcomes that could only be explained through systemic racism? Like,
no, I'm going to say this real fast, and then I'm going to hop off.
I mean, couldn't we say that white people destroyed black culture in America?
I really do have to go.
Okay, I'm going to say one more sentence, I'm going to be done. Black wealth and success was on the rise even during Jim Crow until the, can't remember off the top of my head, but the Great New Deal, all that kind of fun stuff that reconstructed the U.S., and then black fathers got subsidized out of the household, and their success and wealth went plummeting down.
No. You just told me that it was based upon the drug war, not based upon subsidization.
No, it's
and
not
also,
just
there's
one.
subsidation.
It's not just one thing.
Wait, you understand there's
It's not just one
subsidation?
thing. There's not ever
wait.
just one thing.
What can you show me that the higher likelihood of subsidation led to this specifically? Do you have any source that says that?
I'll bring sources and we can do this again another night because I know you got to go. But yeah, we can continue.
All right.
Remember, I'm just a visual media producer. This is not my main game. But I will be back with all that, and we'll do it again.
All right.
If you want to.
I may hop on live on one of my other accounts.
All right, are you going to go live right now, Dean?
I'll probably go live on one of my other accounts. Ryan, if you'd be down to talk.
If you do it right now, add up Athena when you do, because I do have to go, so I can't.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go live on @DNCD.
Okay, everyone, go to @DNC Dean. Go raid Dean real quick. He's gonna go do that real quick. I'm going to get off for tonight. I do appreciate everyone coming out. Thank you, everyone, for supporting. Follow me on this account if you haven't already. I got my main account back. I finally got it back. It's been gone for like a few months, so finally I'll be able to do this again on my main. But appreciate everyone. Love y'all. Have a great night. Go to DNC Dean. Go raid him, everyone. I love y'all. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Parker. I think we agree on a lot. I'll see you.
Peace, everyone.
DNC Dean.
All right.
Also.